Welcome to Eastern Romance Tales, where every story is a journey of the heart. Let's dive into today's tale. Book 1 Chapters 1 to 2 Blood Rain Sought Flower. Heavenly Official bestows blessings. Amidst the gods and Buddhas across this heaven and earth, there was a widely known jest spanning the three realms. Legend has it that 800 years ago, the land of the Central Plains had an ancient kingdom, named Xianlu. The ancient kingdom of Xianlu had vast land and abundant resources. Its people lived in warmth and plenty. The kingdom possessed 4 treasures beauties like clouds, splendid literature, gold and precious jewels, along with the renowned crown prince. This crown prince, how should one put it, was a peculiar young man. The king and queen regarded him as a precious jewel in their hands, doting on him excessively, and often proudly declared, "My son will surely be an enlightened ruler someday, his name remembered for eternity." However, towards the royal power and worldly riches, the crown prince had absolutely no interest. That which he was interested in, to use a phrase he often told himself, was, "I want to save all sentient beings." Not long after, the crown prince devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation, and along his path of cultivation, 2 small stories were widely circulated. The first story occurred when he was 17 years old. That year, the kingdom of Xianlu held a grand lantern festival heaven sacrificing procession. Although this sacred tradition had been abandoned for several hundred years, one could still imagine what a joyous moment. Day it was from the remaining ancient texts and the accounts of elders. On the lantern festival, Divine Martial Avenue, on both sides of the road, a sea of people teemed. Nobles and dignitaries on high pavilions conversed merrily. Majestic royal warriors in armor cleared the path. The fair hands of young maidens waved, scattering flowers everywhere, so much so that one could not tell whether the people or the flowers were more beautiful. Melodious music emanated from a golden carriage, soaring across the skies of the entire imperial city. At the end of the honor guard, 16 white horses with golden harnesses together pulled a flower platform. On that soaring flower platform was the God-pleasing martial performer whom all eyes followed. During the heaven sacrificing procession, the God-pleasing martial performer wore a pure gold mask, adorned splendid garments, held a precious sword, and played the role of the foremost martial god who slays demons and vanquishes evil for 1,000 years, Emperor Shenwu Junwu. Once chosen, it was the highest honor, therefore the selection standards were extremely strict. This year, the one chosen was the crown prince, and the entire nation, from top to bottom, believed that the crown prince would certainly complete the most spectacular God-pleasing martial performance ever. However, that day an unexpected incident occurred. On the third round of the honor guards procession around the city, they passed by a city wall several tens of truong high. At that moment, the martial god on the flower platform was about to slay a demon with one strike of his sword. This was the most stirring scene. Both sides of the street were in an uproar, and the city wall was also violently chaotic as people, afraid of being left behind, pushed and shoved to crane their necks, struggling and jostling. Just then, a child fell from atop the city gate. Piercing cries immediately echoed to the heavens. While everyone believed this child was about to stain the Nvo road with blood, the crown prince gently lifted his head, crouched, leaped and caught the child. Everyone only had time to glimpse a white shadow, just like a bird soaring skyward, before the crown prince had already embraced that child and safely landed on the ground. His pure gold mask fell, revealing his young, handsome face from behind the mask. The next second, 10,000 people cheered. The common people were overjoyed beyond measure, but the imperial preceptors of the Royal Taoist Academy were vexed. Never in a million years did they expect such a great error to occur. That's a bad omen, a terribly bad omen. Each round the flower float procession paraded around the imperial city symbolized a year of peace and prosperity for the nation and its people. A prayer for the country now being interrupted. Wouldn't it soon invite disaster? The imperial preceptors were so worried that their hair fell like rain. They worried back and forth and finally envy. Ted the crown prince, subtly suggesting, "Your Highness, would you perhaps be able to face the wall in silent meditation for a month to express repentance? There's no need to truly face the wall, just a little show would be enough." The crown prince smiled and said, "No need." He spoke thus, saving someone. How could it be a bad deed? Why would heaven punish me for doing the right thing? Oh. But what if heaven insists on punishing? Then heaven is wrong. Why should the right apologize to the wrong? The imperial preceptors could not refute him. This crown prince was precisely that kind of person. He had never encountered a situation he couldn't handle, nor had he ever met someone who didn't love him. He was the true path of the human world, the center of the world. Thus, even though in the hearts of the imperial preceptors, it was extremely painful, "What on earth do you know, child?" But they found it inconvenient to say more, nor did they dare to say more. After all, His Highness wouldn't take it to heart anyway. The second story also occurred in the year the crown prince was 17. Legend has it, south of the Yellow River, there was a bridge called the Bridge of a Single Thought, and a ghost had been lingering on this bridge for many years. This ghost was terrifying beyond measure, its body clad in tattered armor, its feet trod on karmic fire, its entire body drenched in blood, riddled with sharp blades, spears, and arrows. With every step it took, it left trails of bleeding footprints and fire behind it. Every few years it would suddenly manifest itself at night, wandering at the bridgehead, blocking travelers and asking 3 questions: where is this place? Who am I? What is to be done about this now? If one answered incorrectly, one would certainly be devoured by the ghost. However, no one knew what the precise answer was, and thus, over the course of several years, this ghost had devoured countless travelers. While wandering, Tai Tu heard of this matter. He sought out Mount Yu Bridge, guarding nightly at the bridge's head, and finally encountered the mischief-making ghost spirit one night. That ghost spirit manifested, indeed, as dark, grim, and terrifying as rumored. It opened its mouth and asked Tai Tu the first question. Tai Tu laughed and replied, "This place is the human realm." The ghost spirit then said, "This place is Avicii, an auspicious start opening the door to good fortune." Yet the very first question was answered incorrectly. Tai Tu thought to himself he would answer all 3 questions incorrectly anyway. Why wait for you to finish asking? Therefore, he drew out his weapon and began to fight. This battle raged until the sky and earth turned dark. Tai Tu's martial arts were exceedingly skilled, while that ghost spirit was even more astonishingly fierce. One person and one ghost fought on the bridge until the sky nearly spun and the earth nearly shifted. Finally, the ghost spirit was ultimately defeated. After the ghost spirit vanished, Tai Tu planted a flower at the bridge's head. At that moment, a Taoist priest passed by, and happened to see him scattering a handful of yellow earth to bid farewell to the ghost spirit, then asked, "What are you doing?" Tai Tu spoke 8 famous words: body in Avicii, heart in paradise. Upon hearing, the Taoist priest smiled and transformed into a divine general clad in white armor, treading upon auspicious clouds, garbed in strong winds, and departed, borne by the sunlight. It was then that Tai Tu realized he had, by chance, encountered the divine martial great emperor himself, descending to the mortal realm to vanquish demons and eliminate evil spirits. All the celestial beings and immortals had already noticed this outstanding divine martial votary when he leapt up during the Shangyuan sky-worshipping parade. This time, after meeting him at the head of Mount Yu Bridge, a heavenly immortal asked the Emperor Lord, "What do you think of this Crown Prince, Highness?" The Emperor Lord also replied with 8 words, "This person's future cannot be limited." That night, the sky above the imperial palace showed unusual phenomena, with tumultuous rain and wind. Amidst thunderclaps and lightning flashes, Crown Prince Highness ascended. Whenever someone ascends, the heavenly realm will also experience a shock. This Crown Prince Highness, immediately upon ascending, directly caused the entire heavenly realm to tremble 3 times. To achieve true fruition is exceedingly difficult. Natural talent, cultivation, opportune encounters lacking, even one is unacceptable. The birth of a deity is often a long drawn-out path of 100 years. Heaven's favored children who sprout wings and become immortals from their youth are not unheard of. There are also scores of people who pour their entire lives into arduous cultivation for 100 years yet still cannot await a single heavenly tribulation. Even if they do await the heavenly tribulation, if they cannot pass that trial, they will surely die, if not dead, then crippled, just like countless bewildered mortals who cannot find their own path, ultimately living ordinary lives their entire existence. And this Crown Prince Highness was undoubtedly heaven's favored child. What he desired, there was nothing he could not obtain. What he wished to do, there was nothing he could not accomplish. He wished to ascend and become a god. And indeed, he ascended and became a god at 17 years of age. Tai Tu had always possessed the people's favor, added to which the king and queen yearned for their beloved son, They therefore issued orders to spare no effort in commencing the construction of Taoist temples and shrines for him in various places, opening caves and erecting statues for the myriad people to worship. The more believers, the more temples, the longer the lifespan, the stronger the spiritual power. Thus, in just a few short years, the Crown Prince Temple in Xianlepao Ace flourished brilliantly and splendidly, enjoying a period of prosperity reaching its peak. It wasn't until 3 years later that Xianle fell into great turmoil. The reason for the great turmoil was the king's tyrannical rule and the rebel army's uprising. But even though the smoke and fires of war had risen up throughout the mortal realm, the divine officials in the heavenly realm also could not intervene. Unless demons, ghosts, and monsters invaded beyond the boundary, otherwise things should just be as they are. Just imagine the mortal realm is filled with disputes everywhere. Everyone feels they are in the right if everyone were to step forward and get involved. Today you support your homeland, tomorrow another avenges its descendants. Wouldn't it be that at every slight turn, the gods would be fighting, and the sun and moon would lose their light? A situation like the Crown Prince's, then all the more must suspicion be avoided. But he didn't care at all. He said to the Heavenly Emperor, I want to save all sentient beings. The Heavenly Emperor, possessing 1,000 years of divine power, still hadn't dared to utter these words all day long. Hearing the Crown Prince say this, the Heavenly Emperor's mood was obvious without needing to be said. But the Heavenly Emperor also had no other choice with the Crown Prince, so he said, you cannot save everyone. The Crown Prince said, I can save them. Therefore, he descended to the mortal realm with unyielding determination. The Opal of Xianle. Naturally, the whole country celebrated. However, folk tales from ancient times until now had long tried their best to present a truth to everyone. Divine immortals descending to the mortal realm by themselves certainly will not have a good outcome. The smoke and fires of war not only did not die down, on the contrary, they burned even more fiercely. It's not to say His Royal Highness the Crown Prince did not make an effort, but it would have been better if he had not tried at all. The more he tried, the more chaotic the battle situation became. The people of Xianle were beaten until blood flowed and heads fell, suffering heavy casualties, and finally an epidemic swept clean the entire imperial city. The rebel army stormed into the imperial palace, and the chaotic war ended. If one were to say Xianle was originally breathing its last, then His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had directly made it stop breathing altogether. After the nation was destroyed, everyone finally suddenly realized one thing. It turned out that the Crown Prince, whom they revered as a divine immortal, was not at all as perfect and mighty as they had imagined. To put it a bit harshly, then wasn't he just a useless person with little success and many failures? The pain of losing their homeland and loved ones had no outlet for release. The common people, filled with grief and anger, rushed into the Crown Prince's temple, pushed over the divine statues, and burned down the divine temple. 10,000 Taoist temples burned for 7 days and 7 nights, burning clean until not a single piece remained. From then on, a martial god who protected peace had disappeared, and a calamity god who sowed disaster was born. Everyone says you are a god, you are truly a god. Says you are shit, you are truly shit. Says what you are, you must be that. It has been that way from the beginning. No matter what, the Crown Prince also could not accept this truth. The thing that made him even harder to accept was precisely the punishment he had to receive: degradation. His spiritual power sealed, he was cast down to the human realm. From a young age, he had grown up amidst countless pampering, never having tasted the suffering of the human realm. This punishment was no different than causing him to fall from the clouds into the mire. In that mire, for the first time, he felt the taste of hunger, the taste of destitution, the taste of filth. This was also the first time he did things he had never thought he would do in this life: stealing, robbing, cursing, self-degradation. He became as unsightly as he wished. He lost all face, lost all self-respect. Even his most loyal servants could not bear to watch him change like that, finally choosing to leave. The 8 characters' body in the abyss, heart and paradise were carved on all sorts of stone tablets and signboards in Xianlu. If not for them being almost incinerated after the war and chaos, in case His Royal Highness the Crown Prince were to see them again, he would probably be the first to rush up and smash them. The one who spoke this phrase had himself proven it when he himself was in the abyss. How could his heart be in paradise? This Royal Highness the Crown Prince ascended to heaven quickly, but fell to earth even more quickly. A breathtaking flash on Shanwu Avenue, meeting demons and encountering immortals on Yinyan Bridge, It all seemed to be just a matter of yesterday. But the heavenly realm sighed for a while, and the past had already passed. Who would have thought that, after many, many years on a certain day, the sky suddenly exploded with a loud bang. This Royal Highness the Crown Prince unexpectedly ascended once more. From ancient times until now, celestial officials who were degraded either could not recover or fell into the ghost realm. Absolutely few, after being cast down to the human realm, still had a day to turn over and rise up. A second ascension. This could be said to be a strange and glorious phenomenon. What was even more glorious was that, after ascending, the Crown Prince rushed into the heavenly realm, punching and kicking, slaying and punishing in all directions. Precisely because of that, he only ascended for the time it takes an incense stick to burn before being cast down again. An incense stick's time, it could be said to be the swiftest and most violent, and the shortest ascension in history. If his first ascension was an event lauded by the world, High's second ascension was akin to a farce. After those 2 times, the various celestial officials were filled with disdain and dislike for this crown prince. Besides disdain and dislike, there was also some degree of vigilance. After all, being degraded once had already caused such a dramatic struggle. Being degraded twice, would he not unleash his inner demons to take revenge on all living beings? Therefore, everyone secretly observed. What was truly unexpected was, no, after this degradation, the Crown Prince not only did not fall into the demonic path, but also very obediently learned to adapt to the life of degradation. It's just that he was a bit too serious about it. Sometimes he buskied on the street corner, he played the flute and plucked the zither with mastery, and even smashing stones on his chest was an easy feat. Although it had long been rumored that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was skilled in singing and dancing, multi-talented and versatile, to witness it in this way truly perplexed people's hearts. Occasionally, he would also diligently scavenge for junk. After all, he was once His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of Golden Branches and Jade Leaves, a celestial official ranked among immortals, but now he had fallen to this extent. Truly, there had never been anyone like him. Though it was truly pitiable yet to see. How ridiculous! Because truly the more one thought about it, the funnier it became. This matter swiftly spread throughout the 3 realms. The so-called laughingstock of the 3 realms originated precisely from this. One must know that if one cursed someone, you gave birth to a child that is Tai Zi Xian Lu, that would be even more malicious than cursing the other party to have their lineage severed. After laughing, one could not help but sigh and lament that Son of Heaven, once so exalted, has truly vanished. God statues collapsed, the ancient kingdom perished, not even one believer remained, and he was gradually forgotten by the world. To be demoted once was already a great humiliation. To be demoted twice, no one had ever been able to recover again. Again many years passed. Suddenly one day, the sky thundered with a loud explosion once more. The heavens cracked and the earth crumbled, the ground shook and mountains shifted. The flames of the ever-bright lamps flickered violently. The divine officials, who were meditating in the sacred palace with closed eyes, awoke with a start, their expressions abruptly shifting. Which new person ascended this time, they wondered. How truly magnificent! Little did they expect that moments before, they had just been exclaiming, "How unfathomable! How unfathomable!" Only for everyone to look again the next second. All the gods and Buddhas in the sky were thunderstruck. Will you never stop? That His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, renowned for his oddity and legends, the laughingstock of the 3 realms, he bloody hell! He ascended again. Volume 1 Chapter 2 The Scrap Copper Immortal, who ascended to the heavenly capital 3 times. Congratulations to you, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Hearing this, Xie Lian raised his head, smiled first, then said thank you. But may I ask what you are congratulating me for? Ling Jun stood with clasped hands, saying congratulations to you for securing first place on the list of divine officials most hoped to be banished to the mortal realm for this Xie Lian said in any case it is still first place. However, I thought if you were congratulating me, then there must truly be something worth celebrating, isn't there? Ling said there is. Ranking first on this list, one can attain 100 merits. Xie Lian immediately said next time, if there is still such a list, please be sure to bring me along. Ling said, do you know who is second place? Ta Lian pondered, then replied, this is too difficult to guess. If speaking of strength, I should surely be capable enough to monopolize all 3 top ranks. Lin Wen said, nearly so. There is no second rank. You are unmatched, leaving all others in the dust. No one can compare. Tal Yin said, this I truly dare not accept. So, who was the first rank of the previous term? Lin Wen said, there is none. Because this list is from this year. Or to be more precise, it only just began to be established from today. Oh, Tal Yin gasped in surprise, so that means this isn't a list set up exclusively for me, is it? Lin Wen replied, you may also consider that it's merely because you arrived at precisely the right moment, and thus seized the first rank at precisely the right moment. Tal Yin smiled faintly. All right, if I think like that, I will feel happier. Lin Wen continued, do you know why you won the first rank? Tal Yin, the aspiration of all. Lin Wen said, allow me to tell you the reason. Please look at that bell over there. She raised her hand and pointed across. Tal Yin turned his head to look, only to see an expanse of white jade Taoist temples, pavilions and towers, immortal clouds lingering, flowing springs and flying birds, utterly magnificent. But after gazing for a long time, Tal Yin asked, did you point in the wrong direction? Where is the bell? Lin Wen said, I did not point incorrectly. It's precisely there, do you see it? Tal Yin again strained his eyes to look for a while, then spoke truthfully, I don't see it. Lin Wen said, not seeing it is correct. Originally, there should have been a bell there, but at the time of your ascension you shook it down. That bell is even older than you, and its temperament is also very lively and boisterous. Whenever someone ascends, it would ring a few times to cheer them on. The day you ascended, the vibrations were so violent that it rang madly, utterly unable to stop, and finally, it fell down from the bell tower on its own. Only then did it cease. Moreover, as it fell, it also struck a divine offic. Ill passing by. Tal Yin asked, so, is it repaired yet? Lin Wen, not repaired yet, still undergoing repairs. Tal Yin, I was referring to the divine official who was struck. Lin Wen said, the one who was struck is a martial god. He chopped it into 2 halves right on the spot. Next, look here, please look at that golden palace over there. Do you see it? She pointed again. Tal Yin looked again, and indeed caught sight of an expanse of resplendent golden, glazed tile roofs. This time I see it. Lin Wen said, the fact that you see it is precisely the problem. That place originally had nothing at all. Oh. When you ascended, the golden palaces of many heavenly officials were shaken to the extent that golden pillars tilted and fell, glazed tiles shattered, and could not be repaired completely in an instant, and so only a few temporary ones could be erected to serve for now. The responsibility lies with me. Indeed, it lies with you. I just ascended here and already offended many heavenly officials, haven't I? If you can compensate, then perhaps not. How should I compensate? It's easy. 8,888,000 merits. Xie Lian burst out laughing. Ling Wen said, of course I know you cannot produce even 1/10. Xie Lian replied earnestly, how should I put it? Although it's truly embarrassing, but even if it were 1/10,000th, I still couldn't produce it. The faith of mortal believers transforms into the spiritual power of heavenal. Why officials every portion of their incense, lamps, and offerings is called merits. If it were during the most prosperous period of Xian Le Palace 800 years ago, 8,888,000 merits would be nothing difficult. Xie Lian could just lavish it without even blinking, but now it was different from before. For a long time, he had no temples left in the mortal realm. No believers, no incense or lamps, no offerings. In short, there was nothing, absolutely nothing. After laughing, Xie Lian seriously asked, would you be willing to kick me down from here right now, and then give me 8,888,000 merits? Ling Wen said, I am a literary god. If you want to find someone to kick, you should look for a martial god. The stronger the kick, the more given. Sighing deeply, Xie Lian said, let me think about how to handle this. Ling Wen patted his shoulder and said, don't worry, when the carriage reaches the mountain, there will surely be a road. Xie Lian said, as for me, it's when the boat reaches the bridge it naturally sinks. Upon leaving Ling Wen's palace, Xie Lian suddenly remembered he had forgotten to ask what the password for the communication array in the upper heavenly court was. Some stories divide the heavenly court into 3 parts: the upper heavenly court, middle heavenly court, and lower heavenly court. The heavenly officials in the upper heavenly court jointly established an array, which could allow spiritual consciousness awareness to communicate and transmit sounds instantly within the array. One needed to know the password for spiritual consciousness to then reach a specific communication array. The last time Xie Lian entered the communication array was 800 years ago. He completely did not remember what the password was. He sent out his spiritual consciousness to search for a while, and entered a random array. Just as he entered, he was jostled left and right by boisterous shouts from all directions. Open the betting table and place your bets. Come and bet on how long our crown prince will finally persist this time before descending again. I bet 1 year. Too long. Last time it was only for the duration of 1 stick of incense. This time let's say 3 days. Bet 3 days. 3 days. Oh no, wait. 3 days are almost over. Can you even make it? Xie Lian silently withdrew. Wrong. It was certainly not this one. The upper heaven court was entirely comprised of great divine officials, each guarding a domain, famous to all for being busy with 1,000 tasks a day. Moreover, since all of them were proper heavenly officials who had ascended to heaven, everyone maintained their own status and was usually quite cautious. Only Xie Lian, during his first ascension, had been so excessively agitated that he greeted each and every divine official in the communication array, introducing himself from head to toe in an extremely serious and tailed manner. After withdrawing, he searched randomly for a bit again, then entered the great array once more. As soon as he entered, he found it utterly silent, and Xie Lian breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had entered correctly this time. At this moment he only heard a voice softly speak. Oh, has His Royal Highness the Crown Prince returned again? This voice at first sounded very comfortable, its intonation gentle, its tone polite. But listening carefully, one would discover the vocal tone was chillingly cold, the attitude also aloof, which on the contrary made that gentle part rather ominous. Originally, Xie Lian only intended to quietly lie low, but if someone had already sought him out to speak, he also could not feign ignorance. Moreover, in the upper heaven court, for there to still be a divine official willing to actively strike up a conversation with an epidemic god like himself, he was still very joyful. Therefore Xie Lian replied very quickly, "That's right. Hello everyone, I've returned again." Little did he know, at this very moment, within the communication array, all the divine officials who had nothing else to do all perked up their ears. That divine official also continued to speak with Xie Lian. He said this time, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's ascension was truly spectacular." These few sentences sounded a bit off. In the upper heaven court one could say that emperors, kings, ministers and generals walked everywhere. Heroes and valiant figures were countless as flowing water. Originally, those who had achieved great merits and established powerful careers in the mortal realm, or those with power, had a greater chance to ascend. Therefore, to speak without exaggeration, kings, princesses, princes, generals, and such were completely nothing rare or strange here. And who wasn't a darling of heaven in one way or another? Among everyone they were polite and formal with each other, casually calling out Your Majesty, Your Highness, Great General, Alliance Leader, Chief of Sect, using whatever flattering titles they pleased. But this divine official, although every other phrase was His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, did not let people see he had even half a shred of respect. Instead, it was as if he were pricking someone with a needle. Within the communication array, there were also a few other divine officials who were genuine crown princes, and hearing him call out like that a few times truly sent a chill down their spine, making them feel uncomfortable all over. Xie Lian could tell the other party meant no good, but he did not want to contend for superiority. Thinking to himself that he should just leave, he smiled and said, "It's nothing special." That divine official mildly said, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's ascension is nothing special, but my luck, however, is not very good." Suddenly, Ling Wan on the other side transmitted a secret message to Xie Lian. She only said one word, "Bell." Xie Lian understood right away. So it turned out this was precisely the martial god who was hit by the bell. If that's the case, this person's anger was not without reason. Xie Lian hastily said, "I am truly very sorry, apologies." The other party let out a humph. It was unclear what he meant. Martial gods renowned in the heavenly realm were countless. Among them quite a few were new ascendants after Xie Lian. Only hearing the voice, Xie Lian did not know which official this was, but how could one apologize without even knowing the person's name? Therefore he asked another question, "May I ask how Your Excellency is addressed?" As soon as the words were spoken, the other side fell silent. Not only was it faced with silence, the entire communication array seemed to stiffen. A blast of death chi assaulting their faces. On that side, Ling Wen again transmitted a message to him, Your Highness, although I feel that what you just said surely cannot possibly not recognize that person, I still want to give you a reminder. That is Xian Zhen. Xie Lian said Xian Zhen? He stood frozen for a moment before he could react in time. Xie Lian, surprised, transmitted a message back. Mu Qing? General Xian Zhen, none other than the martial god guarding the southwest, owned 7,000 Taoist temples, and his reputation could be said to be illustrious in the mortal realm. And his true name was Mu Qing, who once was a deputy general serving at the crown prince's palace in Xianlu. Ling Wen was also endlessly surper. Is you truly didn't recognize him, really? Xie Lian said truly didn't recognize him. Previously he didn't speak to me like this. Not to mention I can't even remember when was the last time he and I met, if not 500 years, then 600 years ago. How could I still remember his voice? Within the communication array, it was still as silent as before. Mu Qing didn't say a word, while the other heavenly officials on the one hand, pretended they weren't there, and on the other hand, frantically waited for one of the two to quickly continue the conversation. Speaking of these two, it was also quite embarrassing. The complexities of their relationship had spread for so many years that everyone already knew most of it. That year, Xie Lian was the crown prince of Xianlu, cultivating in Huangji Taoist Temple. Huangji Taoist Temple was the imperial Taoist sanctuary of Xianlu, and its standards for choosing disciples were extremely strict. Mu Qing came from humble origins. His father committed a crime and was beheaded. Those with close relatives who were criminals did not have the qualification to enter Huangji Taoist Temple. Therefore, Mu Qing could only perform miscellaneous tasks, sweeping, cleaning rooms, and carrying tea and serving water to His Highness the Crown Prince within the temple. Seeing Mu Qing diligent and hard-working, the Crown Prince then requested the National Master to make an exception to accept him as a disciple. Only then could Mu Qing enter the Taoist temple to cultivate. And after his ascension, Xie Lian also singled him out by name, bringing him along to heaven. However, after Xianle's kingdom fell, Xie Lian was demoted and sent down to the mortal realm. Mu Qing, however, did not follow. Not only did he not follow, but he didn't even say a single word for Xie Lian. With the crown prince gone, Mu Qing gained freedom. He found a blessed grotto heaven and devoted himself to arduous cultivation, and in less than a few years, he himself ascended. Originally, one person was in heaven, one person on earth. Now, it was still one person in heaven, one person on earth. However, the circumstances of the two had completely changed. On this side, Ling Wen said he's very angry. Xie Lian said I also guessed that. Ling Wen said let me change the subject. You quickly seize this opportunity and leave. Xie Lian said no need to leave, couldn't we just pretend nothing ever happened? Ling Wen said no need, really? I look at you two and still feel embarrassed for you. Xie Lian said it's quite normal. A person like Xie Lian could do anything, save for dying. There wasn't much of anything else, but face was certainly lost a great deal. Things many times more embarrassing had already been done. In truth, he felt it was quite normal. Who would have thought there was no worst, only worse, that in life no one could predict the unexpected. Xie Lian had just thought so when he suddenly heard a roaring shout, Motherfer, who broke my golden palace? Get out here immediately. This angry roar. The heavenly officials in the array heard it and felt their scalps wanted to explode. Although within their hearts undercurrents already surged, each person held their breath and stilled their minds, silently waiting to hear how Xie Lian would reply. Who would have thought Xie Lian had not yet opened his mouth when Mu Qing had already spoken first? He only laughed twice. Haha. The newcomer coldly said, was it you who broke it? Excellent, just you wait. Mu Qing indifferently replied, when did I say it was me? Don't accuse others falsely. The other party said, then what are you laughing at? Are you unwell? Mu Qing said, for nothing else but because your words sound too amusing. The one who destroyed your golden palace is currently inside the communication array. You can ask for yourself. Things having come to this point, Xie Lian was also ashamed to flee in silence. He hurriedly coughed once, saying, it is I. My apologies. As soon as Xie Lian spoke, this person also fell silent. Beside his ear, Ling Wen again transmitted a message, Your Highness, that is Nan Yang. Xie Lian said, this much I recognize, but it seems he does not recognize me. Ling Wen said, that is not it. It is merely that he has journeyed through the mortal realm a bit too much, returning to the immortal capital infrequently, thus unaware that your highness has ascended again. Nanyang Zhenjuan is precisely the martial god guarding the southeast, possessing nearly 8,000 Taoist temples, extremely beloved and revered by the common folk. His true name, moreover, is Feng Xian, another identity of his being the first divine general at the Crown Prince's palace in Xianlu 800 years ago. This Feng Xian, from the time Xie Lian was crown prince, had been his personal guard, utterly loyal, following the crown prince to ascend to heaven together, be demoted together, and be exiled together. In the end they parted unamicably, each going their separate ways, no longer meeting. Volume 1 Chapter 3 The scrapped god ascends to the immortal capital thrice. The former master of yesteryear had become a three-lax joke, lacking incense, lacking temples, lacking believers, yet his two former subordinates had managed to pass the heavenly tribulation, ascending to become great martial gods guarding their respective regions. Such a situation, no matter who it was, would be hard not to overthink. If one were to ask Xie Lian to choose between Feng Xian and Mu Qing, who ultimately made him feel more awkward, he would say it's just the usual. But if outsiders were to choose whether they wished to see Xie Lian fight Feng Xian or fight Mu Qing, then each person would have their own preference. After all, either side had reason to fight, making it difficult to discern who was superior. Therefore, Feng Xin's side remained silent for a long time, ultimately not continuing the conversation and simply going offline, leaving everyone deeply disappointed. Xie Lian ended the conversation, hitting himself a few times, saying, "I also didn't expect it to be so boisterous. I did not do it intentionally, and have caused trouble for all of you." Mu Qing coldly said, "Oh, what a coincidence that is." Indeed, it was a coincidence. Xie Lian also felt it was too much of a coincidence, how he just happened to strike Mu Qing and destroy Feng Xin's palace. Looked at from an outsider's perspective, it truly seemed as if he harbored intentions of revenge. But the truth was, he was precisely the type of person who, if made to choose one poisoned cup among 1,000, no matter how he chose, would absolutely pick the poisoned one. But what people thought in their hearts, there was nothing that could be done. Xie Lian could only say, "Your golden palaces and other losses, I will do my utmost to compensate. I hope everyone can grant me a little time." Although one could guess with the flick of a whisk that Mu Qing surely still wished to continue the antagonism, his golden palace had, after all, not been damaged, and the bell that struck him had even been cut in half by him. If he were to continue aggressively pressuring someone, it would look very undignified and he would lose face, so Mu Qing also went offline and spoke no more. Seeing the chaotic situation spontaneously disperse, Xie Lian also seized the chance to swiftly depart. He was still seriously contemplating where he should go to earn 8,880,000 merits WH. And the next day, Ling Wen invited him for a visit to the Ling Wen Temple. Ling Wen was the divine official of the personnel department, managing personnel smoothly, rising swiftly to high positions. The entire grand hall, from the ground to the vaulted ceiling, was stacked high with official documents and scrolls. That sight was utterly awe-inspiring, making people incessantly fearful. Along the way Xie Lian walked, he only saw every divine official stepping out from Ling Wen's palace carrying stacks of documents taller than themselves, their faces drained of all color, if not haggard then utterly numb. Entering the grand hall, Ling Wen turned around, going straight to the point. "Your Highness, the Emperor has something he wishes to ask for. Are you willing to lend the Emperor a hand? The heavenly realm has many true monarchs, primal monarchs, but one who can be called the Emperor, there is only one. If this esteemed one wishes to do something from before until now, he has never had to ask others." Therefore Xie Lian stared blankly for a moment before asking what matter. Ling Wen handed him a scroll, saying, "Recently, in the north, a group of great devotees has been continuously praying for blessings. It seems things are not entirely peaceful." The so-called great devotees usually refer to three types of people. The first type, those with money, who spend money to light incense, perform rituals and renovate Taoist temples and shrines. The second type, those who can transmit Dharma and preach to outsiders. The third type, those whose bodies and spirits thoroughly follow the faith. Among them, the first type is the most numerous. The more money one has, the more one reveres matters of ghosts and gods, and in this world, those with much money are countless. The third type is the fewest, because if one can truly reach that step, then this person's realm must certainly be very high, not far from ascension. According to the mention, it is clearly the first type. Ling Wen said, "Currently, The emperor is not strong enough to concern himself with the north. If you agree to go in the emperor's stead for a trip, then at that time, no matter how much merit these great devotees offer when fulfilling their vows, all of it will be offered to your altar. What do you think? Xie Lian received the scroll with both hands, saying thank you. It was clear that Junwu was helping him, yet he asked if he agreed to help him. How could Xie Lian not see through it? But he could not find any words that could better express the thoughts in his heart to replace these two words. Lingwen said, I am only responsible for doing work. If you want to give thanks, then wait for the emperor to return and you can personally thank the emperor. Alright, do you need me to lend you any magical treasures? Xie Lian said, no need. Even if you give me magical treasures, once I go down, I will also lose my spiritual power. They won't be usable. Xie Lian was banished twice, losing all his spiritual power. In the heavenly realm, it is still easy to say the heavenly realm is a place where celestial palaces gather in the heavens. Spiritual energy is abundant, continuously flowing, readily available to be picked up and used. Once he returns to the mortal world, he is as good as foolish if he wants to engage in spiritual combat. His only option is to find someone to temporarily borrow a little to use, which is very inconvenient. Lingwen pondered for a moment, saying then it would be best to borrow a few martial officials to help you. The current martial gods either don't know me or don't like me. Xie Lian was still clear on this point. He said, in that case there's no need, you won't be able to borrow anyone. Lingwen had her own plans, saying let me try. Whether she tried or not, it was all the same. Xie Lian neither agreed nor objected, letting her go try. Lingwen entered the communication array, raising her voice to ask, esteemed ones, the emperor has an important mission in the north, urgently needing personnel. Are there any martial god highnesses who can send 2 martial officials from their palace? As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Qing's voice softly resonated. I heard that the emperor is not currently in the north. It's probably for his royal highness the crown prince. Xie Lian thought to himself, are you perhaps stationed in the communication array all day long? Lingwen also thought like him, although in her heart she only wanted to slap Mu Qing, who was hinder. And her work, flying him out of the array. Outwardly she smiled and said, Xianzhan, why do I keep seeing you in the communication array these past few days? It seems you've recently managed to steal half a day of leisure from this fleeting life. Haven't you? Congratulations, congratulations. Mu Qing calmly replied, my hand is injured. I am recuperating. The various heavenly officials thought to themselves, that hand of yours in the past could split mountains and cleave seas without issue. What could chopping a foolish bell do to you? Originally, Lingwen intended to trick 2 people into working first and then deal with it later, but Mu Qing not only guessed it immediately but also had to voice it, so it was certain no one would be found. Indeed, for a long while, no one responded. Xie Lian felt nothing. He said to Lingwen, you see? I told you we wouldn't be able to borrow anyone. Lingwen said, if Xianzhen hadn't spoken up, we would have been able to borrow someone. Xie Lian smiled, your words are like holding a pipa to cover half the face, viewing flowers in the mist and enjoying them by 3 parts. People would think they are working for the emperor, and thus will surely be called upon. But if they come and I do not feel any shortage of hands or feet, let it be as it is. I have troubled you, I will go now. Lin Van, left with no other choice, clasped her hands and said, very well then. May your highness have smooth sailing. May the heavenly officials bestow their blessings. Xie Lian replied, let there be no taboos. With a wave of his hand, he leisurely departed. 3 days later, in the mortal realm to the north, by the main road stood a small tea and pastry shop. Its facade was not grand, and the service was rather simple, yet it earned all its points from the beautiful scenery. There were mountains and rivers, people and cities. Everything was present, but not in abundance. Not in abundance, but just sufficient. To find oneself amidst such a scene, and perchance meet someone here, would surely become a beautiful memory. The proprietor of the tea shop was exceedingly leisurely. When there were no customers, he would place a chair by the door and sit, gazing at mountains and rivers, observing people and cities, watching until a bright, cheerful demeanor settled upon him. Suddenly, he saw a Taoist priest in a white robe approaching from afar, covered in wind and dust, as if he had traveled a great distance. As the Taoist priest drew near, he swept past the shop door, then suddenly halted. He slowly stepped back, lifted his hat, and raised his head to glance at the flag unfurled before the shop, a smile gracing his lips as he said, little shop of fated encounters, what a beautiful name indeed. Though he appeared somewhat weary, that person's face was still adorned with a faint, gentle smile, causing others who saw him to instinctively find the corners of their own mouths curving upwards. He then asked, "Excuse me, may I inquire if Mount Yu Jun is nearby?" The proprietor pointed the way for him, saying, "Indeed, it is in this region." He let out a breath, fortunately, not exhaling his entire soul along with it, and thought to himself, "Finally, I have arrived." That person was none other than Xie Lian. That day, upon departing from Xianjing, Xie Lian had initially determined the location for his descent to the mortal realm to be the vicinity of Mount Yu Jun. Little did he expect that after his leisurely departure, and his equally leisurely leap downwards, his sleeve would catch on a patch of ethereal cloud. Indeed, he became entangled in the clouds. He himself could not fathom why exactly he got caught. In short, he tumbled round and round in the sky, 10,000 zhang high, only to find himself completely disoriented upon landing. After walking for 3 full days, he finally arrived at the location he had previously designated for his landing, a surge of immense emotion overwhelming him. Entering the shop, Xie Lian sought out a table by the window, and ordered tea and pastries. It was with some effort that he finally settled into his seat, when he suddenly heard the mournful sound of weeping and the clanging of gongs and beating of drums carried in from outside. Xie Lian looked out onto the main road, only to see a group of men and women, old and young, surrounding a bridal sedan chair with a blazing red-pointed roof, as it passed by. This procession exuded a strange aura. At first glance, it appeared to be a Brita L procession, yet upon closer inspection, the expressions on the faces of these people were serious, sorrowful, angry, and fearful, utterly devoid of joy. No matter how one looked at it, it did not resemble the handling of a joyous event, yet every single person was dressed in red, adorned with flowers, blowing trumpets and beating drums. This situation was, one must say, utterly bizarre. The proprietor, a bronze kettle in hand, lifted it high and lightly stood on tiptoes, also witnessing that spectacle. However, he merely shook his head before turning and descending. As that peculiar procession receded into the distance, Xie Lian calmly pondered for a moment. He was about to take out the scroll Lin Van had given him to read it once more, when he suddenly caught sight of a dazzling object flashing. The moment he raised his head, a silver butterfly flew past before his eyes. That sparkling, translucent butterfly hovered in the air, leaving behind a luminous trail. Xie Lian could not help but reach out his hand towards it. This butterfly possessed a remarkable sentience, for not only did it not fear him, but it even alighted upon his fingertip. Its wings glittered, beautiful yet profoundly serene. Under the sunlight, it appeared like a fragile dream that would shatter at a touch. A mere moment later, it flew away and vanished. Xie Lian waved a hand at it, as if bidding it farewell. The moment he turned his head back again, 2 more people had appeared at his table. The table had 4 sides, and these 2 individuals were seated, one to his left, one to his right, each occupying a side. Both were youths of 18 or 19 years of age. The one on the left was taller and appeared rather exceptional, while the one on the right was fair-skinned and exceedingly refined. The expressions on both their faces, however, were grim. Xie Lian blinked, then inquired, "And you 2 are?" The one on the left said Nanfeng. The one on the right said Fu Yao. Xie Lian thought to himself, "I didn't ask for your names, did I?" At this moment, Lin Van's voice suddenly transmitted to him. She said, "Your Highness, the Central Heavenly Court has 2 junior martial officials who have agreed to come here to assist. They have already descended to seek you out, and should surely have arrived by now." The so-called Central Heavenly Court, of course, stood in opposition to the Upper Heavenly Court. The heavenly officials in the heavenly realm could be simply divided into 2 types: those who ascended, and those who did not ascend. The Upper Heavenly Court consisted entirely of heavenly officials who had ascended through their own power in the entire heavenly realm. There were fewer than 100 such individuals, making them exceedingly precious. As for the Central Heavenly Court, it comprised those who were personally selected and brought up. Strictly speaking, their full title ought to be Companion Heavenly Officials, those who follow heavenly officials, but usually W. In addressed people would omit the word companion. There is an Upper Heavenly Court and a Central Heavenly Court, so then, is there a Lower Heavenly Court? There wasn't. Actually, the first time Xie Lian ascended, there still was. At that time it was still divided into Upper Heavenly Court and Lower Heavenly Court, But after that, everyone discovered a problem when introducing themselves. Opening their mouths to say I am so-and-so from the lower heavenly court sounded too jarring. Just having the word lower already made them feel a rank inferior. One must know that among them, there was certainly no shortage of exceptionally gifted talents, with powerful spiritual energy, just one heavenly tribulation away from being true divine officials. Who knew, perhaps one day they would reach it. Therefore, someone proposed changing a word, replacing it with I am so-and-so from the middle heavenly court, which sounded more pleasant, even though it carried the same meaning. In general, after the revision, for a time Xie Lian also wasn't very used to it. Looking at the two young martial officials before his eyes, one's complexion was worse than the other's, completely unlike willing to come here to help. Xie Lian couldn't help but say, Ling Wan, I don't see these two looking like they want to come here to help me with work. They look more like they want to come here to take my dog's head. You shouldn't trick people into coming here. Regrettably, it seemed his words couldn't be transmitted, and he didn't hear Ling Wen's voice beside his ear either. It seemed he had been away from the heavenly capital for too long and was too far. His spiritual energy completely depleted. Xie Lian had no other recourse. He first smiled at the two young martial officials and said, Nan Feng and Fu Yao, aren't you? That you are willing to come here to help. My heart is immensely grateful. The two merely nodded once, looking very composed, seemingly undoubtedly under the command of a martial god of illustrious renown. Xie Lian asked the tea shop owner to pour 2 more cups, then lifted a teacup, blew on the tea leaves, and casually asked a question under which His Highness are you two serving? Nan Feng said His Highness Nan Yang. Fu Yao said His Highness Xian Jun. Oh, this matter truly made one shudder. Xie Lian swallowed a mouthful of tea and asked, did your general send you two here? The two said in unison, our general does not know I am here. Xie Lian pondered for a moment, then asked, so do you two know who I am? If these two young martial officials were foolishly tricked by Ling Wen into coming to help him, and then got scolded by their own generals upon returning, it would truly not be worth it. Nan Feng said, you are His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Fu Yao said, you are the righteous path of the mortal realm. You are the center of the world. Xie Lian choked, and hesitantly asked Nan Feng just now. He rolled his eyes in disdain, didn't he? Nan Feng said, right. Tell him. To get lost. Nan Yang and Xian Zhan did not have a good relationship. This was no secret. When hearing about this, Xie Lian was not very surprised. Previously, the relationship between Feng Xian and Mu Qing had not been very good, but back then he was the master and they were his attendants. The crown prince would say, you two don't argue, you two must be good friends, and so both would try to tolerate each other without turning hostile if they were too annoyed. At most they would only use words to jab at the other, but having come this far, there was no need to pretend anymore. Precisely because of this, His Highness Nanyang's palace and His Highness Xianzhan's palace also regarded each other as enemies year-round, and even the devotees of the two divine officials in the southeast and southwest did not get along. The two individuals before him were a prime example. Fu Yao sneered, true Lord Ling Wen said, anyone who volunteers can come. On what grounds would you make me run back? The two words volunteer, uttered with Fu Yao's expression, truly held no persuasive power whatsoever. Xie Lian said, let me confirm again, are you two truly volunteers? If you don't want to, absolutely do not force yourselves. The two said in unison, I volunteer. Looking at those two sullen, heavy faces, Xie Lian thought to himself, you two actually wanted to say I'm committing suicide, didn't you? In short, Xie Lian said, first, let's discuss the main matter. This time what you two came to the north to do. Surely both of you already know, I will not repeat it again. The two said, we don't know. Having no other way, Xie Lian then took out a scroll and said, then I will recount it again from the beginning. Once upon a time, there was a pair of bride and groom who were extremely affectionate. The groom waited for the bridal procession to arrive, but he waited and still did not see the bride come. The groom, anxious in his heart, went to find the bride's birth home. Finally, her parents told him that the bride had already set out long ago. Both families reported to the officials and searched everywhere. From beginning to end they still found nothing. Even if she had been eaten by wild beasts in the mountains, at least there would be a leftover arm or leg. How could she have disappeared without a trace like that? Therefore, everyone began to suspect that perhaps the bride did not want to marry, had colluded with the bridal procession, and then run away. Who would have thought, after a few years, another couple got married, and the nightmare repeated itself. The bride disappeared again, but this time it was not without leaving any traces. On a small path, everyone found a shin that something had eaten only partially and then abandoned. From then on, the situation became even more irreversible. Within a period of nearly 100 years, a total of 17 brides disappeared in the Yu Jun mountain region. Sometimes 10 years would pass peacefully without incident, and some. At times, in a brief month, 2 people would go missing. A terrifying legend quickly spread in Yu Jun mountain. There was a ghost bridegroom. If he set his eyes on any woman, he would capture her on her way to be wed, and conveniently devour the entire bridal procession as well. This matter originally did not reach the heaven realm, because although 17 brides had disappeared, hundreds of thousands of other brides remained peaceful and safe. Since they couldn't find them and couldn't prevent it, the matter was simply left unresolved. At most, they would restrict marrying off daughters in this region, or local families with children getting married would simply organize less elaborate ceremonies. But it just so happened that the 17th bride's father was an official. He loved his daughter immensely. Hearing rumors about the legend of this place, he carefully selected 40 brave and strong martial officials to escort his daughter to her wedding. Yet, in the end, his daughter still disappeared. This time, the ghost bridegroom had poked a hornet's nest. This official, unable to find his daughter in the human world, became enraged. He united with his friends, together performing a worship ceremony, and also followed the advice of a master to perform charitable deeds, stirring up public opinion. Only then did the matter finally startle the various divine officials. Otherwise, how could the tiny voices of mortals possibly reach the ears of the divine officials? Xie Lian said, "That is ugly how it went." Because the expressions of the 2 men did not cooperate, he also didn't know if they had truly listened. If they hadn't listened, he could repeat it again. However, Nanfeng raised his head again, frowned and asked, "Did the missing brides have anything in common?" Xie Lian replied, "There were rich and poor, beautiful and ugly. Some were married as wives, others as concubines. In short, there was no pattern whatsoever. It was fundamentally impossible to guess the taste of this ghost bridegroom." Nanfeng uttered an raised his teacup, took a sip and began to ponder. Fu Yao, on the other hand, didn't even bother to touch the teacup Xie Lian offered him. He merely sat to one side, wiping his fingers with a white silk handkerchief, and indifferently said, "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, how do you know it's a ghost bridegroom?" "That's not necessarily certain. Up until now, no one has ever seen him. How can we know if it's male or female, old or young?" "Are you certain?" Xie Lian smiled and replied, "This scroll was compiled by civil officials in the Lingwen Palace. Ghost bridegroom is just what the common folk call him. However, what you said also makes a lot of sense." After a few more sentences, Xie Lian discovered that these 2 young martial officials possessed discerning and thorough lines of thought. Although their expressions weren't pleasant, they were extremely serious when discussing the main matter, and he couldn't help but feel pleased. Xingdi. As the sky had already darkened, the 3 temporarily left the small inn. After putting on his bamboo hat, Xie Lian walked for a while, when he suddenly felt that the 2 men still hadn't caught up. Annoyed, he turned his head to look back, only to find the 2 men also looking back at him, equally annoyed. Nanfeng asked, "Where are you running off to?" Xie Lian replied, "To find a place to stay." "Fu Yao, why are you glaring at me again?" Nanfeng said, annoyed, "Why must we run off to a desolate mountain?" Xie Lian often used the sky as his canopy and the earth as his mat, eating and sleeping on the road. He could casually spread a piece of cloth and lie down for a night's sleep. A moment ago, out of habit, he had sought out a cave to start a fire. Now, reminded by Nanfeng, he only just then realized that Nanfeng and Fu Yao were both martial officials under martial gods. If there was a Nanyang temple or a Xianjin temple nearby, they could simply enter the temple to sleep. Why would they need to sleep by the roadside? Before long, the 3 found a dilapidated earth god shrine in a corner. Incense remnants lay on a collapsed altar table, and at first glance it appeared desolate. They bowed a few times before the earth god's stone statue. Xie Lian called out a few times. The earth god, who for many years had no one worshipping him nor anyone calling upon him, suddenly heard his name. He rolled his eyes at the 3 people before him. The 2 individuals to his left and right were wrapped in a layer of spiritual glow. Like newly rich nobles, making their faces basically indistinct. The earth god, startled, leaped up, trembling and shaking as he asked, "Do the three immortal officials wish to command this humble one to do something?" Xie Lian nodded. "It's not exactly a command. Is there any temple nearby that worships General Nanyang or General Xianzhen?" The earth god dared not be perfunctory. This he tapped his fingers and said, "There's a shrine 5 li from here that worships, yes, it worships General Nanyang." Talian clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks." Meanwhile, the local earth god, so dazzled by the 2 streams of spiritual light beside him that his eyes were almost blind, immediately fled. Talian took a few coins and placed them on the altar. Seeing fallen incense sticks scattered about, he picked them up and placed them into the censer. Seeing Fu Dao's eyes roll up again, Talian truly wanted to ask if he was tired. After walking 5 miles, they indeed found a thriving temple located by the roadside. Though the temple was small, everything was complete and well provided, with people bustling in and out. The 3 concealed themselves and entered the temple. On the main altar stood a clay statue of the martial god Nam Duong, wearing armor and holding a bow. As soon as he saw the divine statue, Talian inwardly uttered a "hmm." A small village temple. This divine statue's carving and coloring were both crude and overall, it looked far different from Fong Tin and Talian's impression. But for the heavenly officials, divine statues being distorted was a common occurrence. Let alone a mother not recognizing it, some heavenly officials, upon seeing their own divine statues, couldn't recognize them either. After all, not many craftsmen had truly ever met a heavenly official. Therefore, one possibility was beautifully distorted, the other was hideously distorted. They could only rely on the posture, divine artifacts, and unique hats and robes to recognize which heavenly official this was. In short, the wealthier and more populous the place, the more fitting the divine statues were to the heavenly official's liking. The poorer the place, the worse the skill of the craftsman, and the more pathetic the divine statues were, unbearable to behold. Currently speaking, only General Huinchan's divine statues were the most tolerable. Why was that? Because other people's divine statues were simply ugly, and they didn't care. But Mu Tin, seeing himself portrayed badly, would secretly go and destroy them so that people would redo them, or subtly express his dissatisfaction through dreams. Gradually, over time, his great devotees came to know that they absolutely had to find craftsmen to make them beautiful. The entirety of Huinchan's temples, much like their general himself, was quite meticulous. Within 2 hours of entering the Nam Duong temple, Fu Dao continuously criticized and nitpicked the Nam Duong stat. Yui, saying things like its distorted form, vulgar colors, poor craftsmanship and peculiar style. Seeing blue veins slowly bulge on Nam Fong's forehead, Talian thought to himself that he had to quickly change the subject. Just then, he saw yet another girl enter to pay respects, devoutly kneeling before the statue. He then said softly, "Speaking of which, Nam Duong's engine's home turf is in the southeast. I didn't expect your incense offerings in the north would also be so abundant." In reality, the common people built temples and Taoist temples modeled after the immortal palaces of the heavenly realm, and the divine statues were precisely reflections of the heavenly officials themselves. Taoist temples gathered devotees, attracting incense offerings, becoming an important source for the spiritual power of the heavenly officials. And due to geographical, historical, customary, and many other reasons, people living in different regions often worship different heavenly officials. In their own territory, the spiritual power of a heavenly official would be exerted to its strongest extent. This was precisely the home turf advantage. Only the martial god emperor had devotees throughout the world, with Taoist temples in all 4 seas in 8 directions. Whether there was a home turf or not made no difference. Their generals' temples in places not their home turf also had flourishing incense offerings. This was a good thing. Nam Fong should have naturally been proud, but his expression looked extremely displeased. Fu Dao, standing beside him, smiled again and said, not bad, quite beloved, aren't they?" Talian said, "It's just that I have a query, I wonder." Nam Fong said, "If it's I don't know if I should say it or not, then just don't say it." Talian thought to himself, "No. What I want to say is I wonder if anyone can answer it." But he had a premonition that saying this sentence would lead to trouble, so he decided it was better to change the subject. To his surprise, Fu Dao leisurely said, "I know what you want to ask. You surely want to ask, why are the female devotees coming here to visit so numerous, aren't they? That was exactly the question Xie Lian wanted to ask. Female devotees of the martial god system were always fewer than male devotees, only Xie Lian 800 years ago was the exception. However, the reason for the exception was extremely simple, just one word: beautiful. Xie Lian knew very well it wasn't because he was highly virtuous and esteemed or possessed extraordinary divine power or anything like that. It was only because his divine statues were beautiful, and his Taoist temples were also beautiful. Almost all his Taoist temples were built by the imperial family. As for the divine statues, highly skilled craftsmen from all over the country were summoned to carve them according to his face. Moreover, thanks to the saying body in the abyss, heart in peach blossom paradise, the craftsmen often liked to add flowers to his divine statues and also liked to plant a sea of flowers in the Taoist temples. Therefore, at that time he also had the nickname Flower Crown martial god, wearing flower wreaths. The female devotees liked him because his divine statues were beautiful, and also liked that his Taoist temples were full of flowers. For just these reasons, they were also willing to conveniently go in and pay respects to him. But due to the aura of slaughter being too strong, the appearance of martial gods was often carved to be serious, ferocious and cold, making it so that female devotees who saw them would rather go and worship Guan Yin for peace. Although this Nam Duong statue didn't have a trace of what was called an aura of slaughter, it was even further from being beautiful. Yet, the female devotees coming to visit were almost even more numerous than male devotees. Therefore, Xie Lian felt a bit puzzled. Nam Fong clearly didn't want to answer this question, so he said to Fu Dao, "You shut up. If you're so idle, then worry about important matters instead." Fu Dao uttered a ha and was about to continue speaking. Just then that girl finished bowing, stood up, took some incense and then turned around. As soon as the girl turned around, Xie Lian nudged Nam Fong and Fu Dao. Both of them were losing patience. Pushed by him, they looked in that direction, and their expressions immediately changed dramatically. Volume 1 Chapter 5 Three Eccentrics Conversing Late at Night in the Great Ong Temple 2. Fu Dao said, "How ugly." Xie Lian choked for a moment before he finally opened his mouth. "Fu Dao, you shouldn't speak of a girl like that." To be fair, Fu Dao spoke the truth. That girl's face was flattened, looking exactly as if someone had slapped it flat. If one said her features were normal and nothing strange, that wouldn't be entirely true. If one absolutely had to describe it, then probably one could only use the phrase crooked nose and slanted eyes. However, in Xie Lian's eyes, he couldn't completely distinguish whether this girl was beautiful or ugly, mainly because when she turned around at the back of her skirt there was a huge tear, making it so that one had no way to pretend not to see it. At first, Fu Dao was also startled, but then quickly calmed down. The blue veins on Nam Fong's temples, however, disappeared immediately. Seeing Nam Fong's expression change, Xie Lian hastily said, "You don't be tense, don't be tense." After taking the incense, that girl again knelt down. While bowing and saying, "General Nanyang bless, your devout follower Xiao Huaying prays to be able to soon day catch the ghost groom. Don't let innocent people be harmed anymore." The girl bowed very devoutly, not at all noticing the abnormal situation behind her back, nor at all realizing there were 3 people squatting by the feet of the divine statue that she was bowing to. Xie Lian felt a bit of a headache, saying what to do now. Cannot let her go out like this, she will be seen by people all the way home for sure. Not to mention looking at the torn hole behind the girl's skirt. Clearly it was cut intentionally by someone using a sharp object, just afraid not only will she be gawked at but also be openly mocked and scorned, then truly it would be a humiliation. Fu Yao indifferently said, "Don't ask me. The one she bows to is not our General Xian Zhan. If it's not proper decorum then don't look, I didn't discover anything at all." Nam Fong again only waved his hand, his handsome face half green half white, not saying anything anymore, clearly a stubborn young man. Just like that, pushed into becoming a mute person, nothing could be relied upon. Xie Lian could only go into battle himself. He took off his outer robe, threw it down. The robe flew fluttering onto the girl, covering the extremely indecent torn hole behind her skirt. The 3 people simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. But due to this gust of wind being too strange, the girl was startled. She looked around nervously, then took the robe down, hesitated for a moment, then placed it on the altar, from beginning to end still innocently unaware. Not only that, after offering incense still wanted to go out. Now if to let the girl go out wandering around, afraid that she would no longer have face to meet people. Seeing that next to him each and everyone was just staring, generally no one was useful, Xie Lian sighed. Nam Fong and Fu Yao only felt empty beside them. Xie Lian had manifested Ju. Ped down. The lamps and torches in the temple were neither dim nor clear. Xie Lian jumped down, bringing with him a gust of wind. The firelight flickered. The girl named Xiao Huaying only felt dizzy. Next saw a man suddenly rushing out from the darkness, bare-bodied, reaching out a hand to her, making her instantly scared out of her wits. Not outside of expectation, a piercing shriek rang out. Xie Lian just about to open his mouth, the girl already swiftly swung a slap, loudly shouting indecent. Smack a sound. Xie Lian just like that received a slap. The resounding sound of the slap, the two squatting on the divine altar heard, and their half-sides of their faces, without prior arrangement, twitched simultaneously. Having taken a slap, Xie Lian also was not angry, only tried to push the outer robe over, quickly said a soft word. That girl was flustered just as she touched behind her. Her face suddenly flushed crimson. The rims of her eyes also in an instant glistened with water, not knowing if it was shame or anger. The girl clutched tightly the robe that Xie Lian gave to her. Covering her face, she hurried out. Only Xie Lian remained lightly clad, standing still in place. People gone, temple empty. Cold wind pierced through the room. In an instant suddenly felt a bit cold. Xie Lian rubbed and rubbed his face, turned around, carrying half his face imprinted with a deep red handprint, said to those two people, "It's all right, it's nothing." Just as he finished speaking, Nam Fo Ing pointed at him, asking, "Brother, did your wound split open?" Xie Lian lowered his head. "Oh, a sound." He had taken off his robe, clearly a body of skin smooth like suet jade. Only his chest was wrapped with layer after layer of white fabric, wrapped tightly and stiffly. Even his neck and two wrists were fully wrapped with bandages. Countless small wounds protruded from the tightly stretched edges of the bandages. Truly, looking at it made one panic. Thinking that his twisted neck must have healed, Xie Lian began to take off layer by layer of bandages. Fu Yao looked at him a few more times, asking, "Who is it?" Xie Lian asked, "What?" Fu Yao said, "Who was the person who fought with you?" Xie Lian fought? Not at all. Nam Fong, then the injuries all over your body are. Xie Lian blankly said, "I fell myself." Oh. That was 3 days ago, descending to the mortal realm, rolling down from the heavenly court and getting injured. If it was fighting with someone, it's not certain one could be injured to this extent. Fu Yao mumbled a few unclear sentences, in any case certainly not praising his fortitude. Xie Lian also didn't ask much, taking off the last thick layer of bandage on his neck. The next second, the gazes of Nam Fong and Fu Yao both froze, stopping on Xie Lian's neck. A black collar wrapped around his slender snow-white neck. Sensing their gazes, Lian smiled, turned around and said, "Is this the first time you've seen a true cursed shackles?" The cursed shackles, true to its name, is a kang formed from a curse. Divine officials banished from the celestial realm, the punishment of the heavens would form a mark of sin, etched onto their bodies, transforming into a restraint, sealing their divine powers, making them forever unable to escape. Like carving words onto one's face or using chains to bind hands and feet, it is a type of punishment, and also a warning, causing people to fear, and also causing people to be humiliated. As the laughingstock of the 3 realms who was cast down to the mortal realm twice, Lian, of course, carried such a curse on him. These 2 junior martial officials could not possibly have never heard of it before, but hearing about it and witnessing it firsthand still had quite a significant difference. Therefore, when the 2 of them displayed such expressions, Lian also understood. He guessed that perhaps this thing made the 2 junior martial officials wary and ill at ease. Generally speaking, it was certainly nothing good. He had originally intended to use the excuse of finding clothes to wear to go out for a stroll, but was given a glance by Fu Yao, accompanied by the remark, "For you to go out dressed like this is utterly scandalous," which stopped him. In the end, it was Nan Feng who went behind the shrine, casually took off his own robes, and threw them to him. Only then was he finally no longer scandalous. However, when they sat down again, everyone felt that after the incident just now, the atmosphere had become a little awkward. Lian then took out the scroll that the Lingwen Palace had given him and said, "Do you want to read it again?" Nan Feng raised his eyelids to look at Lian and said, "Read it already. I think that one needs to read it carefully." Fu Yao said, "What do you mean I need to read it carefully? This scroll is written so unclearly." Not worth a penny. Is it really worth reading again? Hearing Fu Yao say the scroll was not worth a penny, Xie Lian couldn't help but feel sorry for the junior civil officials in the Lingwen Palace who had written the scroll until their faces were the color of earth. Afterwards he heard Fu Yao say again, where were we talking about just now? Nanyang Temple. Why does Nanyang have so many female devotees, right? That's it then. Xie Lian put the scroll away, gently rubbing his throbbing glabella, inwardly understanding tonight, no one needs to read it at all. Since reading serious matters didn't work out, then let's see what exactly happened. It turned out that besides His Royal Highness the Crown Prince picking up scraps in the mortal realm for over several hundred years, currently, all divine officials knew that Nanyang True Lord Feng Xian once had a period when he was called Juyang True Lord. Regarding this appellation, Feng Xian himself could be said to detest it to the core of his being. As for what Feng Xian had to go through, everyone's feeling was only one word: injustice, because the correct spelling was originally Goyang. The reason it was mistakenly spread was because of this event. Many years ago, a certain king commenced the construction of a Taoist temple. To express his sincerity, the king personally inscribed characters for each plaque in every hall and every palace. Yet, when he wrote Goyang Hall, for some reason the king wrote it as Juyang Hall. This made the officials responsible for building the Taoist temple utterly distraught. They were at a loss to guess whether His Majesty deliberately intended to change it that way or carelessly wrote it wrong. If it was intentional, why didn't he issue a clear decree stating he wanted to change it as such? And if it wasn't intentional, how could His Majesty make such a crude mistake? They also couldn't say, "Your Majesty, you are wrong." Who knew if His Majesty would feel that they were mocking him for being careless, or implying that his knowledge was shallow, not sincere? Not to mention, this was His Majesty's precious handwriting. If not used, should it be thrown away? The most difficult thing to guess in this world is the imperial will. The officials were extremely distressed after much deliberation. They still felt that instead of causing His Majesty grievance, it would be better to cause Goyang True Lord a little grievance. One cannot but admit, they had made the correct choice. After discovering Goyang had turned into Juyang, His Majesty also showed no reaction, only inviting a group of scholars to diligently peruse ancien texts to find countless insignificant, trivial reasons, wrote piles of essays, striving to prove that it should have originally been Juyang, and Goyang was the incorrect spelling. In short, overnight, Goyang halls across the entire nation all turned into Juyang halls. Feng Xian didn't understand why his name was changed and only learned about this more than 10 years later. Basically, he had never carefully looked at the plaque at his divine temple. It was just that one day he suddenly felt vexed, wondering why so many women came to his temple to visit, and what's more, each and every one of them was shy, embarrassed, their faces flushed red, and when offering incense they would all pray for strange, unholy things. After knowing what happened, Feng Xian charged violently up to the 9 heavens, aiming towards the blazing sun, and let out a string of curses. All the divine officials were frightened by him. Done cursing, there was still no other way. If they wanted to pray, let them pray. He also couldn't make things difficult for those devoutly praying girls. He could only endure listening for many years, until Juyang was changed to Nanyang by another respectable king who felt it was truly indecorous. Everyone still never forgot that besides being a martial god, he could also conveniently provide additional blessings for something else. Yet, everyone also maintained a tacit understanding: absolutely do not use those 2 words to call him. At the same time, they also maintained a consensus: how should Nanyang True Lord be evaluated? Just one word: good. As long as he doesn't open his mouth to curse people, everything is good. On this side, Nan Feng's face was already as black as the bottom of an old pot. On the other side, Fu Yao even got inspired to compose poetry and elegantly said, "When women seek, they seek children strongest. Potent Yang's secret recipe, delivering children to Nanyang." Ahaha ha 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 ha. Temporary translation of 2 lines of verse: friend of the female sex, prayers for children are most efficacious. Secret to invigoration. Nanyang sends sons, sending sons. Nanyang is a mimicry of sending sons. Guanyin. Ancient people often prayed to sending sons Guanyin to bless them with a son. Xie Lian, with great goodwill, suppressed a smile, saving a little face for Feng Xian before the statue of Nanyang divine. Nan Feng's face was livid with anger. "Stop messing around here. If you're really that idle, then go sweep the house." As soon as this sentence was uttered, Fu Yao's complexion instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. If one were to say that what the Nanyang Palace most dreaded was people uttering those two words, then what the Xianzhen Palace most dreaded was hearing the words sweep the house. Because Mu Qing served as a menial at Huangji Temple, meaning he spent his entire day sweeping floors, carrying tea, fetching water, and making beds for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. One day Xie Lian saw Mu Qiu sweeping the floor while murmuring cultivation incantations, and was moved by his diligent effort and studious spirit amidst adversity. It was then that he implored the state preceptor to accept him as his disciple. How should this matter be spoken of? It could be grand or it could be trivial, it could be shameful but also praiseworthy, depending on how the party concerned perceived it. Evidently, the party concerned considered this a lifelong humiliation, because if Mu Qing and the martial generals under his command heard this word, they would instantly turn hostile. Indeed, Fu Yao paused, his gaze sweeping over Xie Lian beside him, who was waving his hand in a very innocent manner, and he sneered, hearing your words, if one didn't know, one might think your Nanyang Palace is standing up for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Nan Feng also chuckled faintly. Your general is truly an ungrateful and disloyal type. What is there to say? He Xie Lian was just about to interject a sentence when Fu Yao burst into laughter. Your general is merely a dog criticizing a cat for having too much fur. What right does he have to poke fun? Hearing these two treat him as a bludgeon to bash each other's superior divine officials, Xie Lian finally couldn't listen anymore and said, wait. Stop. Of course, no one paid attention to him. Moreover, they began to lay hands on each other. It was unknown who struck first, but generally speaking, the altar split into two halves and the Fr. Yut tray instantly rolled onto the ground. Seeing the situation was beyond salvage, Xie Lian sat in the corner sighing, what karma? Then picked up a small bun that had rolled to his feet, rubbed its wrapper, preparing to eat it, when Nan Feng glanced over, immediately slapping the bun away. Don't eat it. Fu Yao also stopped his hands, saying in a surprised and disgusted tone, it fell into a pile of dust, and you can still eat it. Seizing this opportunity, Xie Lian gestured with his hand, saying, Stop. I have something to say. He separated the two of them, saying gently, firstly, the Crown Prince His Royal Highness you speak of is none other than me. This Royal Highness has yet to speak, so do not treat me as a weapon to be thrown back and forth to attack each other. He paused for a moment, then added, I believe your two generals would absolutely not do such a thing. Your actions like this make them lose all decorum. Where will they put their faces? As soon as this sentence was uttered, both their complexions changed somewhat. Xie Lian continued, secondly, you came to help me, right? So, in the end, will you listen to me or listen to yourselves? After a long while, the two finally replied, we will listen to you. Although both their faces at first glance seemed to say, you must be dreaming if you think we'll listen to you, Xie Lian was nevertheless satisfied. He clasped his hands before his chest with a soft bop and said, excellent. Finally, the third point, which is tea. The most important one. If you must throw something, then I invite you to throw me, do not throw food. Nan Feng pulled out the bun that Xie Lian had picked up and hidden in his hand, intending to find an opportunity to eat it, and said in an exasperated voice, it fell on the ground, don't eat it. The next day, the small Xiangfeng tea house was as usual. The tea house owner was once again stretching his legs to soothe his joints before the shop door, when he saw three figures approaching from afar. A simple white-robed Taoist, with a hat slung on his back, walked foremost, followed by two tall and slender youths in black robes. That Taoist, with folded arms, approached leisurely. Speaking in a relaxed manner, it could be said he looked even more idle than the owner himself. Owner, may I trouble you for 3 cups of tea? The tea house owner smiled and said, right away. He thought to himself, these 3 fools have come again. What a pity. When comparing appearances, the latter is more handsome than the former. When comparing minds, this one is more demented than that one. And still speaking of gods, immortals, ghosts and heavens. Even with such a severe illness, what good is beauty? Xie Lian still sought a seat near the window after all 3 had sat down. Nan Feng asked, why must we speak here? Are you sure outsiders won't overhear us? Xie Lian said softly, it's fine, even if they overhear, people won't care, they'll just think the 3 of us are mad. Xie Lian said, to prevent the 3 of us from continuing to waste time, let's get straight to the point. After a night of quiet contemplation, have you thought of any solutions? Fu Yao's eyes flashed brightly, and he said coldly, kill. Nan Feng said, nonsense. Xie Lian said. Nanfeng, you don't be so fierce. Fu Yao didn't say anything wrong. The basic way to solve a problem is to kill. The problem is where to kill, whom to kill, how to kill. I suggest. Just at this moment, a burst of clanging gongs and beating drums came from the main road, and the three people looked out the window. It was that gloomy bride-sending procession again. These people blew horns and beat drums, shouting loudly, as if afraid people wouldn't hear. Nanfeng frowned. Didn't they say local people living near Mount Yu Jun? Even when marrying didn't dare to organize lavishly? In this procession were all healthy, robust men, their faces and muscles stretched to the extreme, foreheads oozing cold sweat, as if what they were carrying was not a joyous bridal sedan chair but a guillotine platform demanding lives and seizing souls. What kind of person, after all, was sitting in the sedan chair? Pondering for a moment, Xie Lian was just about to say he would go out and take a look when a cold gust of wind blew past, and the curtain on the side of the sedan chair lifted with the breeze. The person behind the curtain swayed in the sedan chair in an extremely peculiar posture. Her head was askew. Under the veil were lips painted crimson red. The smile at the corner of her mouth excessively exaggerated. The sedan chair jolted once. The veil slipped down, revealing a pair of wide staring eyes, glaring towards this side. Looking in, one could only see that it was clearly a girl with a broken neck quietly laughing loudly at them. Don't know if it was because the sedan bearer's hands trembled too violently or not. That bridal sedan chair was not very steady, and the girl's head also swayed along. Swaying back and forth, bop a sound, a head fell down, rolling tumbling on the main road. And the headless body sitting in the sedan chair also fell forward. Thud a sound. The whole person flung out of the sedan chair door. Book 1 Chapter 6 Ghost welcomes bride. Crown Prince mounts bridal sedan chair. One sedan bearer didn't pay attention, accidentally stepped on an arm, and he yelled first. The bride-sending procession immediately exploded. The whole group swish 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 pulled out a pile of large gleaming white sabers, shouting loudly, "What's going on? Has it arrived?" Don't know where they had hidden the sabers before. The road was chaotic and noisy. Xie Lian looked carefully once more. That separated head and body was not a living person but a wooden doll. Fu Yao again said, "Too ugly." Just as the tea shop owner carrying a bronze pot walked over. Remembering the owner's attitude yesterday, Xie Lian said, "Shop owner, yesterday I already saw that group of people blowing horns and beating drums on the road, and today I see them again. What are they doing?" The tea shop owner replied, seeking death. Xie Lian was also not surprised, asking, "They want to lure out the ghost groom, don't they?" The tea shop owner said, "What else could they want to do? There's a father of a bride offering a large sum of money to find his daughter and capture that ghost groom, so that group of people just causing a murky and tumultuous ruckus all day long like that." The father offering the reward was of course that official lord. Xie Lian again glanced at the crudely made female head rolling on the ground, knowing in his heart that group of people wanted to use this dummy to impersonate a bride. Only heard Fu Yao mockingly say, "If I were the ghost groom, dare to give such an ugly thing to me, I would destroy this town." Xie Lian said, "Fu Yao, these words of yours are not like words a celestial official should speak. Furthermore, can you possibly fix your habit of rolling your eyes? Or how about you set for yourself a small goal first, each day only roll your eyes about 5 times. Nanfeng said even if you let him set a goal of 50 times a day, it wouldn't be enough. At this moment, a young man suddenly darted out of the procession, his spirit extremely energetic, seeming to be the leader. He waved his hand and shouted, listen to me, listen to me. Continuing like this is just useless. How many trips have we made these past few days? Was that ghost groom lured out? The men successively joined in the comply. NTS, and the young man continued, as I see it, it's better to either not do it at all, or if we do it, then do it completely. Let's just charge straight into Mount Yu Jun. Search the mountain and drag that ugly fellow out to kill him. I'll go first. Any brave man with conviction, please follow me. Kill the ugly fellow, the reward everyone shares. Initially the whole group of men only sparsely echoed a few words. Gradually the noise increased, and finally everyone responded, sounding very boisterous. Xie Lian asked, ugly fellow? Shop owner, what is the ugly fellow they are talking about? The tea shop owner replied, it is said that the ghost groom is an ugly fellow living in Duquan Mountain. Also because he is too ugly, no girl likes him, which is why he harbors resentment, specializing in snatching away other people's brides, not allowing people to complete their joyful occasions. This was not recorded in the scrolls of the Lingwen Temple. Xie Lian asked, is there such a saying? It must merely be a conjecture, right? The tea shop owner said, who knows? It said that quite a few people have encountered him. Something about his entire face being wrapped in bandages, his eyes ferocious, not speaking a word, only grunting and howling like a hunting dog. The rumors spread are both strange and lengthy. Fu Yao said, a face wrapped in bandages, it's not necessarily because he is ugly, it could also be because he is too beautiful and does not wish for people to see it. The tea shop owner fell silent for a moment and then said, who knows? In general, I have never met him before. At that moment, from the street came the voice of a young maiden. Brothers, do not listen to him, do not go, Duquan Mountain is very dangerous. The person hiding in the corner of the street who spoke these words was none other than the young maiden Xiaoying, who had come to Namjung Temple to pray for blessings last night. Upon seeing Xiaoying, Xie Lian felt his face sting a little, and unconsciously raised a hand to touch it. The young man, seeing her, frowned and even pushed her, saying, when important gentlemen are speaking, what business does a girl have interrupting? Pushed by him, Xiaoying flinched slightly. Gathering her courage, she cautiously continued, brothers, do not listen to him. Whether it's feigning a bridal escort or searching the mountain, both are equally dangerous. Is it not like seeking death yourself? The young man said, you speak so well, don't you? All of us are risking our lives for the people to eliminate harm, but what about you? For personal gain, you refuse to pretend to be the bride on the sedan chair. You don't even have a shred of courage for the people of this place. And now you come to obstruct us. What are your intentions? Every time he spoke a sentence, he pushed the girl. The people in the tea shop watched and could not help but frown. Xie Lian, while lowering his head to untie the bandage on his wrist, heard the tea shop owner say, why that young ruffian, previously wanting to entice that girl to pretend to be the bride. His words were as sweet as honey, but when the girl refused, now he displays this attitude. On the street, the other men also said, don't stand here blocking the way, scram, scram. Seeing this, Xiao Ying's face flushed crimson, tears welled up in her eyes, and she said, why do you need to speak like that? The young man continued, am I not speaking the truth? I told you to pretend to be the bride, you refused even if it meant death, didn't you? Xiaoying said, it's just that I didn't dare, but still, you didn't need to cut my skirt. The moment she mentioned this, the young man immediately sprang up as if stabbed in the foot, pointed at her nose and cursed, you ugly wretch. Don't stand here slandering others. Did I cut your skirt? Do you think I'm blind? Who knows if you yourself wanted to show it off to people and cut it yourself. But no one would bother to look at your revolting ugly face even in a torn skirt. Don't you dare pin it on me. Nam Feng truly could not listen any longer. The teacup shattered in his hand. Just as Nam Feng was about to stand up, the white figure beside him lightly fluttered, while the young man, who was then jumping 3 feet high on the other side, suddenly cried out, covering his face. He fell to the ground on his backside. Fresh blood streamed ceaselessly between his fingers. Before everyone could clearly see what had happened, the young man had already fallen to the ground. He even thought that Xiaoying had flared up in anger, but unexpectedly, when he looked at her again, she was nowhere to be seen. A white-robed Taoist was standing in front of her. Xie Lian smoothed his sleeves without turning his head. He smiled faintly at Xiaoying, gently bent at the waist, looking directly into her eyes, and asked, young maiden, I wonder if I may invite you in to share some tea? The young man, who had fallen to the ground, felt a throbbing pain in his mouth and nose, his entire face aching as if it had been assaulted by a steel whip, but clearly this Taoist carried no weapon, nor was there any sight of how he had struck or with what. He staggered to his feet, raised his saber and shouted, this fellow used demonic arts. The moment they heard the words demonic arts, the men behind them scrambled to raise their sabers and point. Unexpectedly from behind, Nam Feng suddenly unleashed a palm strike. Crack! The entire pillar broke and crumbled. Seeing such divine power, the faces of all the men changed simultaneously. That young man, though trembling with fear in his heart, still put on a brave front as he ran. He shouted loudly in their direction, today I am unlucky. Who are you, brave heroes? Quickly leave your names, we shall meet again another day. Nam Feng did not deign to reply. Fu Yao, standing to the side, then said, no problem at all, this gentleman is Jew. Nam Feng, turning his hand, unleashed another palm strike, and the two thus quietly bickered. Xie Lian had originally intended to invite the girl in to sit for a while, and order some fruit, tea and refreshments for her to eat something, but she wiped her tears and left on her own. He could only sigh as he watched her retreating figure, and then entered alone. Before he entered, the tea shop owner said remember to compensate for the pillar. Therefore, when he sat down, Xie Lian said to Nan Feng remember to compensate for the pillar. Nan Feng. Xie Lian said but before that, we must attend to serious matters first. Who will lend me some spiritual power? I must enter the spirit communication array to verify some information. Nan Feng raised his hand, and the two clapped hands and swore an oath, establishing what was considered an extremely simple contract. Thanks to this, Xie Lian was finally able to enter the spirit communication array. As soon as he entered, Xie Lian immediately heard Ling Wen say, "Has your highness finally borrowed spiritual power? Is the progress in the north smooth? How are the two junior martial officials, who self-recommended themselves for assistance, doing?" Raising his head, looking at the pillar Nan Feng had broken with a single palm strike, and Fu Yao, whose face was cold and serene, eyes closed cultivating his spirit, Xie Lian said the two junior martial officials, each distinct in their own way, are both talents worthy of being brought to prominence. Ling Wen smiled and said then We must congratulate General Nanyang and General Xianzhan according to your highness' words. These two junior martial officials will surely have boundless futures, and ascension is merely a matter of time. Not long after, Mu Qing's indifferent voice rang out. This time it set off without reporting to me, it went on its own accord. In short, I know nothing at all. Xie Lian thought to himself, you really are stationed in the spirit communication array from morning till night. Ling Wen said, Your Highness, where are you all currently staying? The north is where General Pei guards his temples are flourishing with incense and prayers. If needed, Your Highness can temporarily stay at his Mingguang temple. Xie Lian replied, No need for such trouble. Recently we couldn't find the Mingguang temple, we are currently staying at a Nanyang temple. Let me ask a question, Ling Wen, regarding this ghost groom. Do you have any more information? Ling Wen said, Yes, there is more. A moment ago, the assessment result from our temple just came out. It is hung for demons, devils, ghosts, and monsters that wreak havoc in the mortal realm. Based on their abilities, the Ling Wen temple divides them into 4 ranks: evil, cruel, fierce, and absolute. An evil one kills one person, a cruel one annihilates a clan, a fierce one massacres a city, and the most terrifying is the absolute one. Whenever it appears, it will surely harm the nation and its people, causing great chaos in the world. Unexpectedly, the ghost groom hiding in Yu Jun Mountain is actually ranked fierce, only 1 rank below absolute. In that case, those who have encountered it would likely find it difficult to return with their lives intact. Therefore, after exiting the spirit communication array, Xie Lian then informed the other two of this matter. Nan Feng said then things like the ugly fellow wrapped in bandages are mostly just rumors. Otherwise, they would have seen something else. Xie Lian said there's also another possibility. For example, under certain circumstances this ghost groom will not harm people or cannot harm people. Fu Yao criticized implicitly the Ling Wen temple really has terrible efficiency. It took so long to get an assessment result. What good is it now? Xie Lian said at least we understand something about the opponent's strength, but if it is fierce, then this ghost groom's spiritual power is certainly very strong. Dummies fundamentally cannot fool it. If we want to lure it out, the members of the bridal escort team cannot use fake dummies to deceive it, nor can they carry weapons. The most important thing is, the bride must absolutely be a living person. Fu Yao said go out and find a girl and tell her to be the bait, that's all. Nan Feng, however, dismissed it. No. Fu Yao said why? Won't she agree? Give her some money and she'll agree right away. Xie Lian said, Fu Yao, even if there is a girl willing to go, it is still best not to use this method. That ghost groom is ranked fierce. What if there's a slight mishap? We would be fine, but if the bride is captured, a weak girl, unable to escape and unable to resist, I'm afraid only death would await her. Fu Dao said, if we can't find a girl, then we'll have to find a man. Nam Fong said, where would we know to find a man willing to pretend? Before the words were out, the gazes of both men shifted over here. Ta Lin was still smiling. Late at night, Nanyang Temple. Ta Lin, with messy hair, emerged from behind the main hall. The 2 men standing guard at the temple door had just looked up when Nam Fong immediately cursed loudly. Damn it! And then charged straight out. Ta Lin was silent for a moment, then asked, is it that bad? Anyone who came to look could, with a single glance, immediately recognize that this was a handsome young man with a gentle face. But that was precisely the reason a handsome young man wearing a set of female wedding robes. This image truly made many people unable to bear the sight, such as Nam Fong, who surely reacted so violently because he personally could not accept it. Seeing Fu Dao standing still, scrutinizing him from head to toe with a complex gaze, Ta Lin asked, "Do you have anything you want to say?" Fu Dao nodded. "If I were the ghost groom, who would dare give this kind of woman to me?" Ta Lin said, "Then you would destroy this town?" Fu Dao coldly replied, "No, I would kill her." Ta Lin laughed. "I can only say, it's fortunate I'm not a woman." Fu Dao said, "I think it would be better if you now entered the communication array to ask if there are any heavenly officials willing to teach you transformation spells that seems more realistic." It was true that in the heavenly realm there were a few heavenly officials proficient in transformation spells due to special needs, but it was feared that even if one learned now, it would no longer be in time. Over there, Nam Fong stepped in with a serious face after finishing his curses. He was much calmer, a point truly exactly like the general he served. Seeing that the sky had already darkened, Ta Lin said, "Forget it, it'll be the same once the veil is on." As he spoke, he prepared to put it on himself, but Fu Dao raised a hand to stop him, saying, "Wait. You still don't know how that ghost groom harms people. What if it lifts the veil, discovers it's been tricked, and in its rage an unusual change occurs? Wouldn't that just invite more trouble?" Hearing that, Ta Lin also felt it was reasonable, but just as he took one step, he suddenly heard a rip. The red wedding robes that Fu Dao had found for him truly didn't fit him at all. Originally, the body shape of females was already much more slender. Ta Lin, wearing it, found it wasn't tight around the waist, but raising his sleeves or lifting his legs felt extremely constrained. One strong movement and it would rip immediately. Just as he was looking everywhere to see where exactly it had ripped, a voice came from the temple. "Do, or excuse me." The three people, hearing the sound, turned to look, only to see Chu Huan standing at the temple door, holding a neatly folded white outer garment, timidly looking at them. Chu Huan said, "I remembered seeing you here last night, so I thought I'd come to see if I could meet you again. I've washed the jacket, I'll put it here. For yesterday and today I must thank you very much." Ta Lin was about to smile at her, but suddenly remembered his current appearance, so he decided to speak less to avoid scaring her. Unexpectedly, Chu Huan not only wasn't scared by him but also took a step forward, asking, "Brother, if you like, shall I help you?" "Oh." Ta Lin said, "No, young lady, please don't misunderstand, I don't have this preference." Chu Huan hastily said, I know. My intention is that if you don't mind, I can help you. You want to capture the ghost groom, right?" Her voice, along with her expression, suddenly lifted, and she said, I know how to mend clothes. I always carry needle and thread with me. Anywhere amiss I can fix. I also know how to apply makeup. Let me help you." "Oh." 2 incense sticks later, Xie Lian bowed his head and stepped out from behind the hall once more. This time stepping out, the bride's veil was already fully draped. Nan Feng and Fu Yao seemed about to take a look, but in the end still decided to cherish their own 2 eyes. They found the sedan chair right at the temple gate, the carefully selected sedan chair. Bearers had long been waiting. The moon was dark, the night wind cold. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince thus wore a new set of bridal robes, sitting on the resplendent red bridal sedan chair. Author says, the first glance when the bride lifts her veil, of course, can only be for the groom to see. Volume 1 Chapter 7 Ghost welcomes bride. Crown Prince mounts bridal sedan chair 2. That bridal sedan chair, the entire sedan chair covering the outer layer of the sedan chair, was of deep red silk, embroidered with colored thread with perfect flowers, full moon, dragon and phoenix bringing auspiciousness. Nan Feng and Fu Yao, one on the left and one on the right, protected the sides of the bridal sedan chair. Xie Lian sat upright within the sedan chair, swaying back and forth with the sedan chair bearer's steps. Dragon and phoenix bringing auspiciousness is a symbol in feng shui. According to feng shui beliefs, when dragon and phoenix stand together, it is called dragon and phoenix bringing auspiciousness. Dragon and phoenix displaying auspicious tidings, which has the effect of activating romance, bringing good luck, and dispelling all malevolent energy wherever it is placed. According to Dantian Trung, the 8 sedan chair bearers were all martial officers of unparalleled martial arts. To find highly skilled martial arts sedan chair bearers to disguise themselves as the bridal escort team, Nanfeng and Fu Yao went directly to the residence of that old official, revealing their abilities, stating clearly that they wanted to go to Mount Yu Jun to scout at night. That old official, without a second word, immediately dragged out a series of tall, sturdy martial officers. However, the reason for wanting to find people of unparalleled martial arts was not because they hoped they could lend a hand, but rather that they wanted them to be capable enough to protect themselves and escape when the fierce ghost ran rampant. But in reality, in the hearts of the 8 martial officers, they held the 3 in utter disdain. They were the #1 masters in the residence wherever they went. Did they not stand at the head of all heroes? Yet these 2 scholarly fellows, as soon as they arrived, wanted to climb onto their heads, and even force them to be sedan chair-bearers. It must be said, was extremely vexing. The master's command could not be disobeyed. They could only suppress the contempt in their hearts, but the anger they harbored inevitably flared up. They often deliberately slipped a foot, their hands trembling, causing the sedan chair, when lifted, to sway precariously. Outsiders looking in would not guess, but the person sitting inside the sedan chair, if even slightly weak, would likely vomit profusely. After swaying for a while, sure enough, they heard Xie Lian's low sigh from within the sedan chair. A few martial officers couldn't help but secretly feel smug. Fu Yao from outside said coldly, "Young lady, what's wrong with you? Ma, Rying in your twilight years, are you shedding tears of joy?" Indeed, when a bride marries, not a few people wipe away tears and weep inside the bridal sedan chair. Xie Lian didn't know whether to cry or laugh when he opened his mouth. His voice was still calm as usual, not showing any sign of discomfort from being swayed back and forth. "No. It's just that I suddenly discovered that this bridal escort team is missing something very important." Nanfeng asked, "Missing what? Surely we've prepared everything that needed to be prepared." Xie Lian replied with a smile, "2 dowry maids. Dowry maids, dowry that parents give to their daughter when she marries. Here referring to maids that parents send to serve their child in her husband's home." "Oh." Nanfeng and Fu Yao, standing outside, looked at each other simultaneously without prior arrangement, not knowing what image they had imagined. That both shuddered. Fu Yao said, "You can consider our family poor, with no money to buy maids, just bear with it." Xie Lian said, "All right then." Hearing them jest, the group of martial officers carrying the sedan chair couldn't help but burst into laughter. Thanks to this, the dissatisfaction in their hearts also lessened considerably, a sense of closeness increased by several points, and the sedan chair also began to become steady. Xie Lian leaned back again, sat upright and closed his eyes to rest his spirit. Little did he expect that not long after, a string of children's laughter suddenly echoed beside his ear. "Hee ho ho. Hi ha." The sound of laughter spread out in the forest mountains just like rippling waves, both ethereal and eerie. Yet the bridal sedan chair still did not stop, but proceeded steadily as before. Even Namfeng and Fu Dao said nothing, as if they had not detected any abnormal situation. Xie Lian opened his eyes, and said in a low voice, "Namfeng, Fu Dao." Namfeng stood to the left of the bridal sedan chair, and asked, "What's wrong?" Xie Lian said, "Something is coming." At this moment, the bridal escort party had gradually entered deep into Mount Yu Jun. All around, it grew increasingly silent. Even the creaking sound of the wooden sedan chair, the sound of stepping on crushed dry branches and withered leaves, and the breathing sounds of the sedan chair bearers also seemed quite noisy in this utterly silent place. And yet, that childish laughter still had not disappeared. Sometimes far away as deep within the forest mountains, sometimes near as if crawling beside the sedan chair. Namfeng, with a solemn face, said, "I don't hear any sound at all." Fu Dao also said coldly, "I as well." The remaining sedan chair bearers were even less able to hear. Xie Lian said, "Then, that means it intentionally only lets me hear." The 8 martial officers, who were originally confident in their superior martial arts, and moreover felt that the ghost groom's bride fetching was erratic and unpredictable, so they would surely return empty-handed tonight, thus the EY weren't afraid at all, but for some reason, suddenly remembering the 40 mysteriously vanished martial officers before that, the temples of a few of them also oozed cold sweat. Sensing that someone had stopped their steps, Xie Lian said, "Don't stop. Pretend as if nothing is happening." Namfeng waved his hand, signaling them to continue. Xie Lian then said, "It is singing." Fu Dao asked, "What is it singing?" Pricking up his ears to listen carefully to that childish voice, Xie Lian spoke word for word, speaking one line and pausing once newly wedded bride, newly wedded bride, newly wedded bride in a red sedan chair. In the deep silent night, Xie Lian's slow voice was heard distinctly. It was clear that he was reading, but the 8 martial officers felt as if they heard the naive voice of a child singing this bizarre folk song along with him, and could not help but have goosebumps all over. Xie Lian continued to speak with tears welling up in her eyes. Crossing over hills and mountains, beneath the veil, do not smile. Ghost groom? Ghost groom? Or something else? Pausing for a moment, he said, it's no good. It keeps laughing, I can't hear clearly. Namfeng frowned. What does it mean? Xie Lian said the literal meaning is, it's telling the bride sitting in the sedan chair to only cry, and not to smile. Namfeng said, what I mean is, what is the intention of this thing coming to remind you? Fu Dao, as always, held a differing opinion, and said it's not certain it's Remin. Ding. Perhaps it's intentionally saying the opposite in truth. Smiling is what leads to peace and safety, while its purpose is precisely to trick people into crying. It's hard to guarantee that the brides of the past weren't deceived like that. Xie Lian said. Fu Dao. An ordinary bride hearing such a sound on the road would likely be scared out of her wits. How could she possibly smile? Moreover, no matter if I cry or smile, what is the worst possible outcome? Fu Dao said, being taken away. Xie Lian asked, is that not why we set out tonight? Fu Yao snorted through his nose, refuting no further. Xie Lian said, furthermore, there is something I feel I absolutely must tell you all. Nanfeng asked, what is it? Xie Lian said, ever since I boarded the bridal sedan, I have been smiling. Oh! No sooner had he finished speaking than the sedan's frame suddenly sagged. The 8 martial officials outside instantly fell into disarray. The bridal sedan came to a complete halt, and Nanfeng shouted loudly, everyone, don't panic. Xie Lian gently raised his head, asking, what is happening? Fu Yao calmly replied, nothing. Just encountered a pack of beasts. No sooner had Fu Yao finished speaking than Xie Lian immediately heard the mournful, sky-rending howl of wolves. A pack of wolves was blocking their path. Thinking it over, no matter how he looked at it, it felt quite amiss. Xie Lian asked, allow me to ask a question. Do wolf packs usually frequent Mount Yu Jun? One of the martial official sedan bearers outside replied, never heard of it. How could there be wolves in Mount Yu Jun? Xie Lian raised an eyebrow. Then we've come to the right place. A mere pack of wolves in the wild mountains could do nothing against Nanfeng and Fu Yao. Nor could they faze the martial officials who spent their years living on the blade's edge. It was only that just now they had been pondering that eerie folk song, which was why they were startled and caught off guard. Pairs of gloomy green wolf eyes gleamed in the dark wilderness, as hungry wolves slowly slipped out from the dense woods surrounding the area. However, compared to something intangible that could neither be heard nor touched, these visible, tangible wild beasts were far easier to deal with. The whole group eagerly rubbed their hands, preparing to unleash their full might in a grand slaughter. However, the real spectacle was yet to come. Closely following their advance, rustling and murmuring sounds, a series of strange noises like beasts yet not beasts, like humans yet not humans rang out. A martial official exclaimed in fright, what is this? What in the world is this thing? Nanfeng also cursed under his breath. Xie Lian immediately knew something unusual was happening, and as he spoke he prepared to stand. What's wrong? Nanfeng quickly said, brother, don't come out here. No sooner had Xie Lian lifted his hand than the sedan's frame shook violently, as if something was clinging to its door. He did not lower his head, but his gaze dropped slightly, catching sight of the black nape of something through the gap beneath the veil. It was actually crawling into the sedan. The creature slammed its head against the sedan door, only to be abruptly pulled out by someone from outside. Nanfeng stood before the sedan and cursed, damn it, it's a Bai Nu. As soon as he heard Bai Nu, Xie Lian knew at once that this time trouble had arrived. According to the judgment of the Lingwen Temple, a Bai Nu was a creature that hadn't even reached the level of evil. It was said that originally Bai Nus were human, but looking at them now, even if considered human, they were deformed humans. They had heads and faces, but they were vague and indistinct. They had arms and legs, but could not walk upright. They had mouths and teeth, but even after biting for ages, they couldn't bite anyone to death. Nevertheless, if given the choice, people would rather encounter a more terrifying evil or Li than face a Bai Nu. This was because Bai Nus usually appeared alongside other demons, ghosts, and monsters. When a prey was battling an enemy, a bainu would suddenly leap out, endlessly clinging with its limbs and slimy body, and coupled with its countless comrades, one falling, another advancing, it would entangle the prey like sticky taffy. Although its combat strength was not high, its vitality was incredibly tenacious, and moreover, they often appeared in swarms, making it impossible to shake them off and very difficult to swiftly wipe them out. Gradually, the prey would be exhausted by them, entangled by them, and ultimately, there would be a fleeting moment of carelessness, allowing the lurking enemy to seize an opportune advantage. And after the prey was killed by other demons and monsters, bainu would pick up some severed limbs and stumps that the opponent had eaten leftover, eat them with relish, chewing crunchily. This was truly sickening beyond words. If it were a god official in the upper heaven court with spiritual light flashing and weapon drawn, they would surely be able to scare them 90 li away. But for the minor god officials in the middle heaven court, this thing was very difficult to handle. Fu Yao from a distance said with disgust, "I hate most this thing. The Lingwen Palace has never mentioned the existence of this thing, has it?" Xie Lian said no. Fu Yao said, "Truly useless." Xie Lian asked, "How many are coming?" Nanfeng said, "More than 100 of them. There will surely be even more. You must not come out here." Creatures like bainu, the more there were, the stronger they became. More than 10 of them were already difficult to deal with. More than 100? They would surely entangle them to death with power to spare. Bainu often preferred to reside in densely populated areas, so it was truly unexpected that a single Mount Yu Jun would have so many bainu. Xie Lian pondered for a moment, then gently raised his hand, revealing half of a wrist wrapped in bandages. He said, "Go." No sooner had these 2 words been uttered, than that white silk band suddenly peeled off his wrist, flying out from the sedan curtain as if it had a life of its own. Xie Lian sat upright in the sedan, gently saying, "Strangle." In the dark night, a white shadow suddenly glided out like a venomous snake. When that white silk band disguised itself as a bandage wrapped around Xie Lian's hand, at first glance it was at most only a few meters long, but when it, just like a demonic lightning flash, darted swiftly amidst the people who were fighting, it seemed as if it were infinitely long. Only a series of crisp sounds of ack, squelch, continuously rang out, and more than 10 wild wolves and bainu had their necks strangled in a flash. 6 bainu that had wrapped around Nanfeng instantly lost their lives and fell to the ground. Nanfeng unleashed a palm strike, sending a wild wolf flying, but he did not feel relieved at all upon escaping danger. Instead, he spoke into the sedan in an incredulous voice, "What is that thing? Don't tell me you have no spiritual power, and cannot use spiritual artifacts." Xie Lian said, "Everything has its exceptions." Nanfeng flared up in anger, slamming a palm onto the sedan door. "Xie Lian, tell me clearly, what exactly is that thing? Is it—" This palm strike of Nanfeng's nearly shattered the sedan into pieces. Xie Lian could not help but raise a hand to steady the door, feeling a little startled Nanfeng's tone when he spoke. These 2 sentences truly reminded him of Feng Xin's angry demeanor in years past. Nanfeng was about to say something more, when he suddenly heard the tragic screams of the martial officials echoing from afar. Fu Yao coldly said, "Whatever words you have, wait until we've driven off this horde to speak." Nanfeng had no other choice, and could only go to the rescue. Xie Lian quickly collected himself, saying, "Nanfeng, Fu Yao, you 2 go ahead." Nanfeng turned his head back. "What?" Xie Lian said, "If you keep surrounding the sedan, they will keep coming. You won't be able to finish fighting them all. Lead the people and go first. I will stay behind to meet that groom." Nanfeng wanted to scold again. "You alone." Fu Yao, from the other side, retorted sharply, "Anyway, he can control that silk band. It won't be easy for something to happen. If you have time to dawdle and hesitate, it's better to first deal with this group and then come back to assist. I'm going first." Fu Yao was direct and decisive when he said to go. He went, not lingering for a moment. Nanfeng gritted his teeth, knowing in his heart that Fu Yao spoke no exaggeration, and then said to the remaining martial officials, "Follow me first." Indeed, after separating from the wedding sedan, although the pack of wolves and the bainu still lingered relentlessly, no new waves came to besiege them anymore. Nanfeng and Fu Yao each protected 4 martial officials. Along the way, Fu Yao, while fighting, said resentfully, "How could be if it weren't for me?" Saying this, the 2 exchanged glances, their eyes both strange. Fu Yao swallowed his words, turned his head away, and the 2 temporarily did not mention it again, continuing to rush forward. Around the wedding sedan, corpses lay strewn across the ground. The pack of wolves and the Bai knew that Nuoc de Lang had pounced upon were all strangled. It flew back, automatically and obediently wrapping itself around Xie Lian's wrist. Xie Lian silently sat in the sedan, surrounded by the endless night and the rustling sea of trees. Suddenly all sounds quieted down. The sound of wind blowing, the sound of the deep forest, the sound of demonic creatures howling. All plunged into stillness in an instant, as though revering something. Next, Talian heard a few soft laughs. Like a young man or like a youth. Talian silently sat upright. Nuoc de Lang silently coiled around his arm, gathering its power waiting to launch. As long as the newcomer revealed a trace of killing intent, it would immediately retaliate tenfold. Unexpectedly, Talian did not receive murderous intent or a surprise attack, but instead received something else. The curtain of the bridal palanquin was lifted a little through the gap beneath the crimson veil. Talian saw the newcomer extend a hand to him. The finger joints were clearly defined, the third finger tied with a red string on the slender and pallid hand. It looked exactly like a beautiful knot of destiny. Volume 1. Chapter 8. The Ghost Fetches the Bride. The Crown Prince boards the bridal palanquin 3. To give or not to give? Talian remained silent, still deliberating whether he should continue to sit unmoved by the 8 winds, stock still in place, or should he pretend to be bewildered and frightened, retreating backward and hiding like a newly wedded bride. The owner of that hand was remarkably patient and also possessed great composure. Talian did not move, and he also did not move, seemingly waiting for Talian's answer. After a long while, as if by some ghostly prompting, Talian extended his hand. He stood up, intending to lift the curtain and step out of the palanquin, but the other party had already taken a step ahead, helping him raise the red fabric curtain. The newcomer held his hand but did not grasp too tightly, as if afraid to squeeze him painfully, inevitably creating for one an illusion of utmost thoughtfulness. Talian lowered his head, allowing the other party to lead him by the hand, slowly stepping out of the palanquin. Briefly catching a glimpse of the corpse of a wolf, strangled to death by Nuoc de Lang, lying sprawled at his feet, his heart subtly stirred, his foot stumbled, and he gasped in alarm, falling forward. The newcomer immediately turned his hand to support Talian. Just as he was supported, Talian also swiftly reached out to grip the other party. Only feeling that he had touched something cold as ice, it turned out the newcomer was wearing a pair of silver wrist guards. These wrist guards were splendid and exquisite, with ancient, crude patterns, on which were etched maple leaves, butterflies, and ferocious beasts. They seemed quite mysterious, not resembling objects from the Central Plains but more akin to antique objects of a foreign tribe. It fit snugly around that person's wrist, revealing a meticulous and refined appearance. The silver was icy cold, the hand pallid, containing no anger, but bearing a hint of killing intent and malevolent aura. A moment ago, Talian's stumble was merely an act he intentionally probed to gauge the situation. Nuoc de Lang was still slowly coiling around his wrist beneath the voluminous sleeves of his bridal attire, gathering power, waiting to strike. Nevertheless, the newcomer only held his hand, guiding him forward. For one thing, he was covered by a veil, thus unable to see the path for another. He intended to stall for time. Therefore, Talian deliberately walked very slowly, and the other party also walked very slowly to match his pace, occasionally even taking his other hand to guide him, as though fearing he might stumble once more. Although he harbored 12 myriad parts of vigilance, receiving such treatment, Talian could not help but think if this truly were a groom, then he would truly be gentle and considerate to the utmost. At this moment he suddenly heard a faint clinking sound. With every step the two of them took, that sound would resound like ripples on a calm sea. Just as he was wondering what kind of sound this was, around them sudden waves of deep, low growls of wild beasts began to echo. Wild wolves. Xie Lian slightly stirred. Ru Ling instantly tightened around his wrist. Unexpectedly, before Xie Lian could do anything, the person leading him lightly patted the back of his hand twice, as if reassuring him not to worry. These 2 pats were truly so light that they could be called tender. Xie Lian was slightly startled, and those growls gradually subsided when he listened carefully again. He suddenly discovered these wild wolves were not growling but sobbing. That was clearly the sobbing of wild beasts terrified to the extreme, unable to stir, struggling and dying in agony. His curiosity about who the arrival was grew even more intense. Xie Lian truly wanted to lift the veil to see and then decide, but he also knew doing so was improper, so he could only peek through the gap beneath the red veil. What he saw was the hem of a red garment, and beneath the red garment, a pair of black leather shoes walking neither fast nor slow. Those black leather shoes were tied very tightly. Upwards from them were a pair of slender, straight legs, which looked exceedingly graceful walking along the path. At the side of the black shoes hung two thin silver chains with every step taken. The silver chains would sway, emitting sharp, tinkling sounds very pleasing to the ear. The opponent's footsteps were leisurely and light, seeming more cool. However, each of his steps seemed to be pre-calculated. As if no one could impede his progress should anyone dare to block his path, they would simply wait to be crushed to dust. This, however, made it impossible for Xie Lian to accurately guess what kind of person this truly was. While Xie Lian was pondering, a stark white object on the ground suddenly caught his eye. It was a skull. Xie Lian's footsteps paused for a moment. He saw with a single glance that there was a problem with how this skull was placed. Clearly, this was a corner of some formation. If it were touched, it was feared the entire formation would immediately launch an attack in this direction. But looking at the youth's pace, it seemed he paid absolutely no attention to what was there. Xie Lian was wondering whether he should open his mouth to remind him, when a crack so tragic it was unbearable to hear suddenly rang out, only to see the youth stomp his foot down, thus crushing the skull in an instant. Afterwards, as if feeling nothing, he nonchalantly stepped onto the pile of fine powder and continued walking. Xie Lian. He actually, with just one step, stomped the entire formation into a pile of dust. At this moment the youth suddenly stopped. Xie Lian felt a flutter, thinking silently whether he was about to act, but the youth merely paused for a moment and then continued to lead him forward. After a few steps, a pitter-patter suddenly sounded from above, like raindrops hitting an umbrella. It turned out the youth had just opened an umbrella, sheltering both their heads. Although it wasn't quite the right moment, Xie Lian couldn't help but secretly praise his thoughtfulness, yet still felt a little strange in his heart. Is it raining, I wonder? The mountains were profoundly dark, the wild forest dense. Deep within the distant mountain range, a pack of wolves howled long towards the moon. He didn't know if it was due to the recent slaughter in the mountains, but the chilly air still lingered with a faint scent of fresh blood. This scene had to be said to be utterly bizarre. But the youth, one hand leading him, one hand holding an open umbrella, slowly walking forward, inexplicably became a scene of boundless moonlit beauty, lingering and tender. That strange rain arrived as strangely as it departed a moment later. The pitter-patter of raindrops hitting the umbrella vanished, and the youth also stopped walking, seemingly putting away the umbrella, and simultaneously finally withdrew his hand, stepping one pace closer to Xie Lian. The hand that had led him all the way gently took a corner of the veil, slowly lifting it upwards. All along the way, Xie Lian had been waiting for this moment. He stood calmly still, watching the flowing red fabric before him slowly lift upwards. The silk band moved. It wasn't because the youth radiated killing intent, but rather that he absolutely had to strike first, subdue first, and then decide. Unexpectedly, Ling flew out, bringing with it a gust of wind. The deep red veil detached from the youth's hand, flying upwards then falling down. Xie Lian only managed to catch a fleeting glimpse of the afterimage of a red-clad youth before Ling had pierced through. Yet that youth shattered into 1,000 silver butterflies, transforming into a shimmering silver wind, dazzling like stars. Although it was still untimely, after retreating 2 steps, Xie Lian could not help but secretly marvel. This scene was truly as beautiful as a dream. Just then, a silver butterfly flew past before his eyes. He was about to take a closer look, but that butterfly merely circled him twice before merging into a swarm of butterflies, simultaneously transforming into a cluster of silver light spreading across the sky, flapping their wings and soaring towards the night sky. A moment later, Xie Lian only then recovered his composure, thinking to himself, is this youth after all the ghost groom? In his opinion, it didn't feel very similar. If this youth were the ghost groom, then the pack of wolves in Mount Yu Jun should surely be his subordinates, shouldn't they? Why were they so terrified of him? Not to mention, the array along the way could also have been laid out by the ghost groom, yet he so casually trampled it flat. But if not, why did this youth come to snatch the bridal sedan chair? The more he pondered, the stranger it felt. Xie Lian tossed Rui Ling onto his shoulder, hinking to himself, never mind, it could just be a coincidence, him passing by. Let's put it aside for now, the main task is more important. As he cast his eyes around, he let out an "oh" sound, for it turned out that not far away, a gloomy building stood towering. If that youth brought him here, and this building was painstakingly hidden within a maze, then that meant he must enter and see it for himself. After walking a few steps, Xie Lian suddenly stopped, pondered for a moment before turning back, picked up the veil from the ground and dusted it off, then held it in his hand, only then continuing on to the other side. This building had red walls and high courtyards, its bricks, stones, tiles, and would look somewhat mottled. It resembled an ancient city god temple. Moreover, based on Xie Lian's experience, the shape and structure were mostly that of a martial god temple. Sure enough, as soon as he raised his head, he saw 3 large, firm and solid characters on the lintel of the main door. Mingguang Hall. The martial god of the north, General Mingguang, was precisely the General Pei whose altars thrived in the north, whom Ling Wen mentioned last time in the communication array. No wonder they hadn't found Mingguang Hall in the vicinity earlier, but instead found Nanyang Temple. It turned out that the Mingguang Temple of this place was located in Mount Yu Jun, but had long ago been sealed by a maze. Could it be that the ghost groom had some connection with General Mingguang? However, this General Mingguang could be said to be a powerful heavenly official, prosperous in his career, wielding immense power and influence. Moreover, his status in the north was very stable. Personally, Xie Lian did not believe that such a heavenly official would be willing to be involved with a fierce creature like the ghost groom. Under circumstances of complete ignorance, it would not be strange for a fierce creature to unfortunately occupy his domain. After all, what the truth was, it was still better to look closely before speaking. Xie Lian walked forward. The temple door was tightly shut but unlocked. Pushing it opened immediately. After pushing open the door, a strange scent wafted into his face. It was not the stench of a place deserted for many years, but a faint, foul odor. Xie Lian reached back to close the door, making it look as though no one had ever entered, then stepped into the temple. In the center of the main hall stood a worship statue of a martial god. Clearly, it was the martial god of the north, General Mingguang. Many human-shaped objects are easily infected by evil energy, such as carved statues, puppets, and portraits. Therefore, Xie Lian first went to carefully inspect this martial god statue. After a long look, his conclusion was this god statue was exquisitely carved beyond reproach. Wielding a precious sword, wearing a jade pendant, his appearance was handsome, his demeanor magnificent. In general, there was no problem, and the foul smell was not emanating from the god statue either. Therefore, Xie Lian bypassed it, moving around to the back of the main hall. The moment he rounded the back, Xie Lian froze. His pupils immediately contracted. A line of girls clad in vibrant red wedding robes, their heads covered with veils, stood upright before him. That faint foul smell was indeed emanating from the bodies of these girls in wedding robes. Xie Lian quickly regained his composure, counting each person individually 1, 2, 3, 4, counting all the way to 17. These were precisely the 17 brides who had gone missing in the Mount Yu Jun area. There were brides wearing wedding robes whose red color had already faded, their fabrics damaged, old, worn out, and outdated. They must have been the brides who went missing earlier. While there were brides wearing wedding robes that were still brand new, their styles also new, and the smell of long-rotted corpses on their bodies was also extremely faint. They must have gone missing most recently. Xie Lian pondered for a moment, then lifted the veil of one bride. Beneath the deep red veil was a pale face, so pale it was somewhat grayish-blue. Beneath the dim moonlight, it looked horrifying beyond description. But the most horrifying thing was, this girl's facial muscles were already distorted in death. Yet on that distorted face still hung a stiff smile. Xie Lian then lifted the veil of another girl, still found the corners of her mouth curved upwards in the same manner. All the dead in this room were clad in wedding robes, their faces smiling. By Xie Lian's ear, the bizarre folk song sung in a child's voice seemed to ring out again. The newly wedded bride. The newly wedded bride. The newly wedded bride on the red sedan chair. Tears brimming in eyes, crossing over hills and mountains, beneath the veil. Do not smile. Suddenly he heard strange sounds coming from outside the temple. These sounds must be said to be extremely strange, strange to the point of being difficult to describe, sounding as if two thickly cloth-wrapped sticks were thumping heavily onto the ground, or as if something heavy was being dragged across the ground with difficulty. These sounds moved from far to near, traveling extremely fast, and in no time, they arrived before the entrance of Mingguang Temple. Only a long creak was heard, and the door of Mingguang Temple was pushed open. Regardless of whether the one who came was a person or a thing, it was more than half likely the ghost groom. And now it had returned. Behind the hall there was no escape route, nor any place to hide. Xie Lian pondered for a moment, seeing the row of brides before him. He immediately draped the veil over himself once more, positioned himself into the row, standing perfectly still without moving. If there were only 3, 4, 5, 6 corpses standing here, of course one glance would immediately reveal the incorrect number. But now there were as many as 17 bride corpses here unless one counted them one by one like Xie Lian had just done. Otherwise it would be fundamentally very difficult to discover someone had blended in. As soon as Xie Lian stood in the row, he only heard the strange thumping sounds entering. Xie Lian stood still without moving, thinking, what kind of sound is this, after all? Listening to its length, shortness, and pauses, it's quite similar to footsteps, but what kind of creature's footsteps would be like this? This is certainly not the youth who just led me here. That youth was exceedingly leisurely and relaxed, and even made jingling sounds while walking. Suddenly he thought of something, his heart tensing. This is not good. The height doesn't match. These corpses were all women, while he was a genuine man, naturally born taller than women by a significant margin. Although a quick glance might not discern an extra person, in a row of corpses, one person significantly taller would be noticeable at first sight. But upon reflection, Xie Lian quickly composed himself. It was true he was tall, but Xiaoying had only simply tied his hair, not done much to it. While these brides were all splendidly adorned, with hair piled high to the sky, and even wearing phoenix coronets with an elevated part on their heads summing it up, perhaps they would not be shorter than him. Even though he was truly tall, it surely wouldn't be so attention-grabbing. Phoenix coronet. While lost in Xie Lian again heard a swish sound, about 2 zhang away from him. 1 zhang 3.33 meters. After a few seconds another swish sound, this time a little closer to him. Xie Lian suddenly realized what the ghost groom was doing. It was lifting the veil of each bride, one by one, checking the face of each corpse. Crash. If not now, then when else to strike? Ru Yiling instantly flew out, striking the ghost groom. Only a very loud explosion was heard, and black mist surged into his face. Xie Lian did not know if this bizarre mist was poisonous or not. He had no spiritual light to protect his body, therefore, he immediately held his breath and covered his nose and mouth, simultaneously controlling Ru Yiling to dance and create wind, dispersing the black mist. Only hearing thump, 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 Xie Lian squinted his eyes, seeing a short dark figure dart through the temple door. The temple door was wide open, and a stream of black mist surged towards the forest. Xie Lian decided swiftly, immediately giving chase. Who would have thought that before he had chased a few steps, within the forest, a hazy firelight arose, and from afar came a cacophony of shouts to fight and kill charge. The voice of one fellow was heard clearest: catch the ugly one, eliminate harm for the people. Catch the ugly one, eliminate harm for the people. The reward will be evenly shared by all. It was that very youth. Xie Lian inwardly groaned. These people, when they said they wanted to go up the mountain, really did go up. Normally, with a spell formation covering the area, they wouldn't have found it, but just now, that spell formation had been utterly trampled by the red-clad youth. They were like blind cats stumbling upon a fried fish, and had actually managed to find their way here. Xie Lian looked again. The direction they were heading happened to be the escape route of the ghost groom. Xie Lian, holding Ru Yiling, rushed forward, shouting loudly, "Stand still, do not move." Everyone was stunned. He was about to speak further, when he suddenly heard that youth eagerly ask, "Maiden, were you captured by the ghost groom and brought into the mountains? What is your name? We brothers are here to rescue you. Rest assured." Xie Lian was startled and couldn't help but feel amused in his heart, only then suddenly remembering he was still wearing female attire. There was no mirror in Nanyang Temple. He also didn't know how he currently looked, but looking at their reactions, Xiaoying must have been very skilled. Under their panic, those people actually mistook him for a true newlywed bride. That youth surely even hoped he was the 17th bride to go collect the reward. Regardless, with the current situation, he couldn't let these villagers run amok, but he also dared not guarantee the ghost groom wouldn't continue to flee further ahead. Just at this moment, two black-clad youths ran over. Xie Lian quickly called out Nanfeng, "Fu Yao, quickly come help me." "Fu Wow." LD have thought that upon hearing the voice and turning to look, Nanfeng and Fu Yao were also simultaneously startled, simultaneously taking a few steps back. Xie Lian had to ask a few questions before they managed to react. Xie Lian asked, "Did you come from that side? Did you encounter anything along the way?" Nanfeng said, "There isn't." Xie Lian said, "All right. Fu Yao, now you immediately follow this path to search downwards. Search around in a circle. Ensure the ghost groom is not hiding." Hearing this, Fu Yao turned around and left immediately. Xie Lian said, "Nanfeng, you guard here, ensure no one is allowed to leave. If Fu Yao cannot find the ghost groom in the mountains, then it is certainly now among these people." Hearing that, the group of men roared. The young man also saw that Xie Lian was not a woman, then leaped forward. "Not a single person is allowed to leave? What do you base that on? Is there still law and order? Let's not listen to them." He had not yet fallen back to the ground after leaping, when Nanfeng already unleashed a palm strike. The base of a tree as thick as a man's embrace snapped in two and fell to the ground. Everyone immediately remembered. This young man would unleash a palm strike immediately if a single word didn't suit him. If he were to treat them like a pillar and strike them, even compensation would be useless, and so the entire group fell silent. The young man continued, "You say the ghost groom is among us? Every one of us has a name and name. If you don't believe it, just use the torch to shine on everyone's faces. Look at each person one by one." Xie Lian said, "Nanfeng." Nanfeng took the torch from the young man's hand, raised the torch and shone it on each person one by one. Every person's face was dripping with sweat, either tense or bewildered, or excited, each face extremely vivid. Xie Lian could not discern anything, so he walked forward to everyone saying, "Gentlemen, I apologize for the offenses just now, but I have injured the ghost groom. It certainly cannot have run far. On the way here, my two young companions did not encounter it. I only fear it is currently mixed among all of you. I trouble everyone to look at each other very carefully, look clearly at each person's face, to see if there is anyone you do not recognize mixed in here." As soon as they heard the ghost groom might be mixed among them, the entire group felt chills run down their spines. Not daring to be careless, they hastily cast their eyes upon each other. "You looking at me, I looking at you." After looking for a long time, suddenly someone shouted, "Why are you here?" His brow twitched. Xie Lian interrupted, "Who?" The young man snatched another person's torch, shone it into a corner, and said, "Who else but this ugly wretch?" The person he shone the light on was Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang's face, with its crooked nose and askew eyes, looked somewhat distorted under the firelight, seemingly unable to bear being exposed in such a bright place. He raised her hand to cover her face, saying, I just wasn't at ease. I wanted to come up and see." Seeing Xiao Huang's extremely frightened appearance, Xie Lian snatched the torch from the young man's hand, and said to everyone, "What about the rest of you?" The entire group of people successively shook their heads, replying, "There is no one we don't recognize. We've all met before." Nanfeng asked, "Did it possess anyone, perhaps?" Xie Lian mused for a moment, saying, "Probably not, they are solid." Nanfeng said, "But since it is a hung, it's hard to say if it knows how to change its form." While they were hesitating on this side, the young man on the other side was the first to clamor, "The ghost groom is not among us. Have you seen clearly now? If you've seen clearly, why haven't you quickly released us?" People sporadically followed suit. Xie Lian swept his gaze over them, saying, "I ask that you gentlemen first remain still in front of Mingguang Temple. Do not leave by half a step." Everyone again wanted to complain, but seeing Nanfeng's cold and stern expression, they dared not utter a sound. At this moment, Fu Yao also returned, saying, "There's nothing around here." Looking at the dense crowd of people in front of Mingguang Temple, Xie Lian slowly said, "Then, it is certainly now among these people." Book 1 Chapter 9 Ancient Temple hidden in the mountains, forest of hanging corpses. Noticing Xiao Huang hiding among the crowd, Fu Yao frowned and asked, "Why is there a woman here?" "Elf." Oof, his tone was not agitated. Fu Yao also held no good intentions, so Xiao Huang, hearing this, bowed her head. Xie Lian said she was afraid something might happen, so she came up here to see. Fu Yao asked the others, did you come up here together with Xiao Huang? At first, everyone hesitated, then spoke, I don't remember. I don't know. No, that's not right. When we came up here, she wasn't with us. In short, I didn't see her. Neither did I. Xiao Huang hurriedly explained, because I secretly followed. The young man immediately cut in, why would you need to sneak along? Are you feeling guilty? Are you the ghost groom in disguise? Xiao Huang was instantly dumbfounded. She flusteredly waved her hands, saying, No, I am Xiao Huang, I am truly myself. She turned to Xie Lian, young master, we just met a moment ago. I applied lipstick for you and even put makeup on you. Xie Lian. Everyone shifted their gaze, staring intently at Xie Lian. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. He vaguely caught snippets like unusual preferences and unbelievable, among other things. He then cleared his throat twice, saying, this is a mission requirement, merely a mission requirement. Nanfeng, Fu Yao, you two. As he turned his head, Xie Lian realized that Nanfeng and Fu Yao were still regarding him with peculiar gazes, their feet, moreover, subtly trying to restrain themselves from widening the distance between them and him. Nanfeng and Fu Yao's stares gave Xie Lian goose bumps all over. He spoke. Do you two have anything you wish to say? Little did he know the extraordinary artistry of a maiden's makeup brush, for it had transformed his thick eyebrows into delicate, graceful arches. His cheeks appeared dusted with white powder, and his lips were painted a deep crimson. If Xie Lian had not opened his mouth, he would have been indistinguishable from a beautiful, gentle, and demure young lady. This sight left Nanfeng and Fu Yao utterly shaken, unable to believe their eyes, questioning their very existence, and feeling profoundly ill at ease. His face was still the same face, yet now they had no idea who they were truly speaking with. Fu Yao turned to Nanfeng. Do you have anything you wish to say then? Nanfeng immediately shook his head. I have absolutely nothing to say. Oh, Xie Lian urged. Oh, just say something, you two. Just then the crowd began to clamor. Oh, is this Mingguang Temple? There's actually a Mingguang Temple hidden within this mountain? How peculiar, I've never seen one here before. One by one everyone looked up, their faces registering surprise. Suddenly Xie Lian spoke. Indeed, it is Mingguang Temple. Hearing his unusual tone, Nanfeng asked, what's wrong? Xie Lian spoke clearly. The north is General Mingguang's domain. His incense offerings are far from unprosperous, and his spiritual power is far from weak. Yet, why is it that at the foot of Mount Yu Jun there is only Nanyang Temple? That old official's prayers O Shunwu Great Emperor were, in truth, quite understandable, for Shunwu Great Emperor is the foremost martial god of a millennium, his status far surpassing General Mingguang's. Naturally, praying to a more powerful deity inspires greater trust. However, the status of General Mingguang and General Nanyang are on equal footing, scarcely different. If one truly had to elaborate, General Mingguang boasts no fewer than 9,000 temples, a full 1,000 more than Nanyang. It was truly perplexing, impossible to comprehend why the local populace would forsake what was near for what was distant. Xie Lian pressed on. Theoretically, even if the Mingguang Temple within Mount Yu Jun had been seized by the ghost groom, rendering it undiscoverable to outsiders, they could plainly have erected another Mingguang Temple. So why then would they choose to construct a temple for a different martial god? Fu Yao, now understanding, spoke. There must be another reason. Xie Lian affirmed. Indeed, there is certainly another reason compelling the residents of Mount Yu Jun to choose not to erect any more Mingguang temples. Would one of you lend me a measure of spiritual power? I fear I must go and inquire. Just then a shout rang out. So many brides. The moment the shout echoed from within the temple, Xie Lian spun around sharply. He had instructed those people to remain on the open ground before the temple, yet they had utterly disregarded his words, rushing headlong into the temple. Instead, Nanfeng roared, the situation is perilous, do not scatter heedlessly. That young man retorted, brothers, pay no heed to them. They wouldn't dare lay a hand on us. We are but common folk, would they truly dare to kill us? Brothers, charge forth, charge forth. Convinced that the three truly wouldn't dare to hinder them, the young man began to cast aside all deference. Nanfeng's knuckles cracked, a clear sign he was struggling to suppress a furious reprimand. Yet, as a martial official of Nanyang Palace, Nanfeng truly could not casually break the limbs of any mortal. Should a supervising heavenly official discover such an act and report it, his career would be utterly ruined. The young man let out another cuck sneer. Do not imagine for a moment that I haven't discerned your intentions. You wish to trick us into remaining still so you can monopolize all the glory and claim the reward for yourselves. Isn't that so? Seeing him so agitated, over half the people also began to stir, following him running into the temple. Fu Yao flicked his sleeve indifferently, saying, "Let them go, these unruly commoners." With an attitude of extreme contempt and not wanting to care. Inside Mingguang Temple, a tragic scream rang out. These people are all dead. The young man was also startled, saying, "Are they all dead? Are they all dead? How strange, how is it that this bride looks like she died decades ago, but her corpse still hasn't decayed?" Before long, he quickly thought optimistica. "LOY, even if they're dead, it's no problem. After transporting the bride's corpses down the mountain, wouldn't their families pay up?" Ta Lian's eyes slowly darkened, while those other people, thinking the same, also found it very reasonable. Some lamented, some mumbled, while others again began to get excited. Ta Lian stood at the temple entrance saying, "It would be better for you all to go outside first. The rear hall has no wind all year round. The cadaverous odor stagnates, and if ordinary people inhale it into their bodies, something bad will happen." These words sounded very reasonable, and the villagers were hesitating, unsure whether they should listen or not, when Chu Huan chirped, "Everyone, please don't be like this, okay? This place is so dangerous. Or how about, for now, just listen to this young master, go outside and sit still." But those people didn't even listen to the words of the three with Ta Lian. How on earth would they listen to Chu Huan's words? No one bothered to care. And Chu Huan also didn't get angry but continued to say it a few more times. That young man even advised, "Brothers, quickly choose the freshest corpses. Corpses that are too old, who knows if their families are still alive in this world, to avoid wasting effort carrying them down." On top of that, there were even a few people who praised him as clever and quick-witted. Ta Lian heard this and didn't know whether to laugh or cry, seeing someone getting handsy. He then said, "Don't lift the veils. Those veils can separate the corpse aura and yang energy. You all are many people with too strong yang energy. If you let them absorb it, it's hard to guarantee that something won't happen." Unfortunately, because they wanted to choose the freshest corpses, those people had already lifted almost all the veils. Ta Lian and Nan Feng walked to the door, looked at each other, then shook their heads, knowing they couldn't stop those people. After all, they couldn't beat them until they vomited blood and lay stiffly on the ground. What if something happened later? How would they escape? Both were utterly helpless. Just then a man lifted the veil of a bride and said, "Oh heavens, this girl is so beautiful." Everyone noisily gathered around, saying, "To die like this before even passing through the threshold is truly regrettable. Her clothes are a bit torn, but she's the most beautiful one. Perhaps she had only recently died, as the skin on this bride's face was still very elastic." Someone asked, "Dare to touch it a few times?" The young man said, "Why wouldn't I dare?" Having said that, he pinched the corpse's cheek a few times, only feeling it so smooth and soft that it made one's heart itch unbearably. He still wanted to touch more, and Ta Lian truly couldn't watch anymore. Just as he was about to stop him, Chu Huan had already rushed over, saying, "Don't do that." The young man backhanded her away. "Don't hinder this great master from working." Chu Huan crawled back up, saying, "Brothers, if you do that, you'll be punished by heaven." The young man got furious, cursing, "Damn it, this ugly girl is truly ugly and troublesome." After he finished cursing, he wanted to kick someone, but Ta Lian used one hand to lift Chu Huan by the back of her neck, gently moving her away. Unexpectedly, only a clunk sound was heard, and the young man shrieked, cursing, "Who hit me?" Ta Lian turned back to look. That young man, surprisingly, had a split head and was bleeding, a large gash on his head from being hit, and on the ground was a blood-stained stone. Chu Huan was startled, hurriedly saying, Sorry, I was too scared, accidentally threw." But even if she claimed responsibility, no one would believe her because the direction was completely wrong. This stone was thrown in from outside a window behind the young man when the young man shrieked just now. Everyone then looked in that direction, just in time to see a shadow flash past outside the window. The young man shrieked, "It's him. It's that ugly guy with a bandaged face." Ta Lian put Chu Huan into Nan Feng's hands, took 2 steps forward, leaned his right hand lightly on the window, flipped over and jumped through, chasing into the forest. Meanwhile, a few brave individuals wanting to claim the reward also jumped out the window, following Ta Lian. But when they chased to the edge of the forest, Ta Lian suddenly smelled a waft of bloody stench. immediately felt something was wrong, and vigilance rose in his heart. He suddenly stopped, saying, "Don't go in there." He had already spoken out to warn them, but those people, however, thought to themselves, "If you don't chase, I will," and their feet still didn't stop, running straight into the forest. Those who were originally gathered in the temple also rushed over, seeing Xie Lian standing at the edge of the forest. Anyone whose courage wasn't great also went over to stand and watch. Not long after, only a few tragic screams were heard, and a few dark figures staggered out from the forest. They were precisely those men who had led the charge earlier. These dark figures staggered out of the forest, walking into the moonlight as soon as everyone looked. They were instantly scared out of their wits. When they went in, they were still living people. How, when they came out, had they turned into blood-soaked people? From their faces to the clothes on their bodies, all were mottled with bloodstains, and blood gushed like a spring. If a person bled so much, they certainly couldn't live. Yet those men were still taking one step after another in this direction. Everyone was so scared that they simultaneously retreated, retreating all the way behind Xie Lian. Xie Lian raised a hand, saying, "Calm down. The blood is not theirs." Indeed, those men said, "That's right. The blood isn't ours, it's..." Their blood-smeared faces couldn't hide the extreme terror on their faces. The remaining people looked into the forest, following their gaze. The sky was as dark as ink. Unable to clearly see what exactly was in the forest, Xie Lian picked up a torch, took a few steps forward, and raised the torch to probe the front. In the darkness, something dripped onto the torch, making a sizzle sound. Xie Lian glanced at the torch, then shifted his gaze upwards, was stunned for a moment, then raised his hand and threw the torch away. Although the thrown torch only illuminated the sky for a fleeting moment, everyone still clearly saw what was above the forest. Long flowing black hair, ghostly white faces, tattered martial official robes, along with arms dangling in the air, swaying back and forth. The corpses of over 40 men, at varying heights, swinging and swaying, hanging upside down from the trees. Who knows how long that fresh blood had been flowing, that it still hadn't dried up, it just kept dripping, forming the horrific scene of a forest of upside-down corpses, with a pattering rain of blood. Although the crowd outside was full of strong, healthy men, had they ever encountered a scene like this? In the end, all were struck dumb with fear, silent as a sheet, and when Nam Fong and Fu Dao came over and saw this scene, both their expressions also stiffened. A moment later, Nam Fong said, "Tanggui, green ghost." Fu Dao said, "Precisely, this is the trick he likes best." Nam Fong said to Xie Lian, "Don't go over there. If it's him, it'll be a bit troublesome." Xie Lian turned his head and asked, "Who are you talking about?" Nam Fong replied, "Something close to an absolute." Xie Lian said, feeling annoyed, "What is close to an absolute? Close to reaching the level of absolute?" Fu Dao said, "That's right. Tanggui, the near absolute, is a fierce entity assessed by the Lingwen Palace to have a realm very close to absolute. He exceedingly enjoys this game of hanging corpses in the forest. It can be said that his fame resounds far and wide." Xie Lian thought to himself, "Then that's really a bit superfluous. If it's an absolute, it's an absolute. If not, it's not. Just like there are only ascended and unascended, what's this nearly ascended and about to ascend?" Adding the word near only serves to make people embarrassed. He then recalled the moment the youth took his hand and led him forward. There had been a patter of rain falling on the umbrella. Could it be that the youth opened the umbrella to help him shield against the rain of blood from this forest of corpses? Xie Lian let out a soft "oh," and the other two quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Xie Lian then briefly recounted how he had encountered a youth on the wedding palanquin, and how that youth had brought him here. Finally, Fu Dao said, half believing, half doubting, "When we came up here, I already felt that the maze array in these mountains was very dangerous. Did he just casually break it like that?" Xie Lian thought to himself, it wasn't casual at all. He merely stepped on it carelessly, not even bothering to give it a second glance. Outwardly, he said, "That's right. Could the Tanggui USP Akav be that youth?" Nam Fong pondered for a moment, then said, "I've never met Tanggui, so I can't say for sure. Does the youth you saw have any distinguishing characteristics?" Xie Lian said, "Silver butterflies." Earlier, upon seeing the scene of the forest of hanging corpses, Nam Fong and Fu Dao's expressions could be said to be calm. Yet, the moment these words were uttered, Xie Lian clearly saw both their expressions change instantly. Fu Dao said in an incredulous tone, "What did you say? Silver butterflies? What kind of silver butterflies?" Realizing that he might have said something not to be trifled with, Xie Lian replied, both like silver and like crystal, not like living creatures, but they looked very beautiful. He saw Nam Fong and Fu Dao exchange a glance, their expressions extremely grim, almost turning green. After a long while, Fu Dao finally said in a low voice, "Let's go. Leave immediately." Xie Lian said, "The Gui Tanlang here hasn't been dealt with yet. How can we leave?" Fu Dao said, "Deal with?" Saying this, he turned around and gave a cold laugh. "It seems you've truly lingered in the mortal realm for too long. This Gui Tanlang is, at most, merely a fierce entity. Even that Tan Gui of the forest of hanging corpses, although truly a headache, is still only a near-absolute entity." After a pause, Fu Dao suddenly snapped, "But do you know the background of the master of the silver butterflies?" Xie Lian said truthfully, "No." "Oh." Fu Dao said stiffly, "Even if you'd want to know, for now I don't have time to tell you. In short, it's not something you can deal with. You'd better quickly return to the heavenly realm and bring reinforcements." Xie Lian said, "Then you go back first." "Brother." Xie Lian said, "The master of the silver butterflies has not yet revealed ill will, but if he harbors ill will and is truly as fearsome as you say, a few miles around Mount Yu Jun I fear it would be difficult to escape his hands. At this moment it is even more necessary to have someone guarding here. Therefore you had better go back first, see if you can help me bring reinforcements." Xie Lian saw that Fu Dao did not want to stay here to deal with this pile of troublesome matters. If that was the case, absolutely could not be forced. Fu Dao was a decisive and straightforward person. He flicked his sleeves and left immediately. In the end, truly went ahead alone. Xie Lian turned to Nam Fong, was about to open his mouth to ask more thoroughly about that young man. Who knew that crowd of people made a commotion again? Someone said, "Caught him." "Caught him?" This time Xie Lian did not have time to ask but said directly, "Caught what?" In the forest, two blood-soaked figures appeared again, walking out. One of them was the villager fellow. Just now he led the charge into the forest too. He was not scared by the forest of corpses, rain of blood, worthy of being called brave. The other person was precisely the young man dragged by him, held tightly in his hand. His face was wrapped in tangled bandages. Xie Lian still remembered. Previously the tea shop owner in Tuangfeng Smolin once said, "It is said that the ghost groom is an ugly guy whose face is wrapped in bandages. Also because he is too ugly, no girl likes him, so he cannot bear to see others complete their joyous occasions." At that time they still thought it was very likely just a baseless rumor. Who knew there truly was such a person? But even if there was, whether he was the ghost groom or not was another matter. Just as Xie Lian was about to look closely at the young man wrapped in bandages, Tu Huin suddenly rushed over saying, "Brothers, you've misunderstood. This is not the ghost groom, he is not." The young man said, "Caught red-handed and you still say he isn't?" He paused for a moment as if suddenly realizing something, saying, I kept wondering why you always acted strangely, constantly saying he's not, so it turns out you and this ghost groom are colluding with each other." Tu Huin panicked, hastily waved her hands. No, I didn't, he didn't either. He really hasn't done anything at all, he is just a normal. The young man aggressively threatened. "Normal what? A normal ugly guy?" He pinched the head of the bandaged young man a few times, saying, "Why don't we see what this normal ghost groom really looks like to enjoy snatching women from others like that?" He haphazardly pinched, disarranging several sections of bandages. The bandaged young man immediately hugged his head and screamed terribly. His cry was full of fear, extremely mournful, and also extremely pitiful. Xie Lian grabbed the young man's arm, saying, "That's enough." Hearing the terrible scream of the bandaged young man, Tu Huin's tears streamed down profusely. Seeing Xie Lian intervene, she seemed to find hope, hurriedly tugged at his sleeve, saying, Young master, help me, help him." Xie Lian looked at her. Tu Huin then shyly let go of his sleeve, as if afraid he would dislike her for touching him, and would not want to help her. Xie Lian said, "It's all right." Then he looked over at the bandaged young man whose head was bleeding profusely. Discovering that the young man opened his bloodshot eyes revealed from the gap in the bandages under his arm and peeked at him. Only peeked for a moment, then immediately lowered his gaze, hastily wrapped the bandages back on. Although he did not show his face, just a little exposed facial skin was already terrifying enough, looking as if it had been burned by fire. It was not difficult to imagine how terrifying the face beneath the bandages was, causing others to involuntarily gasp in cold air, and he also recoiled even more violently. Noticing that the cowering demeanor of these two people was exactly alike, as if all year round they dared not come into contact with light, dared not go out to meet people, Ta Lin sighed in his heart. The young man beside him remained endlessly vigilant. What do you want to do? The ghost groom was caught by us, you know. Ta Lin released him, saying I fear he was not caught by you so easily. A moment ago my friend searched all around here but could not find this young man. He could only have arrived here after that. The true ghost groom must still be in this place. Chu Huan also bravely gathered her courage to say you want to claim the reward money. But you cannot just randomly catch someone to make up the numbers. Hearing that, the young man wanted to lay his hands again. From earlier until now he had always caused more trouble. Finally Ta Lin could not tolerate it anymore. He waved his hand, Rua de Lang suddenly flew out. With a whap sound whipped the young man to tumble over. And Nam Fong also seemed to have reached his limit, immediately delivered another kick. Finally he lay sprawled on the ground unable to get up. This fellow was someone who specialized in fabricating stories. As soon as he lay stiff, the group of people did not know whom to turn to. All became obedient, making a few scattered noises but unable to cause a riot. Ta Lin thought to himself, finally, things can be done. Observing the young man on the ground for a moment, he asked, just now, standing by the window and throwing stones at people, was that you? His voice was calm. The bandaged young man both trembled like a leaf and furtively looked at him, nodding. Chu Huan said he didn't want to harm anyone, it was just that he saw that fellow seemed to want to hit me so he won. Ted to help me. Ta Lin then asked that young man the forest of corpses hanging in the trees. Do you know where it came from? Chu Huan said where it came from I don't know, but it definitely wasn't hung by him. The bandaged young man trembled violently, shaking his head vigorously. Nam Fong stood to one side looking at him, suddenly asked Green Ghost Qirong is who to you? Hearing this name Ta Lin was slightly startled, while the bandaged young man clearly understood nothing at all, also did not react at all to the name Nam Fong spoke, and also dared not answer Nam Fong. Chu Huan said it's because he's too scared he dares not speak. Chu Huan had always tried to protect this peculiar young man. Ta Lin said gently, young lady Chu Huan, what exactly is the matter with this boy? Please tell me what you know first. Looking at Xie Lian, Xiao Hong seemed to find a bit of courage. The flickering firelight illuminated her face, and she did not shy away, twisting her hands as she spoke. He truly did not do anything bad. This boy only lives on Mount Yu Jun occasionally. When too hungry, he runs down the mountain to steal a little food. One time he happened to steal from my house. Seeing that he couldn't speak much and had wounds on his face, I found some burlap to wrap him, and occasionally gave him a little food. Xie Lian had thought the two of them were a couple, but now it seemed Xiao Hong's protection of this youth resembled that of an elder sister. Even more like an elder caring for him. She continued, after that, many people thought he was the ghost groom. I didn't know what to say. I only hoped that the real culprit could be caught quickly. I thought if gentlemen like you have the ability to pretend to be a bride to catch the ghost groom, then at least you wouldn't catch the wrong person, because he absolutely would not go to snatch the bridal sedan chair. Who knew that as soon as I went out, I heard those people also wanted to search the mountain today. I was too worried, so I secretly followed to see. Seemingly very afraid that others would hit the bandaged youth again, Xiao Hong shielded him, explaining he is not the real ghost groom. Gentlemen, look at him, he was beaten to a pulp by just a few people. How could he possibly defeat so many martial officials escorting the bride's sedan chair? Xie Lian and Nan Feng looked at each other, both feeling a headache coming on. If what Xiao Hong said was truly correct, then wouldn't the bandaged youth be completely unrelated to this matter? The bandaged youth, the fierce ghost groom, the near devastation green ghost, and the master of the silver butterflies, whose extraordinary background caused the heavenly officials to change countenance when mentioned on one small Mount Yu Jun. Strange visitors kept appearing without end. It truly made it impossible for people to cope. Who was whom? What was the relationship between this person and that? Xie Lian Fei. His head ached twofold. He rubbed his glabella, temporarily putting aside thoughts of how much truth or falsehood there was in Xiao Hong's words, when he suddenly remembered something he had always wanted to ask young lady Xiao Hong. Have you always lived in the vicinity of Mount Yu Jun? Xiao Hong replied, that's right. I've always lived here. I can guarantee that he has never done anything bad here. Xie Lian said, no, I want to ask you a different question. In the area of Mount Yu Jun, besides this Mingguang temple on the mountain, have people never built any other Mingguang temples? Xiao Hong was stunned. After thinking for a moment, she said it must have been built before. As soon as he heard her say that, Xie Lian suddenly faintly felt that he had grasped a crucial point. He asked then, why is it that only Nanyang Temple is seen at the foot of the mountain, and no Mingguang Temple? Xiao Hong scratched her head saying it was built before, but I heard that, it seems every time they wanted to build a Mingguang Temple during the construction process it would inexplicably catch fire. Some people said they feared General Mingguang had some reason why he couldn't guard this place, and so they switched to General Nanyang. Noticing Xie Lian's stiff expression, Nan Feng asked, what's wrong with you? Xie Lian suddenly realized it was very simple. The bride who could not smile, the divine temple inexplicably catching fire. The Mingguang Temple hidden D.P. in the mountain by an illusion array, General Pei's magnificent and awe-inspiring martial god statue, the ghost groom struck by Ru Yiling and disappearing without a trace. It was very simple. It was just that something else had always disturbed his vision, preventing him from discovering such a simple truth from the very beginning. Xie Lian suddenly grabbed Nan Feng, saying, lend me some spiritual power. Nan Feng was startled by his grab, and hurriedly smacked his hand in the air saying, what is it? Xie Lian pulled Nan Feng and ran off saying, I'll explain later first. Quickly think of a way to suppress these 18 bride corpses. Nan Feng said, are you confused? There are only 17 bride corpses, adding you makes 18. Xie Lian said, no, before there were indeed only 17 but now there are 18. Among the 18 bride corpses, one is fake, the ghost groom is mixed in there. Book 1 Chapter 10 The Ancient Temple Hidden in the Mountains, the Forest of Hanging Corpses 2. The two ran back into the Mingguang Temple, but the rear hall was already empty, and where the brides had just stood, only a pile of red veils lay scattered all over the ground. Seeing this, Xie Lian thought to himself, not good, it's over. He hurriedly picked up the bridal veil from the ground. Just as he finished picking it up, he heard terrified screams coming from outside the temple. Looking through the window, Nan Feng and Xie Lian only saw more the 10 girls wearing brilliant red bridal robes, forming a circle, slowly approaching the villagers. Every one of these girls had pale faces, their mouths grinning, their two arms stretched straight forward. These were precisely the corpses of the brides from before. Watching them press closer and closer with wide eyes, no one could remain calm. Everyone no longer had the energy to pay attention to the bandaged youth, hurriedly running away. Xiao Hong rushed over to help him up. Xie Lian said helplessly, don't run. Tonight he didn't know how many times he had said this phrase. Every time something happened he had to say it at least 30 or 40 times. But there were always those who ignored him, truly making him wonder what to do. Xie Lian waved his hand, and Ru Yi flew into the sky. He casually formed a hand seal, and Ru Yi immediately spun in circles in the air, looking exactly like a heavenly maiden dancing wildly, extremely eye-catching. When those brides saw something so lively spinning delightfully on this side, its tail occasionally lashing at them, many of the brides were drawn over. On the other hand, there were still 7 brides, attracted by the smell of fresh blood in the deep forest, slowly jumping to the other side. Xie Lian said, Nan Feng, quickly go after them, don't let them descend the mountain. No need for many words. Nan Feng had already been chasing them for a long time. 2 brides attacked Xie Lian, their 10 fingers crimson, their nails sharp. Xie Lian took out the bridal veil he had just picked up from the ground, suddenly throwing it with both hands. 2 veils spun out, flying directly to cover the heads of the 2 brides. Indeed, the moment the thick crimson bridal veils covered them, they created a barrier over the eyes and noses of the bride corpses, preventing them from seeing human figures or smelling human scent. Moreover, because their corpses had stiffened, they could not bend their arms to remove the veils themselves. They could only reach out and grope wildly everywhere, just like playing blind man's bluff. This situation, it must be said, was both terrifying and comical. Xie Lian stood in front of the 2 brides, waving his hands before their eyes to test them. Seeing them blindly fumbling in other directions, he pondered for a moment. In the end he still couldn't hold back, saying, pardon my offense. As he finished speaking, he grasped their 2 arms, placing their sharp claws onto each other's necks. Suddenly touching something, the 2 brides trembled all over. Yet they couldn't see what it was. So they ferociously clawed and tore at each other. Xie Lian quickly ran away, then raised his arm again. Ru Yi flew after him like a white rainbow, then silently dropped to the ground, forming a large white circle. He said to the villagers who were fleeing in disarray, "Everyone, quickly enter the circle." The whole crowd ran while hesitating. Xiao Hung, however, hurriedly helped the bandaged youth into the circle. After a moment of thought, she ran out again and dragged the unconscious young man, who was lying prone on the ground, inside. At that moment, a bride leaped to the edge of the white circle, extending her claws intending to grasp, but it was as if she was blocked by an invisible wall. Discovering that no matter what she did, she couldn't jump in, Xiao Hung quickly shouted, "Everyone, quickly enter. They cannot enter this circle." Seeing this, the villagers scrambled forward like a disturbed beehive. Fortunately, Xie Lian had extended Rui several times beforehand, and the circle was large enough, otherwise, it was feared someone would be pushed out. The brides could not jump into the circle. Knowing they could not touch this side, they all simultaneously turned around, hissing shrilly as they attacked Xie Lian. Meanwhile, on this side, Xie Lian had been waiting for a long time. He pulled out a stack of bridal veils from his sleeve. 4 or 5 red cloths in his hand spun around, front, back, up, down, left, right, flying high. His feet did not stop, his hands did not rest. Whoever came, he covered them. Every cover was precise. Whichever bride was covered, she would begin to slowly grope around like a blind man touching an elephant. Xie Lian's bridal veils, it must be said, spun to the point of making people dizzy and bewildered. He threw them back and forth between his 2 hands with more than enough skill, flying in the air to create several red blurs. Even the villagers, standing in the white circle, couldn't help but cheer. So good. Formidable, formidable, truly formidable. This skill must have been practiced before. Hearing this, Xie Lian habitually blurted out, "It's nothing, it's nothing. Those with money contribute money, those without money just come in numbers to show support." Eh? Only after the words left his mouth did he realize it was inappropriate. He had again blurted out the phrases he used to attract customers for his variety troupe. Xie Lian quickly stopped himself. While he was speaking, several more brides leaped up, jumping 7 chi 2.3 meters high, springing 3 zhang 10 meters far. In a flash, they brought their foul stench lunging before Xie Lian's eyes. Xie Lian tapped his foot once, his body gliding outward, taking the opportunity to quietly recite the incantation for the communication array 3 times, saying, "Lingwan, all-knowing Lingwan, let me ask you a question. Do you know if the martial god of the north, General Mingguang, has any close female confidants?" Lingwan's voice rang in his ear. "Your Highness, why do you ask this?" Xie Lian said, "Right now, a slight incident has occurred on my side, quite critical. Truly, I dare not conceal it. More than 10 dead people are chasing me." Lingwan, huh? That tragic? Xie Lian, it's nothing. So is there one? I know this question is a bit private and inconvenient to answer, which is why I didn't ask it in the communication array. Task requires it, absolutely no disclosure. Lingwan said, "Your Highness has misunderstood. It's not that this question is inconvenient to answer, but rather that old Pei has many close female confidants. If you ask so abruptly, for a moment I won't know which one you wish to ask about." Xie Lian nearly stumbled, saying, "All right. Then among General Pei's close female confidants, is there a girl who is intensely possessive, fiercely jealous, and has some kind of physical disability?" Lingwan said, "Now that you mention it, it does bring one person to mind." Xie Lian threw 2 more bridal veils, sparking cheers of support. He turned around, cupped his hands in a salute and said, "Speak." Lingwan said, "In the past, before his ascension, old Pei was once a general. He became acquainted with the female general of an enemy nation, exquisitely beautiful with a fierce temperament, named Xianji." Xie Lian said, Xianji." Lingwan continued, "General Pei, you see, when he saw a beautiful woman, even if a knife were held to his throat, he would still insist on pursuing her until he succeeded. This girl led her troops to battle him, becoming a defeated general at his hands. Xianji became a captive, escorted to the enemy camp. Taking advantage of the unguarded sentries, Xianji intended to commit suicide on the spot, but her suicide attempt failed. A general with a single sword stroke severed her 3-foot green peak, saving her life. And that dashing General Pei from the enemy nation was precisely General Mingguang, who will descend in the future. This General Pei, firstly, has always been a man who cherishes beauty and pities jade. Secondly, the overall war situation was already decided, and even if they continued to contend, There was no longer any possibility of turning the tide. Therefore he released Xianji. With their frequent coming and going back and forth, it was all too easy to imagine what transpired. At this moment a bride grabbed Xie Lian's right thigh, her 5 fingers clutching, almost embedding themselves in his flesh. Xie Lian was about to kick her away, but realized that from this angle he could only kick her face. He secretly mused that he couldn't hit a woman's face, then changed his posture, switching to kicking her shoulder. He then with a flick of his wrist tossed another veil saying, "Sounds like a tale praised by the world, wouldn't you say?" Lingwen said it was originally a tale praised by the world, but the trouble was that Xianji insisted on being General Pei's exclusive partner for all eternity. Xie Lian took 2 steps and leapt, climbing onto the rooftop. Seeing 5 or 6 brides below continuing to creep closer to him, he wiped his sweat, saying, "A girl wanting an exclusive love for all eternity is not wrong in itself." Lingwen said, "Indeed it's not wrong, but with 2 nations clashing in battle the battlefield is merciless. The 2 of them should have already agreed a fleeting romance, mutual affection, for today but not for tomorrow, only speaking of Oven, not of war. Moreover, for a man like old Pei, truth be told, it's already fortunate he didn't involve you in a 3-way affair." Oh. Xianji was also a noble lady from a general's family, her temperament utterly determined. What she wanted she would grasp tightly and never let go, even unto death. Wait. Xie Lian said, "Tell me first, is Xianji crippled?" "Crippled where?" "She is indeed." As she spoke to this point, Lingwen's voice suddenly cut off. Oh heavens, every time he reached the crux of the matter, the borrowed spiritual power would completely vanish. It seemed next time he would have to get straight to the point. Darting here and there, Xie Lian quickly reorganized his train of thought once again. If the bandaged youth was not the ghost groom, and the villagers had also confirmed among themselves that there was no ghost groom inside, then the only remaining place to hide and blend in was that cluster of brides. When he himself blended in, the ghost groom could not possibly have glanced and noticed the number was incorrect. Conversely, when the ghost groom blended in, he also could not have glanced and noticed there was an additional corpse. Upon closer thought, after Rui struck and injured the ghost groom, he only saw a burst of black mist rushing towards the forest. He could not be certain there was definitely a person within that black mist. In fact, it was likely that when he ran out of the temple gate to pursue, the ghost groom was still in he room full of black smoke, brushing past his shoulder, returning to the rear hall, hiding herself among the multitude, and blending in with the corpses of the brides. Thus, the ghost groom was not a groom, but a bridea girl wearing bridal robes. If it was a girl, then many things could be reinterpreted. For instance, why the Mount Yu Jun region had no Mingguang temples. It wasn't that the locals didn't want to build them, but that they couldn't be built. Xiaoying said, every time someone tried to build a Mingguang shrine, it would inexplicably catch fire during construction. Hearing that, it was clearly no coincidence it could only have been intentionally set on fire. Why set fire to temples? Usually it's out of hatred. But on Mount Yu Jun there was a Mingguang temple sealed off by an illusion array, to which no one ever came. Yet the divine statue inside was carved with uncanny beauty and was preserved incredibly well. Why was that? The ghost bride herself wore bridal robes, but she couldn't bear to see smiling girls in bridal robes passing by Mount Yu Jun. Why was that? Putting all the pieces together, Xie Lian could not think of any other answer apart from jealousy and possessive desire. As for the strange thumping sound, which sounded like a wooden stick wrapped in thick cloth or a heavy object being dragged, if it truly was the sound of footsteps, Xie Lian could only think of one possibility. The brides chasing him had already been veiled and were finally able to and on the ground. Xie Lian sighed in relief, composed himself, and stood up to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. 10 people. 7 brides had jumped into the forest, pursued by Nan Feng. The 10 brides he had veiled again were all standing here. That meant there was still one more person who had not yet appeared. Just at this moment, Xie Lian heard the familiar thump-thump sound coming from behind him. Xie Lian slowly turned around, a low shuffling figure meeting his gaze. He gasped softly, thinking to himself, indeed, it is as I suspected. The diminutive woman before him wore a dark red bridal robe. No joy was visible, only desolation. But the reason she was low was not because of her small stature, but because she was kneeling on the ground. The bones of her 2 legs were broken, but her lower legs were not severed. She still persistently moved, kneeling on the ground using her 2 kneecaps. The strange thump-thump sound that Xie Lian heard was precisely the sound of her dragging her broken legs, hopping and moving on the ground. Book 1 Chapter 11 Ancient Temple Hidden in the Mountains, Forest of Hanging Corpses 3. That female ghost's cheeks were full, her 2 rows of eyebrows arched up. It must be said she was indescribably beautiful. Originally within her beauty, she also carried 3 parts of heroic spirit, yet now she was filled with resentment, as if tied and bound all year round in a narrow place, unable to see the clear sky. She knelt on the ground. Her wedding attire from the knees down was torn to shreds. No wonder earlier someone criticized it as torn. Xie Lian calmly looked at her for a moment, saying Xianji? It seemed that for many years no one had called her by this name. After a long while, the accumulated resentment on the female ghost's face only dissipated a little. Her eyes suddenly flashed with a ray of light. Yes, did he send you to find me? He here, Xie Lian guessed, was of course referring to General Pei. Xianji continued to press. Then where is he? Why does he not come to meet me himself? Xianji's anxious expression and expectant tone when speaking made Xie Lian feel that it was best not to say no. Seeing Xie Lian not answer for a long time, Xianji suddenly fell and sat on the ground. She leaned her back against that towering heroic martial god statue. Her crimson wedding attire spread out like a giant blood flower on the ground. Her hair was disheveled, her complexion pained and miserable, just like she was enduring immense torment. Yes, why does he not come to meet me? This question Xie Lian also did not know how to answer, only continuing to keep silent. Xianji raised her head to look at that god statue, sadly saying, My Pei Lang, oh my Pei Lang, I betrayed my country for you, abandoned everything of mine, transformed into this. Why do you not come to meet me? She used both hands to tear at her own hair, questioning, is it possible that your heart is made of iron and stone? Xie Lian said not a word. After hearing those few sentences, he silently pondered. Xianji said she betrayed her country for General Pei. Could it be that she meant General Pei took advantage of their passionate love to extract intelligence from her mouth, causing her country to fail on the battlefield? She also said because of General Pei she became like this obviously hinted at her tragic state of broken legs. Xianji was a female general, going to the battlefield could not possibly carry a disabled body. Her legs could only have been broken afterwards. Could it be that this also related to General Pei? Was it General Pei's betrayal of love and trust that made her resentment so profound? Although feeling what he was thinking was very chilling, Xianji's resentment was so profound that she had to go and murder innocent lives. Even if chilling, he could only persistently think in that direction. At that moment outside the temple, a girl's shrill scream suddenly came. Help! Help! Xie Lian and Xianji simultaneously looked out the window, only to see where Ruyi formed a white circle. Someone was dragging the bandaged youth out, while Xiaoying clung to that person's leg, refusing to let go. That person cursed loudly. It was that young man. Get lost. You fool, what if you call the female ghost here? Xiaoying raised her voice. If she comes, then she comes. You are even scarier than a ghost. I would rather meet the female ghost. So it turned out that the young man who had been whipped unconscious by Xie Lian's silk earlier had woken up, seeing the group of brides slowly fumbling everywhere. At first he was startled, but soon discovered that they could not see people. His guts were very big, his disposition was impulsive and rash. He intended to take advantage of others not daring to move, to quickly drag the bandaged youth down the mountain to receive the reward alone. He did not care whether this youth was truly the ghost groom or not. Generally, at the foot of the mountain, everyone was spreading word that he was the ghost groom, so then he was the ghost groom. Who would have thought that Xiaoying would rush over and scream loudly, alarming the brides wandering all around in Xianji and Mingguang Temple. Seeing it was him again, Xie Lian secretly thought that earlier he should have whipped harder. Whipping him unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights would have been better. He shouted loudly, Get back inside the circle. As soon as he saw a surge of black mist rushing towards him, the young man hastily retreated, but his hand was pulling the bandaged youth. His leg was clutched by Xiaoying. Ultimately he was still 1 step slow. In a flash he was swept by the black mist to Xianji's hand. He turned his head to look. This girl with long flowing hair, dense with energy, was she not precisely the beautiful female corpse among the brides he had touched earlier? Things having come to this, he finally knew fear. He reamed miserably while Xianji gently curved 5 fingers, dug her claws into the back of his neck. In just an instant she peeled his entire skull off the thick scalp. The peeled-off skull was still hot, still opening its mouth and screaming loudly, "Ah!" The group of people standing in the white circle, scared out of their wits, also opened their mouths and screamed loudly, "Ah!" Xiaoying was also scared. She pulled the bandaged youth into the circle while screaming. Xianji then stretched 5 fingers towards the two of them. Xie Lian dodged to block in front of Xiaoying, saying, "General, do not create any more murderous karma." Xie Lian called her general. The purpose was to remind her that she was once a heroine who bravely fought on the battlefield to protect her country. But then, Xianji crushed the miserably screaming skull in her hand, her stunningly beautiful face now 7 parts disfigured. She coldly laughed and asked, "Is it that he dares not meet me?" Xie Lian was at his wits' end, thinking it would be better to pretend that General Pei had sent him first to be safe, but Xianji originally did not need his answer. She laughed loudly a few times, then sharply turned around, pointing at that god statue, saying, "I burned your temple 'cause chaos in your domain. Only for you to come and see me once. I have waited for you for so many years." She dazedly looked at that martial god statue for a long while, then suddenly leaped up, squeezing its neck until it vibrated like mad, shouting, "Yet you still refuse to come and meet me. Is it that you yourself also know you are at fault towards me? You look at my legs. Look at me in this wretched state now. I am like this also because of you, all because of you. Is it possible that your heart is made of iron and stone?" Being an outsider, Xie Lian also did not want to comment on who was right or wrong, but judging by personal feeling, he truly could not help but think to himself, if you want to meet him, why not change to a slightly more normal method? If someone wanted to use this method to meet me, I would never want to come over there. Finally, Chu Huan and the bandaged youth also together returned into the white circle. She looked over to this side, worriedly whispered, "Young master." Hearing the sound, Xie Lian smiled at her, implying she needn't worry. Unexpectedly, the moment he smiled, Xianji's face immediately became twisted. From upon the divine statue she suddenly lunged forth, hissing, "You don't even deign to look at me. Only like to look at these giggling girls. Let me slowly make you look your fill." Although the person she seized was Xie Lian, her words were spoken to that General Pei. At first, Xie Lian had thought Xianji couldn't marry the one she loved, and seeing brides happily smiling on their palanquins sparked jealousy in her. But he hadn't expected that it was because General Pei likes smiling girls. Xianji then suffered a mental disorder, associating this with brides' duty to marry the man she loved. No wonder she burned down the Mingguang temple at the foot of the mountain. It seemed she couldn't tolerate the sight of girls constantly coming and going into General Pei's temple, sharing the same divine statue with her. This female ghost truly deserved the title ferocious, though both her legs were broken. Her movements were extremely bizarre and swift. Not to mention, after being struck by Ruyi, she still possessed so much strength, seizing Xie Lian to the point he couldn't break free from her. He was about to call Ruyi, when he suddenly heard a loud cry, "Aaaaaaaa!" Seeing Xie Lian and the female ghost locked in a fierce struggle, Tu Huan picked up a branch and charged forward, shouting loudly as she ran, as if bolstering her own courage. Xianji fundamentally didn't need to lift a hand, she merely turned her head to cast a cold glance. Tu Huan, before even getting close, was sent flying, soaring several zhang away, head down, body up, landing with a thud on the ground. The bandaged youth hoarsely cried "ah ah" and rushed over. Xie Lian was also startled. Just as he struggled to sit up, the back of his head suddenly felt a chilling touch. Xianji's 5 fingers had already landed, seemingly intending to tear his skull from his scalp as she had done moments before. Under urgent circumstances, Xie Lian used his right hand to grasp her wrist, shouting, "Bind." Only a rustling sound tearing through the sky rang out. A strip of white silk here. And his call flew forth, wrapping around Xianji several times, binding her securely. Due to her 2 broken legs, Xianji couldn't evade in time, falling to her knees with a thud. She writhed and struggled on the ground, wanting to break free from this white silk strip, but unexpectedly, the more she struggled, the tighter it bound. Having just escaped, Xie Lian didn't even have time to catch his breath before immediately standing up and running to where Chu Huan had fallen. Although Ruyi had withdrawn, everyone still dared not cause a commotion. But some brave villagers, accustomed to the brides fumbling about, moved to surround the spot where Chu Huin had fallen. The bandaged youth knelt beside Chu Huin's prone body, his hands and feet flustered, not knowing what to do, anxious like a worm on a hot pan. No one dared touch Chu Huin, fearing she might have broken a vital spot from the fall, and careless handling would cause more severe injury. Xie Lian quickly examined her. He knew in his heart that no matter how careful he was, it would be useless. Such a severe fall. It was clear she wouldn't survive. Although he hadn't known this young girl Chu Huin for long, having barely exchanged a few words with her, he still knew that though her appearance was unsightly, her heart was kind, and this outcome truly pained one's heart. Xianji over there certainly couldn't break free from Ruyi overnight. Xie Lian thought to himself, although it's no longer any use no matter what, I cannot let her lie in this posture before she dies. Thinking thus, Xie Lian carefully turned her over. Chu Huin's face was smeared with blood. Those around looked on, clucked their tongues and sighed. She still had one breath left and whispered softly, "Young master, did I help but only cause more trouble?" Causing trouble by helping? No, there wasn't any, but it was true that she hadn't helped at all. At that moment, Xie Lian had originally intended to summon Ruyi, fundamentally not needing external assistance. And her branch, even if it had struck Xianji, would have had no effect. Moreover, from beginning to end, how could she have even gotten close to that female ghost? To say it this way, it was no different than saying she had sought her own death in a worthless manner. Xie Lian said no. You helped a great deal. Look, you ran over and diverted the female ghost's attention. Only then did I have time to subdue her. I truly must thank you for that. However, don't do it like this next time. If you want to help, you must tell me first, otherwise if by chance I don't receive it, then it would be dangerous. Chu Huin let out a laugh. Oh, young master, you don't need to deceive me. I know I didn't help at all, and there won't be a next time. She mumbled indistinctly, then spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with which were several broken front teeth. The bandaged youth was so distraught he trembled, his mouth uttering garbled sounds, not knowing what he wanted to say. Tai. Yu Huin said to him, from now on, little brother, you don't need to go down the mountain to steal food anymore. If by chance someone finds out, being beaten to death would be the end of it. Xie Lian said if he is hungry, he can come to me for food. Hearing this, Chu Huin's eyes brightened. Really? Then thank you very much, brother. After a moment of laughter, 2 streams of tears suddenly flowed down from her small eyes. She said softly, I feel that in this life, I haven't had many joyful days. Xie Lian also didn't know what was appropriate to say, and could only lightly pat her hand. Chu Huin sighed again. Ah well, never mind, perhaps I was born unlucky. Hearing these words, it was indeed a little funny. Moreover, because her nose was crooked and her eyes askew, ugly in a comical way, her appearance, with blood and tears covering her face, also seemed very funny at first glance. She wiped her tears, saying, but even so I still. Speaking to this point, Chu Huin breathed her last. Seeing that she had died, the bandaged youth hugged her corpse, softly sobbing. He buried his head on her stomach, as if having lost this support, no matter what, he dared not look up again. Xie Lian reached out to close her eyes, thinking to himself, you are much stronger than I. Precisely at this moment, a peculiar ringing of bells drifted over. 3 loud kung, kung, kung sounds boomed. Xie Lian immediately felt dizzy and saw stars. What is happening? Look in. Gee, around in all directions again, the brides lay scattered left and right on the ground, only their arms still stretched forward, pointing straight up to the sky. The villagers also fell to the ground, unable to get up, as if all of them were simultaneously shocked into unconsciousness by these ear-splitting bells. Xie Lian also felt lightheaded and his vision swam. He raised a hand to support his forehead, trying to stand, but his 2 legs gave way, making him half kneel on the ground. Luckily someone helped him up. Looking up, he saw it was Nan Feng. It turned out that after the 7 brides darted into the woods, they immediately scattered in all directions. Nan Feng had almost to run all over Mount Yu Jun once to catch all of them without missing a single one. Only now had he just returned. Seeing Nan Feng completely calm, Xie Lian hastily asked, what is with this bell sound? Nam Feng said, don't worry, these are reinforcements. Looking along Nam Feng's gaze, only then did Xie Lian discover that, before the Mingguang temple, a line of soldiers had appeared at some unknown time. This line of soldiers, everyone was cloaked in armor, their spirits bright and shining, majestic and awe-inspiring, their bodies covered in a layer of ethereal divine light, and standing tall before the line of soldiers was a young, tall, outstanding martial general, clearly not an ordinary mortal. That martial general clasped his hands and walked before Xie Lian, bowing slightly to him, and said, "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Xie Lian had not yet opened his mouth to ask, when Nam Feng already said in a low voice, "This is General Pei." Xie Lian immediately turned his gaze to Xianji on the ground, and said, "General Pei?" This General Pei was not quite like what he had imagined, and was also vastly different from the divine statue in the temple. That divine statue was supremely heroic, with clear arrogance etched on its face, handsomely magnificent in an aggressive manner, while this young martial general, though also handsomely magnificent, had a fair complexion, his countenance serene like a cold jade, bearing no killing intent, only an unwavering calm. To call him a martial general was fine, and to call him a strategist general was also fine. General Pei looked at Xianji on the ground, and said, "Ling Hall informed us that this time, the incident at Mount Yu Jun most likely has deep connections related to our Mingguang temple, so I hurried here at once." "Unexpectedly, there truly are deep connections. I have troubled your Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Xie Lian secretly thanked Ling Wen. When had Ling Hall's efficiency ever been poor? He said, "I have also troubled General Pei." Meanwhile, Xianji, amidst her struggles, vaguely heard the three words General Pei. She abruptly raised her head, and said in an urgent voice, Pei Lang, is it you? Have you come? Have you finally come?" Because she was bound by Rui, even if she was ecstatic with joy, he could only kneel upright. Unexpectedly, as soon as she saw that martial general, her complexion turned ashen. "Who are you?" On this side, Xie Lian had briefly told Nam Feng a few sentences about what had happened with the ghost groom. Hearing her ask that, he said, "Isn't this General Pei? Could it be that she waited too long and doesn't recognize him?" Nam Feng said, "Indeed it is General Pei, but he is not the one she is waiting for." Xie Lian understood nothing. Could it be that there are two General Peis? Nam Feng continued, "That's right, there are indeed two." It turned out that the General Pei whom the female ghost Xianji was waiting for was the main god of Mingguang Temple, while the one before them was the auxiliary god of Mingguang Temple, also the descendant of that General Pei. To distinguish them when calling, everyone would refer to this one as Little General Pei. In the Orthodox Mingguang Temple, both of these deities must be worshipped, one before, one after. As the main god of the principal temple, simply put, the key deity of the temple, General Pei's divine statue was placed opposite the temple entrance, while Little General Pei's divine statue would be placed behind him. Although they were ancestor and descendant at first glance, they were no different from brothers. A family with two individuals ascending could also be considered a peculiar anecdote. Casting her gaze around, not seeing the person she wanted to meet among the line of soldiers, Xianji said, "Einfully, where is Pei Ming? Why hasn't he come? Why hasn't he come to see me?" Little General Pei nodded slightly, and said, "General Pei has an important mission." Xianji murmured, "Important mission?" Under her long hair spread across the ground, she both shed tears and spoke, "I have waited for him for hundreds of years. What mission does he have? That year, to see me once, he could cross half the border in one night. What important mission does he have now? So important that he cannot even come down here to look at me once? Is that so? There originally isn't one, is there?" Little General Pei said, "General Xianji, please set off." Two soldiers from Mingguang Temple, standing in line, walked forward. Rui suddenly leaped off Xianji, returning to coil around Xie Lian's wrist. Xie Lian lightly patted it twice as if to reassure it. Xianji allowed the two soldiers to escort her, lost in a daze for a moment, then suddenly struggled violently, pointing at the sky and cursing, "Pei Ming, I curse you." Her scream was extremely piercing. Xie Lian was startled, thinking to himself, is this cursing an ancestor in front of their descendant? Little General Pei remained expressionless, and said, "I have let everyone witness a laughingstock." Xianji still cursed hoarsely, "I curse you. It would be best if you never loved anyone, otherwise, if that day comes, I curse you to become like me, forever and ever, at every moment, endlessly, consumed by the fires of passion. Consumed by the fires of passy. On burning away your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys." At this moment, Xiao Pei Xiangjun said to Xie Lian, "Pardon my rudeness. Please wait a moment." Saying this, he began to close two fingers, placing them lightly on his temple. This was the way to open spirit communication. Surely Xiao Peixiangjun was communicating with someone. A moment later, he let out an hum, lowered his hand, clasped his hands behind his back, turned to speak to Xianji. Peixiangjun asked me to relay a message to you. That is an impossibility. Xianji roared, I curse you. Xiao Peixiangjun lightly raised his hand, saying, take her away. Two soldiers dragged away Xianji, who was struggling wildly. Xie Lian said, Xiao Peixiangjun, allow me to ask a question. How will Xianji be handled? Xiao Peixiangjun said, banished beneath the mountain. To find a mountain to suppress and contain. This was indeed the method the heavenly realm often used to deal with demons and monsters. Pondering for a moment, Xie Lian still spoke up. The resentment of this General Xianji is very heavy. She still remembers endlessly the hatred for having betrayed her country and broken her legs because of Peixiangjun. I fear suppression is not a long-term plan. Xiao Peixiangjun lightly tilted his head again. Asking, she said she betrayed her country and broke her legs because of Peixiangjun? Xie Lian replied, indeed. She once said she ended up in this state because of Peixiangjun, though it is unknown what the truth truly is. Xiao Peixiangjun said, if one must say so, then it is also acceptable betraying the country for Peixiangjun is true, but the details of the incident may not be as outsiders have imagined. After Peixiangjun and she broke up, to win back Peixiangjun, General Xianji did not hesitate to actively offer military intelligence. Peixiangjun did not wish to win without honor, so he did not accept it. This matter was truly unimaginable, so this was what I betrayed my country for you meant. Xie Lian said. Then she said her two legs were broken also because of Peixiangjun, meaning? Xiao Peixiangjun replied, her two legs were broken by herself. Broken by herself? Xiao Peixiangjun calmly said, Peixiangjun does not like strong women, and General Xianji was naturally competitive, which was also the reason why the two of them could not stay together long-term. General Xianji was unwilling. She told Peixiangjun that she was willing to sacrifice in change for him, and so she crippled her own martial arts, and also broke her own two legs. From then on, she was no different from cutting off her own wings, tying herself to Peixiangjun's side. Peixiangjun did not abandon her or neglect her, and even took her in and cared for her, but from beginning to end, he still did not want to marry her. General Xianji's wish was not fulfilled. She embraced hatred and committed suicide, not for any other reason, but merely to cause Peixiangjun pain and suffering. But, forgive me for speaking frankly. He still spoke with such gentle courtesy and excessive calmness that did not happen. Xie Lian rubbed his glabella, not saying a word, thinking to himself, what kind of person is this? Xiao Peixiangjun continued, the right and wrong in all of this I do not know either. I only know that if General Xianji had been willing to let go, it would not have come to this extent. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I bid you farewell. Xie Lian also clasped his hands, seeing them off. Nanfeng commented, how strange. Xie Lian thought to himself. He himself was also the laughingstock of the three realms, famously strange. What need was there to speak of anyone else? The matter between Peixiangjun and Xianji, without being involved, it was difficult to say who was right and who was wrong. Only the 17 innocent brides were pitiable, and the martial officials and sedan chair bearers escorting them also truly suffered undeserved calamity. Speaking of the brides, Xie Lian immediately shifted his gaze to look, only to see that the 17 corpses of the brides on the ground had begun to show varying degrees of change. Some had turned into piles of white bones, some had begun to rot, emitting waves of foul stench. The foul smell made the villagers on the ground choke awake. They awoke dazedly, and seeing the scene before their eyes, were again terrified out of their wits. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xie Lian rambled on, teaching them a lesson on good and evil, cause and effect and retribution, advising them that after descending the mountain, they must pray for the brides extensively, and at the same time, find a way to inform the brides' families to come claim the bodies, absolutely not to traffic in the corpses, nor to do anything against their conscience. Having experienced such a shocking night, and with no instigator left to cause trouble, everyone who heard Xie Lian speak no longer dared to utter a sound, each timidly answering, feeling as if they had just woken from a nightmare, only now realizing, why were they so deluded last night? With so many dead, why was their mind at that time entirely preoccupied with making money? Looking back and recalling, they themselves felt horrified. Last night they relied on their large numbers, and also had an instigator, which was why they foolishly and clumsily followed along now. Thinking back, their hearts were filled with fear, and each obediently repented and prayed for blessings. The sky was not yet bright. Fearing that there might still be packs of wolves in the mountains waiting to cause trouble, Nanfeng had just finished running around the mountain, and now had to lead the entire group down the mountain. Nanfeng did not complain, and even promised Xie Lian that they would discuss how to deal with the hanging corpse forest later. After waking up, the bandaged youth sat beside Xiaohuang's corpse, holding her without a word. Xie Lian sat next to him, racking his brain for words for a long time, just about to open his mouth to comfort him, when he suddenly noticed that the youth's head was bleeding. If it were blood from the corpse forest, it would surely have dried by now, but this blood was still flowing unceasingly. It could only mean he was injured. Xie Lian immediately said to him, "You have a wound on your head. Take off the bandages, let me help you look." The youth slowly raised his head, looking at him with eyes streaked with blood vessels, seemingly flustered and hesitant. Xie Lian smiled, saying, "Don't be afraid. If there is a wound, it must be bandaged. I promise I won't be frightened by you." The youth hesitated briefly, then turned his body to the side, slowly unwrapping each layer of bandages on his head. His movements were very slow. Xie Lian patiently waited for him, already considering the next problem in his heart. This youth certainly cannot stay on Mount Yu Jun, so where can he go? He also cannot follow me back to the heavenly realm. I myself am just living day by day. It would be better to think of a proper way to arrange things for him before leaving. Also Qinggui Shirong. At this moment, the young man had finished removing the bandages and turned around, and after clearly seeing his face, Xie Lian felt all the blood in his body drain away in an instant. Volume 1 Chapter 12 The Red-Clad Ghost Burns the Civil and Martial Temples. Just as Xie Lian had previously imagined, on the young man's face was a patch of severe burn scars. But beneath those continuous scars, 3 or 4 tiny human faces could be faintly discerned. Those faces were only the size of a child's palm, scattered unevenly across the young man's face and forehead. Due to having been scorched by fire, the features of every tiny face were severely contorted, as if screaming in agony. These grotesque, seemingly shrieking small faces crowded upon what was originally his normal human face, proving more terrifying than any demon. The instant he saw this face, Xie Lian felt as if he had plunged into a nightmare. Utter dread froze his entire being, to the extent that he didn't know when he had stood up, nor what expression had appeared on his face, but it was undoubtedly terrifying beyond measure. The young man, who had been slowly removing the bandages and was already filled with unease and fear, upon seeing Xie Lian's reaction, recoiled 2 steps. As if understanding that Xie Lian could never accept this face, he abruptly covered his horrible face in a gesture of self-preservation, then let out a loud shriek and fled deep into the dense forest. Only then did Xie Lian recover his senses, calling out, "Wait!" He chased while saying, "Wait! Come back!" But Xie Lian had been stunned for too long before reacting. While the young man was familiar with the mountain trails and accustomed to hiding and lurking in the darkness, in no time he had vanished completely without a trace, and, no matter how Xie Lian called, he refused to emerge. With no one else to assist in the search, and his own spiritual power depleted, he had no way to communicate telepathically. He ran around the mountain once, yet even after searching for nearly half a Kinjio, he found nothing. A cold wind swept past, and Xie Lian grew a little more clear-headed. He knew that wandering around aimlessly like a headless fly was not a good approach. He strove to remain calm, muttering to himself, "Perhaps he will return to retrieve Miss Xiaoheng's corpse." With that thought, Xie Lian then returned to the front of Mingguang Temple, only to be startled. He saw many figures clad in black already gathered in the forest behind the temple, all with solemn expressions, carefully lowering the more than 40 inverted corpses. In front of the trees stood a tall, slender figure, supervising with crossed arms. When he turned his head, he revealed the clear and indifferent face of a young man. It was precisely Fu Yao. It seemed Fu Yao had made a trip back to the heavenly court, bringing a group of divine officials from Xianzhen Palace to assist. Xie Lian was about to speak when footsteps suddenly echoed from behind. It was Nanfeng, who had finished escorting the villagers down the mountain and returned. Upon seeing the scene before him, Nan Feng cast a glance at Fu Yao saying, "Didn't you run away on your own?" The remark was utterly unpleasing to the ear, and Fu Yao raised an eyebrow, showing his displeasure. Xie Lian, not wishing for them to quarrel at such a crucial moment, intervened. "It was I who told him to return and bring reinforcements." Nan Feng sneered. "So where are the reinforcements? I would have thought you'd at least invite your general to descend personally." Fu Yao calmly replied, "When I returned, I heard that General Xiaopei had already descended, which is why I didn't seek out our general. Besides, even if I had sought him, he is so busy, it's unlikely he would have had the time to descend." Truthfully, from Xie Lian's understanding of Mu Qing, even if Mu Qing had the time, he would never condescend to descend here personally. But at the moment, Xie Lian had no time for further thought, only wearily saying, "You two, cease your bickering for now and help me with one task. First let us go together to find the bandaged young man." Nan Feng frowned. "Just now he was still with you watching over that girl's corpse, wasn't he?" Xie Lian said, "I told him to remove his bandages, and he was frightened by me and fled." Fu Yao quirked a corner of his mouth saying, "It can't be that bad, can it? Your women's attire isn't that frightening." Xie Lian sighed. "It's only to blame that I was too stunned to react in time. Miss Xiaoheng is dead." He had already suffered a tremendous shock. And on top of that, he believed I was terrified by his face. Perhaps he couldn't endure this blow and fled. Fu Yao wrinkled his nose. "Is he really that ugly?" Xie Lian said, "The problem isn't whether he's ugly or not. He has the human face disease." Upon hearing those three words, both Nan Feng's and Fu Yao's movements and complexions instantly froze. At last, the two understood why Xie Lian had been so utterly bewildered moments before. 800 years ago, the imperial capital of the ancient Xian kingdom was ravaged by an epidemic, ultimately leading to the nation's downfall. Those afflicted with this disease would first develop small swellings on their bodies. These swellings would grow progressively larger and harder each day, accompanied by a slight ache. Later, it was discovered that these swellings gradually became uneven, with 3 depressions and 1 protrusion, resembling eyes, nose, and mouth. Later, these facial features grew increasingly distinct, eventually forming shapes resembling human faces. And if left unheeded, more and more human faces would sprout upon the body. It was rumored that some of these human faces grew larger, eventually becoming perfectly formed and discernible, even capable of opening their mouths to speak, or perhaps even shriek. And the name of this particular malady was precisely the human face disease. Fu Yao's complexion changed continuously, her 2 crossed hands also lowered, and she said, "How can it be? This thing was annihilated several hundred years ago. It's absolutely impossible for it to appear again." Xie Lian only said one sentence I did not see wrongly. Nan Feng and Fu Yao had no way to refute the sentence Xie Lian had just uttered. No one could refute. Xie Lian continued. On his face, there were also traces of having been burned by fire, perhaps because he wanted to burn away that pile of necrotic human faces. People infected with the human face disease, their first reaction is usually to take a knife and cut those horrifying things off, or use a torch to burn it to death. Even if it meant cutting flesh and breaking bones, they would not regret it. Nan Feng said in a low voice, "Then I fear he is also not an ordinary person. It's highly likely he has lived in this world for several hundred years. But wait, is the disease on him contagious?" Although his head ached as if being hammered, Xie Lian still calmly considered this matter. And he said in a definitive tone, "No, the infectiousness of the human face disease is very strong. If the toxic disease on that youth was still contagious, and he is hidden in Mount Yu Jun for so long, the entire region would surely have been infected by him by now. His toxic disease must have been cured already. It's just that the scars left before cannot be entirely removed." Xie Lian continued. On his face, there were also traces of having been burned by fire, perhaps because he wanted to burn away that pile of necrotic human faces. People infected with the human face disease, their first reaction is usually to take a knife and cut those horrifying things off, or use a torch to burn it to death. Even if it meant cutting flesh and breaking bones, they would not regret it. Nan Feng said in a low voice, "Then I fear he is also not an ordinary person. It's highly likely he has lived in this world for several hundred years. But wait, is the disease on him contagious?" Although his head ached as if being hammered, Xie Lian still calmly considered this matter. And he said in a definitive tone, "No, the infectiousness of the human face disease is very strong. If the toxic disease on that youth was still contagious, and he is hidden in Mount Yu Jun for so long, the entire region would surely have been infected by him by now. His toxic disease must have been cured already, it's just that the scars left before cannot be entirely removed." The three people dared not be careless. Fu Yao seemed to have a very high status at Xianzhen Palace. The divine officials who were summoned again dug 3 chi of earth to search for a round in Mount Yu Jun, but no matter what, they could not find the whereabouts of that youth, fearing that he had run out of Mount Yu Jun, disappearing into the vast sea of people. Judging by the current situation, everyone only had the option of returning to the heavenly realm, then asking Lingwen Palace for assistance in searching, and quietly awaiting news. The thing on that youth would not be contagious. This point made everyone feel somewhat fortunate, yet thinking that his appearance was so terrifying, if by chance he was discovered after descending the mountain, he would likely be regarded as a monster, outed at to be beaten and killed. Xie Lian told himself silently that he still had to quickly find him. It was inconvenient to continue lingering on Mount Yu Jun, so Xie Lian carried Xiao Huin's corpse, walking down the mountain one step at a time. Due to his slightly distracted state of mind, it was not until the tea shop owner shouted that Xie Lian realized he had almost carried the corpse into the small Xiangfeng shop. He hastily apologized, then went back outside to ask someone to bury the body before returning. After everything was settled, Xie Lian sat down and quietly sighed. This matter finally came to an end, yet Xie Lian only felt that these few days after ascending were even more exhausting than a year. He spent collecting scraps in the mortal realm before climbing up, then collapsing down, vaulting over roofs, then scaling walls, tumbling and screaming, disguising himself and performing acrobatics. His entire bodice bones were almost falling apart, yet he still left behind many future troubles and unresolved mysteries. He truly wished to make a sign. Ascension is not as good as collecting scraps, to wear on his back and travel the mortal realm. Fu Yao tucked up the hem of her robe and sat down next to Xie Lian, finally still unable to help but perform the eye-rolling motion she had prepared for a long time, saying, "Why are you still wearing this outfit?" Seeing Fu Yao roll her eyes, Xie Lian strangely felt a sense of familiarity. Only then did he take off the Brita robes he had worn the entire way. While wiping the makeup off his face, he mournfully said, "So I was still wearing this outfit while talking to General Xiao Pei just now. Huh? Nanfeng, if you had reminded me just now, it would have been good." Fu Yao said, "Probably because you looked too delighted wearing it." Nanfeng, who had run all day, finally could sit down and rest. No need to remind him. General Xiao Pei wouldn't care what you wear. Even if you dressed 10 times more strangely, he wouldn't say much to others. Seeing that this young divine official had indeed exerted himself greatly tonight, Xie Lian then poured Nanfeng a cup of tea, then suddenly remembered General Xiao Pei's cold demeanor, in contrast to Xianzhe's frenzied state. And he said, "This General Xiao Pei is truly unperturbed, truly excellent at staying calm." Nanfeng drank his tea and said, "Don't be mistaken by General Xiao Pei's gentle and polite appearance. He is exactly like his ancestor. Both are difficult to deal with." This point of course Xie Lian could see. Fu Yao also agreed with this opinion and said, "Pei Su is a new elite who spent nearly 200 years to ascend. Even so, his power is very strong. He ascended very quickly. When General Pei recognized him, he was only 20 years old. Do you know what he did then?" Xie Lian said, "What did he do?" Fu Yao coldly spat out 2 words, "City massacre." Hearing this, Xie Lian appeared thoughtful, but also did not feel surprised. In the upper heavenly court, emperors, kings, ministers and generals walked everywhere in the struggle to seize dominion and secure the realm. Because of the saying, a single general's success is built upon 10,000 dried bones. To become a divine immortal, one must first become an outstanding talent. The feet of an outstanding talent always walk upon a path of blood. Fu Yao concluded, in the upper heavenly court, there are few people easy to deal with. One cannot trust anyone. Hearing the tone like someone experienced advising descendants from Fu Dao, Xie Lian could not help but feel amused, guessing whether Fu Dao had once been oppressed in the upper heavenly court, his emotions overflowing too much, which was why he spoke thus. However, he himself also knew that although he had ascended 3 times, each time his stay in the heavenly realm was as brief as an epiphyllum blooming in the morning and withering by evening, fleetingly passing and then vanishing. If discussing his understanding of the various heavenly officials, he truly might not be superior to these 2 minor heavenly officials. Nan Feng seemed utterly to disagree with Fu Dao's words. You shouldn't utter threatening words. Everywhere has good and bad in the heavenly realm. There are still quite a few reliable heavenly officials. Fu Dao retorted, haha, reliable heavenly official, you mean your general, don't you? Nan Feng said, whether it is my general or not, I do not know, but in short, it is certainly not your general. Faced with this situation, Xie Lian had long grown accustomed to it, finding nothing strange. Moreover, with something on his mind, he did not even have the strength to stop them. The matter in the north concluded. Returning to the heavenly realm, Xie Lian first went to Lingwen Palace, recounted the story of the bandaged youth, and asked Lingwen to cast a net to find the person in the mortal realm. After listening, Lingwen's expression also tightened. She accepted the request, finally saying, Lingwen Palace will certainly exert all its strength to search. However, it truly is unexpected that a journey to the north actually became entangled in so many matters. This time it has truly been arduous for your highness. Xie Lian said, this time, I must also thank the two minor heavenly officials who voluntarily descended to help, as well as General Pei Jr. of Mingguang Palace. Truly, I do not know how I should thank them. Lingwen said, if it is a calamity caused by a karmic entanglement of old Pei, then obviously Pei Jr. must go clean it up. He is also accustomed to cleaning up, so there is no need to thank him. If your highness has time later, please trouble your highness to enter the communication array for a moment. Everyone still wishes to gather and discuss this matter. Xie Lian also had many unanswered questions. Exiting Lingwen Palace, he wandered back and forth, searching for a small stone bridge. The stone bridge spanned across a gently flowing stream. The river water was crystal clear like crystal, to the extent that one could see floating mist at the bottom of the water, and even discern undulating mountains and neatly squared towns of the mortal realm through the water and mist. Xie Lian thought to himself, this is a good spot. Afterward, he sat down at the head of the bridge, muttering the verbal command, and entered the array. Only upon entering did he see that the communication array of the upper heavenly court was indeed bustling in a rare manner, numerous voices flying back and forth within the array, becoming a chaotic mess. The first voice he heard was Feng Xin scolding, damn it. Have you chosen which mountain to banish her under yet? That ghostess Xianji is insane no matter what you ask her. She just shouts demanding to see General Pei, from beginning to end refusing to say where Green Ghost Qirong is. General Pei Jr. spoke up. General Xianji's temperament has always been stubborn and resolute like that. Feng Xin's voice sounded extremely angry. General Pei Jr. Has your General Pei returned yet? Quickly let her meet him once, question out the whereabouts of Green Ghost Qirong, and then quickly drag her away. Feng Xian was worst at dealing with women, yet this interrogation task was given to him. Xie Lian could not help but feel sympathetic. General Pei Jr. said, meeting her is useless, meeting her will make her even crazier. Another voice said, it's the hanging corpse forest again. Qirong's taste is always so low and makes people uncomfortable. Even the ghost realm despises his low taste. It is enough to see that it is indeed extremely low. The heavenly officials exchanged conversation casually. It could be seen that both sides were very familiar with each other. As a newcomer who had ascended 800 years ago, Xie Lian should have originally sat silently saying nothing, but after listening for a long while, he finally could not help but interject a sentence. Sirs, what is the matter with the hanging corpse forest in Mount Yu Jun? Is Green Ghost Qirong also nearby? Because Xie Lian rarely spoke in the communication array, his voice sounded a bit strange. The heavenly officials did not know whether they should continue the conversation, yet the first person to answer him was Feng Xian. Green Ghost Qirong is not at Mount Yu Jun. However, that hanging corpse forest was offered to him by the ghostess Xianji according to his request. Xie Lian asked, is Xianji a subordinate of Green Ghost? General Pei Jr. replied, that's right. General Xianji has been dead for several hundred years. Before, though she had resentment, she did not have enough power to stir up trouble and cause chaos. It was only until over 100 years ago that she was chosen by Green Ghost Qirong. Green Ghost greatly valued her, took her in as a subordinate, thanks to which her spiritual power surged. In truth, General Pei Jr.'s meaning was that the ghostess Xianji stirring up trouble could not be blamed on General Pei Beck. She originally did not possess such great capability. If one wanted to blame, then blame Green Ghost Qirong. It was he who took Xianji in, only then making her capable of going out to harm people. Originally, in the hearts of all heavenly officials, they all thought this matter was actually a karmic debt General Pei created himself, only they did not explicitly say so. Who would have thought it would be discovered by General Pei Jr.? A gentle and indirect reminder hit exactly the mark, immediately making them hide their thoughts even deeper in their words. Xie Lian continued to ask, "Then has Mount Yu Jun been thoroughly investigated yet? There should still be one more child soul." This time Mu Qing's voice rang out, "Neither warm nor cold a child soul? What child soul?" Xie Lian thought to himself, perhaps Fu Dao had not told Mu Qing the details clearly, or perhaps even going out to help him was hidden from Mu Qing. So he might as well not mention Fu Dao to avoid causing more trouble for him. Xie Lian said, "When I was sitting on the sedan chair, I once heard a child's laughter using a folk rhyme to remind me. At that time there were also 2 minor martial officials from the martial god palace beside me, but they did not detect anything at all. It seems this child soul's spiritual power is also very high." Mu Qing said, "No child soul was found in Mount Yu Jun." Xie Lian could not help but feel puzzled. Could it be that child soul only came to remind him alone? Think. And of this he suddenly remembered something he had kept in mind all along the way, and then asked, "Also this time in Mount Yu Jun I met a youth who could control silver butterflies. Do any of you sirs know who this youth is?" As soon as this sentence of his left his lips, the communication array, which had been bustling like a marketplace, suddenly became silent as a sheet of paper. This kind of reaction Xie Lian had guessed from early on. He also patiently waited, and after a long while only then did Lingwen ask, "Crown Prince, Your Highness, what did you just say?" Mu Tin coldly said he just said, "He met Hua Cheng." Finally knowing the name of that red-clad youth, for some reason Xie Lian felt his mood was not wrong. He smiled and said, "So his name is Hua Cheng? This name suits him very well." Hearing his tone and manner of speaking, the various heavenly officials in the spiritual communication array were somewhat speechless. A moment later, Lingwen lightly coughed, saying ahem. "Your Royal Highness, have you ever heard of the so-called 4 great calamities?" Xie Lian thought to himself, "My apologies, I only know the 4 renowned tales." The so-called 4 renowned tales are the 4 acclaimed anecdotes of 4 heavenly officials of the upper heaven before their ascension: Young Lord pouring wine, Crown Prince pleasing God, General breaking sword, Princess committing suicide. Among them, Crown Prince pleasing God refers to Crown Prince Xian less fleeting. Glimpse that left a profound impression on the martial god avenue. To be ranked among the 4 tales, one does not necessarily have to be the heavenly official with the strongest spiritual power. It is simply because their legends were the most widely spread, becoming topics for people to passionately discuss. Towards such news from the outside world, Xie Lian always reacted sluggishly. One could even call him rustic and shallow, but since he was one of the tales, he understood a little. As for these 4 great calamities, it was probably a saying that only became popular much later, and Xie Lian had never heard of it. Since the character calamity was used, it certainly wasn't anything good. Xie Lian said, "My apologies, I have never heard of them. May I ask which 4 great calamities you speak of?" Mu Tin indifferently replied, "Your Royal Highness has tempered himself in the mortal realm for several hundred years. Yet your sources of information are so stagnant it truly makes one curious what exactly you have been doing down there." Of course it was eating, sleeping, busking and collecting scraps. Xie Lian smiled and said, "What else but being human? There are so many things to be busy with, and they are also very complicated. It's no easier than being a heavenly official." Lingwen said, "As for the 4 great calamities, Your Highness, please remember them well. They are black water sinking boats, green lantern roaming at night, white cloth calamity, and crimson rain sought flow. They refer to the 4 chaotic demon kings of the ghost realm, who cause endless headaches for both the upper heaven and the middle heaven. Humans ascending become gods, descending become ghosts. The immortals founded the heavenly realm as their abode, separating themselves from the mortal realm, looking down from above to observe the mundane world, reigning over all beings. But the so-called ghost realm has not separated from the mortal world. Demons, monsters, ghosts and humans share the same land. Some hide in the shadows, some disguise themselves as humans, mingling among the populace, wandering in the mortal realm. Lingwen continued, "Black water sinking boats refers to a great water ghost. Although he has reached the level of devastation, he rarely goes out to cause trouble, is extremely silent, and hardly anyone has ever met him before, so let us ignore him for now. Green Lantern roaming at night refers to the low-ranking green ghost Xie Lian, who has a hobby of hanging our corpses upside down in forests. However, he is the only one among the four great calamities who has not reached the devastation level, so why is he included here? Perhaps because he causes trouble year-round, which is incredibly annoying? Or it could simply be that adding him makes it a memorable for people. Let us not mention him for now. White-clothed calamity, this one, Your Royal Highness should be quite familiar with. He has a name which is Bai Wuxiang. Upon hearing this name, Xie Lian, sitting at the end of the stone bridge, suddenly felt a wrenching pain transmit from his heart to his forelimbs and 100 bones. His knuckles trembled slightly, unconsciously clenching into a fist. Of course he was familiar with him. Everyone said that once a devastation was born, it would surely harm nations and plunge the world into chaos. And when this Bai Wuxiang was born, the first nation he destroyed was none other than the Xie kingdom. Xie Lian remained silent, not replying. Ling Wen continued, however, Bai Wuxiang has already been destroyed, so let us not mention him for now. Even if he still existed in this world, I fear it would not be his turn to claim fame now. Your Royal Highness, the silver butterflies you saw on Mount Yu Jun are called soul-eating butterflies. Their master is the last of these four, and also the one whom the heavenly realm currently least wishes to provoke, crimson rain-sought flower Hua Cheng. In the heavenly realm, worthy of the title renowned far and wide, are undoubtedly the martial god emperor and crown prince Xian Lu. Although the two carry entirely opposite meanings, their level of fame, like thunder in the ear, is fundamentally not much different. But in the ghost realm, if one wishes to find a figure renowned far and wide who is equally matched in power and talent with them, besides Hua Cheng, there is no one else. If one wishes to understand a heavenly official, one only needs to wander the streets for a moment. Find a shrine and enter. Observe what clothes the divine statue wears, what spiritual weapon it holds, and one can generally understand. If one wishes to understand more, then one can listen to a few more orally transmitted myths or legendary tales, or what identities the heavenly officials held when they were human, what deeds they performed. Almost all of this has already been thoroughly explored. As for demons, monsters, and ghosts, it is not so. What kind of people they truly were when they were human, and what they look like now, are almost all mysteries. This name Hua Cheng is certainly false, and his appearance is definitely also false. Because Hua Cheng in legends is sometimes a capricious, ill-tempered youth, sometimes a gentle and graceful handsome man, sometimes a charming and malicious female ghost. Any description one wishes to give can be found. Regarding his true form, the only confirmed information is that he wears crimson robes, often appears accompanied by blood rain and foul winds, with silver butterflies pursuing the hems and sleeves of his garments. Regarding Hua Cheng's origin, there are even countless versions. Some say he is a deformed person, born missing a right eye, and thus from a young age suffered enough oppression, hating the human world. Some say he is a young general, who died in battle for his homeland, his lingering spirit unwilling to accept. There are also those who say he is a fool suffering from the death of his beloved. Some even say he is a monster. The most fantastical version, it is said, merely hearsay. It is said that in truth Hua Cheng was an ascending heavenly official. It's just that after ascending, he himself leaped down, degenerating into a ghost. However, this is only a legend not widely circulated, its truth unknown, and not many believe it. Returning to the matter, even if it were true, it would still be false. Because in this world, who would abandon being an immortal, preferring to leap down to become a ghost? For the heavenly realm, this matter is truly too much of a loss of face. In summary, the more diverse the accounts, the denser the fog. Heavenly officials everywhere were particularly wary of Hua Cheng, for many reasons. For instance, his temperament was erratic, at times indulging in cruel slaughter, at other times performing extraordinary good deeds. And for example, he possessed immense power in the human realm, with countless devotees. Indeed, people worship gods, praying for blessings, to avoid being invaded by demons and ghosts. Thus, heavenly officials gain many devotees. Yet a ghost like Hua Cheng, unexpectedly also possessed a massive number of devotees in the human realm, almost reaching the point of having one hand covering the sky. Speaking of this, it is necessary to mention something. The moment he first emerged, Hua Cheng did something exceptionally famous. He brazenly challenged 35 heavenly officials in the upper heavenly court to battle. The content of the Alenge was to engage in martial arts combat with martial gods, and to debate principles and question the Tao with civil gods. Among the 35 heavenly officials, 33 found it utterly ridiculous, but all of them were enraged by his provocation, accepting the challenge, preparing to collectively teach him how to be a ghost. The first to compete with him was a martial god. Martial gods are the strongest system of gods in the heavenly realm. Almost every one of them had numerous devotees and powerful magic, and facing a newly emerged small ghost, one could say victory was assured. Who would have thought that after one battle, their entire army was annihilated, and even their divine weapons were shattered by Hoa Cheng's extremely eerie curved saber-curved blade. Only after the fight did they realize that Hoa Cheng had emerged from Mount Tonglu. Mount Tonglu is a volcano, but this is not important. What is important is that within the mountain lies a city, called Gu City. Gu poisonous insect. Gu City is not a city where everyone raises goo. That city itself is a massive poisonous goo. Every 100 years, 10,000 ghosts gather here to slaughter each other, fighting until only one ghost remains. Although the result is often that none survive, if even one manages to emerge, then it will certainly be a chaotic demon king. Over the past few hundred years, only 2 ghosts have managed to emerge from Gu City, and these 2 indeed became ghost kings famous through the human realm. Hoa Cheng was one of them. The martial gods were utterly defeated. Then it was the civil gods' turn. They couldn't win a fight, so surely they could win a debate, right? Debate, argue. As it happened, they truly couldn't win. Hoa Cheng discussed heaven and earth, ancient and modern ways, discussing ancient and modern, at times elegant, at times vicious, at times resolute, at times insightful, at times employing sophistry, stubborn argumentation, truly with a sharp and fluent tongue, providing abundant evidence and beguiling rhetoric, speaking wild words to bewilder others. He scolded them from heaven to earth, from ancient times to the present day, infuriating several civil gods to the point where they spurted a mouthful of blood into the sky. Hoa Cheng with one battle became renowned. However, if that were all, he would still not be enough to be called terrifying. What was truly terrifying was that after securing victory, he demanded the 33 heavenly officials fulfill their promise. Before the challenge, both sides had made an agreement. If Hoa Cheng lost, he would offer his ashes. If the heavenly officials lost, all must voluntarily leap from the heavenly realm, henceforth becoming mortals. Had it not been for his arrogant demeanor, the absolute stakes, and the 33 heavenly officials' firm belief that they could not possibly lose, they would not have agreed to combat and debate with him. But not a single heavenly official proactively fulfilled their promise. Although breaking a promise truly meant losing face, yet thinking it over, there were 33 heavenly officials who lost. One person losing face is truly losing face, but if so many people lost face together, then it wouldn't be a loss of face at all, and they could even mock the opponent together. Therefore, they reached a tacit agreement, understanding in their hearts but not speaking aloud, pretending this matter had never occurred. After all, people are forgetful. After 50 more years, who knows, perhaps they wouldn't remember anymore. In this regard, they did not miscalculate. What they did miscalculate was that Hoa Cheng was not so easy to deal with. Not doing it, are you? Very well, then allow me to lend a hand. Thus, with a single flame, he burned down all the temples and shrines of these 33 heavenly officials in the human realm. This is precisely the nightmare that now causes all immortals to pale whenever it is mentioned, the red-clad ghost burning down the divine temples of the 33 civil and martial officials. Temples and devotees are the greatest source of a heavenly official's magic power. With no more shrines, where would devotees know to worship the gods? Where would incense and lamps come from? Their vital energy was severely damaged. To establish shrines again would take at least over 100 years, and it's not even certain they could restore their former scale. For a heavenly official, this matter was trull. Why more catastrophic than failing a tribulation? Among these heavenly officials, the largest had over 1,000 temples, the smallest also over 100, cumulatively more than 10,000, yet Hoa Cheng burned them all down in a single night. No one knew how he did it, but he simply did it. Truly insane. The divine officials cried and lamented to Jun Wu, but Jun Wu too could only submit, having no better solution. Previously, it was the divine officials themselves who accepted the challenge, and the promises were also their own assent. Hoa Cheng, moreover, was exceedingly cunning, merely demolishing temples and never harming people. It was no different from digging a pit and asking them if they would leap in, yet they themselves enlarged the pit before consenting to jump. Now that matters had reached this point, what more could be done? Originally, those 33 divine officials had intended to vanquish this arrogant little ghost before all under heaven. Thus, they had chosen the battlefield for their martial contest and debate to be within the dreams of numerous princes and nobles in the mortal realm, aiming to display their divine prestige before their grand devotees. Who could have foreseen that what the princes and nobles witnessed was their own humiliating defeat, beaten until they fell flat on their faces? Consequently, after awakening from their dreams, not a few nobles ceased venerating heavenly officials, instead shifting to worshipping ghosts. Having lost their devotees and their temples, those 33 divine officials gradually vanished without a trace, until a new generation of divine officials ascended, and many vacant positions were finally filled. From then on, numerous heavenly divine officials would mention the name Huachang with horror and trepidation, some even feeling goosebumps crawl upon their skin at the mere mention of red robes and silver butterflies. Some feared provoking him, lest he, losing interest, rush to challenge them, and then burn their temples to ashes with a single spark. Others found themselves completely at his mercy, daring to do nothing. Yet others, owing to Huachang's absolute dominance in the mortal realm, occasionally found that a few divine officials, wishing to accomplish their tasks, still had to plead with him, entreating him to clear their path. Slowly but surely, stemming from a peculiar psychological shift, some divine officials also in part came to admire him. Precisely for this reason, towards this Huachang, the heavenly realm truly harbored a complex blend of hatred, fear, and respect. And among the 35 divine officials, there were 2 martial gods who did not accept the challenge, none other than General Xian Jun, Mu Qing, and General Nanyang Feng Xian. Previously, when the 2 of them did not accept the challenge, it was absolutely not out of fear of Huachang. Rather, at that time they simply did not regard Huachang as anything significant, feeling no need to heed such a challenge, nor having the leisure to care. Who could have known that this very indifference would prove to be a fortunate accident, like a dog yawning and catching a fly? Yet, even without accepting the challenge, Huachang had not forgotten the 2 of them. Many times during the Zhongyuan festival, the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, as they went out on patrol, the 2 sides would encounter each other, engaging in several remote skirmishes. Both Mu Qing and Feng Xian were deeply haunted by those frenzied, massacring silver butterflies. Upon hearing this, Xie Lian's mind was once again filled with the delightful image of adorable, translucent silver butterflies fluttering about him. He found himself utterly unable to reconcile them with the terrifying depictions from the rumors, and could not help but ponder inwardly, are those tiny silver butterflies truly so dreadful? They seem quite ordinary, in fact, they're utterly charming. Volume 1 Chapter 13 Red robes brighter than maple leaves, skin white as snow. Of course, such thoughts Xie Lian could never voice aloud. However, he now understood why, at the mention of silver butterflies, Nan Feng and Fu Yao's expressions would shift so drastically. It was because they followed and served 2 divine officials who had once tasted bitter suffering at the hands of the silver butterfly's master. A divine official asked, Crown Prince Highness, you have met Huachang. Did he do anything to you? This tone was precisely as if asking him, are you currently missing an arm or a leg? Xie Lian responded, he did nothing, merely. As he spoke to this point, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words, questioning himself, merely what? Am I to say he simply seized the bridal sedan and then held my hand the entire way? After a moment of silence, Xie Lian could only say, he merely destroyed the illusion array of the female ghost Xianji on Mount Yu Jun, and then escorted me in. The divine officials, as if scrutinizing a suspect, fell into pensive silence. After a long while, only then did one inquire, esteemed colleagues, what are your thoughts? Merely by hearing their voices, Xie Lian could already envision the divine officials shaking their heads, utterly helpless. I don't see anything at all. I see nothing. We do not know what he intends, but it truly fills one with apprehension. Ultimately, what Huachang desires, who can comprehend? Though he had just been thoroughly informed that Huachang was a demonic overlord who brought chaos to the world, yet towards this person, he felt not the slightest dread. In truth, he felt as though Huachang was actually trying to assist him. In short, now he merely needed to return to the heavenly realm to receive the merits from his grand devotees, and all would be settled. The mission was, by and large, complete. As previously agreed, all the merits from the Thanksgiving ritual on Mount Yu Jun this time were to be granted to him. Although that old official was deeply grieved by his daughter's death, only occasionally recalling the need to offer thanks, he nonetheless performed the Thanksgiving ritual, carrying his sorrow with him. Though a small portion of the merits had been siphoned off, yet through various means and diverse feng shui endeavors, he had almost amassed 8,888,000 merits. After his debts were fully repaid, Xie Lian felt an immense lightness in his heart, a refreshing ease, his spirit soaring. He resolved to live a stable and peaceful life as a god. It would be best if he could forge friendships with the other divine officials. The upper heavenly court's spiritual communication array was typically quite serene, yet should an event occur, it would buzz with activity for days on end. Typically, if the divine officials were in good spirits, or if they stumbled upon something amusing, they would all enter the array to share, knowing when to stop at light-hearted teasing. Although Xie Lian was unsure who was who, he quietly listened nonetheless. However, he could not remain perpetually silent. Thus, once he had listened for a sufficient time, he would occasionally utter a gentle remark. How truly interesting! I have read a rather lovely poem, and I wish to share it with all of you. I would like to share with you all a remarkably effective secret remedy for aches and pains in the waist and legs. What made others most regretful was that each time he spoke of those matters, both good for body and spirit, which he had carefully chosen, everyone in the communication array fell silent. Much later, Lin Van could no longer hold back and whispered to him, Your Highness, although what you speak of in the communication array is very good, yet even a divine official 100 years older than you would not speak of such things. Lian felt quite vexed. In truth, he was not the oldest person, yet why, compared to other divine officials, did he seem like an old person unable to keep up with the preferences of the younger generation? It must be because he had left the heavenly realm for too long. His knowledge was limited, and he paid no attention to matters happening outside. Now there was no other way, so he had to give up on this matter, and no longer felt vexed. But there was one more thing in the mortal realm: no one built a temple for him anymore. Perhaps there were some, but in any case the heavenly realm could not find them, nor were they recorded on any list. It must be said that even local earth gods had a shrine, yet he, a divine official who had ascended 3 times, still had no temple, nor any devotees. It was truly too embarrassing. However, even if other divine officials were ashamed for him, Lian himself felt it was nothing out of the ordinary. One day, a sudden surge of fervor rose within him, and Lian suddenly had an idea: if no one builds a temple for me, then I shall build it myself. All the divine officials were at a loss for words. Good heavens, have you ever seen a divine official build their own temple for themselves? To be a god so pathetic, how does it feel? Lian had long been accustomed to not receiving replies, and felt that being happy by himself was enough. Once he had decided, Lian slipped and leapt down to the mortal realm. At this time, Lian descended into a small village in the mountains, called Puqi Village. Called a small village in the mountains, it was actually situated on a hillside. Lian saw green hills and clear waters, rice fields stretching boundlessly, a scene of breathtaking beauty, and secretly thought, fortunately, this time I have landed in a good place. Upon closer inspection, on the hillside there was a small house, leaning as if about to collapse, and Lian immediately asked about it. The villagers replied, that house is abandoned, it has no owner. Occasionally a wanderer comes in to sleep for a night, feel free to stay there. Wasn't this exactly what Lian wanted? He immediately approached the house. Only upon getting closer did he realize, this wooden house was truly very dilapidated. The closer he got, the more exceedingly dilapidated it appeared. At the 4 corners of the house stood 4 pillars, 2 of which were likely rotted through, and a gust of wind blowing by would make the entire house creak and shake. Lian truly doubted whether it would collapse or not. However, Lian could still accept this kind of condition, so he immediately went inside to clean up. The villagers saw this, unexpectedly finding someone staying in this place, and were very surprised, all gathering around to watch the lively scene. The villagers here were very enthusiastic, not only gifting him a broom, but also staying to watch him sweep until his face was covered in dust. Finally, they also gave him a basket of freshly picked Piuchi fruit. The Piuchi fruit had been peeled, its flesh white and soft, and its juice very sweet. Ta Lian squatted by the door of the room, his mouth having finished chewing, his arms crossed before his chest, feeling immensely happy. He decided to call this place Puchi Shrine. After Ta Lian busied himself for a while, the villagers realized this young man wanted to make a small shrine, and found it even stranger, clamoring to ask, "Who do you intend to dedicate this shrine to?" Ta Lian said, I don't know either. It seems to be a crown prince, your highness. Probably one who protects peace. And incidentally picks up junk. Everyone eagerly asked, does this crown prince, your highness, concern himself with attracting wealth and treasure? Ta Lian thought to himself it was already fortunate if he didn't incur debts, and said warmly, regrettably, it seems not. Everyone vied to offer him suggestions, then just worship Tui Su. He attracts wealth. His incense and offerings are sure to prosper. Otherwise, worship Lin Van Chong Quan. Who knows, our village might produce a top scholar. Agur. Xie Lian said that. Brother, do you have that one? Ta Lian maintained his smile and asked which one? Xiu Duong Tuong Quan. If he truly opened a Xiu Duong shrine, Feng Xian would probably immediately fly down from the sky to give him an arrow. Sweeping and tidying up the Boda shrine briefly, it was still missing incense burners, divination sticks, and such things, but Xie Lian completely forgot the most important Tina divine statue. He wore his hat and went out the entrance. Oh right, there was no entrance. Thinking for a moment, this house definitely needed repairs. So he wrote a sign and placed it at the entrance. This establishment is dilapidated and dangerous. Urgently seeking virtuous people to donate money for repairs, accumulating merits. Exiting the entrance, walking 7 or 8 miles, he arrived at the town above. What for going to the town above? Of course it was to earn a mouthful of food, using his old profession again. In myths and legends, immortals all don't need to eat anything. Actually, this matter is hard to say. Indeed, the great powers of creation can directly absorb the necessary spiritual energy from sunlight and mist, but the problem is it's possible, but when unneeded, who would like to do that? Why do that? And there are some divine officials, because cultivating their dharma methods requires clean internal organs, absolutely cannot touch salty, oily human food. If they do, it would be like humans eating live poisonous mud war. MS both vomiting and having diarrhea. That said, it's not that they can't eat food, it's just that they can only eat immortal spiritual bird fruits grown in clean soil, which have the effect of prolonging lifespan and enhancing spiritual power. But Xie Lian didn't have that problem. He carried cursed shackles within him. No different from a mortal, could eat anything. Moreover, due to having experienced countless battles, eating anything wouldn't kill him, whether it was buns left for a whole month or pastries that had grown green mold. His eating them was completely not an issue. Thanks to possessing such a heaven-defying physique, when scavenging scrap, he actually lived quite well. Comparing a bit, opening an establishment loses money, scavenging scrap earns money. Truly, ascension is not as good as scavenging scrap. Xie Lian, with the elegance of a jade tree in the wind and the bearing of an immortal, had more advantages when scavenging scrap, and soon collected a large bag. On the way back, he saw an old ox pulling a cart. On the cart were piled several towering mounds of straw. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have seen this cart earlier in Boda village. It must be going the same way. Xie Lian asked if he could hitch a ride along the way. The cart owner flicked his chin, indicating he could get on. Xie Lian then carried a large bag of scrap onto the cart and sat down. Only after sitting down did he realize that behind the towering mounds of straw, there was already a person lying there since earlier. This person's upper body was hidden behind the straw pile. Their left leg was propped over their right leg, seemingly resting there, cradling their arm. At first glance, extremely leisurely and self-satisfied, such a comfortable and contented posture made Xie Lian endlessly envious. The pair of black shoes were tied very tightly, clinging closely to the slender, straight calves, looking quite aesthetically pleasing. Remembering what he had seen under the veil on Mount Yu Jun that night, Xie Lian couldn't help but look a few more times, confirming that there were no silver chains on these shoes, not knowing what animal hide they were made from. He thought to himself, surely some young master ran out to play. The cart slowly swayed on the road. Xie Lian, with his hat on his back, took out a scroll, preparing to read. He had never paid much attention to the news circulating in the outside world, but having been scorned many times, he felt he should make up for it somewhat. Swaying for who knows how long, the ox cart passed by a maple forest. Looking up and around smooth green fields, vibrant red maple forest, carrying a rustic charm of the mountains, along with the fresh scent of grass permeating his very being, making one's heart intoxicated, Xie Lian couldn't help but be lost in thought. In his youth, he cultivated at Hongxiusi Temple. Hongxiusi Temple was built in the mountains. All over the mountains were maple forests, dazzling like gold, blotzy, like fire. This scene inevitably made him a little nostalgic. After looking for a long while, he finally lowered his head to continue reading the scroll. As soon as he opened it and looked, he saw a line of text written, Crown Prince Tian Lac ascended 3 times. Martial God, God of misfortune, God of scraps. Oh, Xie Lian said, all right, actually, thinking about it carefully, a martial god and a god of scraps aren't that different. All gods are equal, all beings are equal. At this moment, a soft chuckle came from behind him. A voice spoke up, is that so? The young man spoke in a lazy voice outwardly. Everyone naturally likes to say all gods are equal, all beings are equal. But if that were truly the case, we immortals fundamentally would not exist. This voice came from behind the straw pile on the ox cart. Xie Lian turned his head to look, seeing the young man still lazily lying there, with no intention of getting up, probably just casually interjecting a remark. He smiled and said, what you say also makes a lot of sense. Xie Lian turned back, continuing to read the scroll below. It was written again. Many people believe that, as the god of misfortune, the handwriting or portrait of Crown Prince Tian Lac has a curse-like effect. If pasted on someone's back or on the door of any house, it would cause that person or household to continuously encounter bad luck. Oh, this type of narration truly made it difficult for people to determine whether it was talking about a god or a ghost in the end. Xie Lian shook his head, couldn't bear to read the narratives related to himself anymore. Decided that first he should learn about the current divine officials in the heavenly realm, to avoid not recognizing anyone and causing offense. Remembering that earlier a villager had mentioned Tui Su, he then flipped back to the narration about Tui Su, flipping to a sentence. Watermaster Wudu oversees water and also oversees wealth. In the stores and homes of many merchants, a statue of the Watermaster is worshipped, protecting their financial fortune. Xie Lian felt a little confused since he is a water god. Why does he also oversee fortune and wealth? At this moment, the youth lying behind the hay pile spoke up again. Merchant caravans going out to conduct business and transport goods mostly travel by water, so before setting off, they must go to the Watermaster Temple to burn high incense, praying for a safe journey. If their prayers are answered, then upon their return, such and such would happen. Gradually, in this manner, the water god slowly began to also oversee fortune and wealth. This was indeed answering his personal query. Xie Lian turned around and said, is that so? How interesting. In that case, this Watermaster is a formidable great god official, isn't he? The youth sneered. Indeed, water overwhelming heaven, of course. Hearing his tone, it seemed he didn't hold this god official in high regard at all, nor did it sound like praise. Xie Lian asked, what is water overwhelming heaven? The youth slowly said, boats crossing large rivers, whether they go or stay, all depend on a single word from him. If no offerings are presented to him, he will turn hostile, very overbearing, which is why he was given the nickname, called Water Overwhelming Heaven, its meaning similar to General Juyang and General Sweeping Dust. God officials with resounding reputations more or less also had several nicknames in the mortal realm and heavenly realm, similar to Xie Lian being the laughingstock of the 3 realms, famously peculiar, a comet of ill omen, a dog from a mourning household, cough 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 cough, and so on and so forth. Normally, using nicknames to call god officials is an extremely disrespectful matter. For instance, if anyone dared to call Mu Qing General Sweeping Dust right in front of him, Mu Qing would certainly fly into a rage. Xie Lian still remembered not to call him that, and said, so that's how it is, thank you for explaining. He paused for a moment, feeling that this youth spoke interestingly, and he said again, my friend, you're so young but know quite a lot. The youth replied, not very much. Just out of idleness, I read whatever came my way when I had free time. Among the common folk, everywhere one could see piles of mythical books and stories, all speaking of matters of gods and ghosts, grand ones of grace and enmity, small ones of trivialities, some real, some fake. For this youth to know so much was not strange at all. Xie Lian put down the scroll and said, "So, my friend, you know much about gods, but do you also know about ghosts?" The youth asked, "Which ghost?" Xie Lian said, "Crimson rain sought flower Huacheng." Hearing that, the youth let out a few soft laughs and finally sat up. The moment the youth turned his head, Xie Lian's eyes suddenly lit up. One could only see that the youth was approximately 16 or 17 years old. His red robes were more vibrant than maple leaves, his skin as white as snow, his eyes as bright as stars. Smiling, he cast a sidelong glance at him. Extraordinarily handsome. His expression also carried a few parts of indescribable wildness. His black hair was loosely tied, fastened slightly askew, looking utterly casual at first glance. The two were passing through a maple forest burning red like fire. Maple leaves fell one by one, and one fell onto the youth's shoulder. He blew gently, blowing the maple leaf off, and only then did he raise his head to look at Xie Lian, saying with a smile that was not quite a smile, "What do you wish to know? Feel free to ask." Volume 1 Chapter 14 Red robes more vibrant than maple leaves. Skin as white as snow too. The youth's expression carried a teasing quality, yet somehow it also held the calm and leisurely air of one who knew everything. Although it was the voice of a young youth, his timbre was somewhat deeper than boys his age, very pleasant to listen to. Xie Lian sat upright on the ox cart, ponder. Ed for a moment, then said, "Crimson rain sought flower sheltering a flower beneath blood rain." This scene sounds truly unpredictable. My friend, can you tell me where its origin lies? To express respect, Xie Lian still did not add the word young after my friend. The youth sat comfortably, his arm draped over his bent knee, adjusting the sleeve of his tight-sleeved robe. Nonchalantly said, "There's no grand origin to it. It's just that once, he destroyed another ghost's lair. Blood rain poured all over the mountains, and when he left, he saw a flower by the roadside tragically drenched by the blood rain. So he tilted his umbrella to shelter it a little." Imagining that scene, Xie Lian could only feel an indescribable elegant charm amidst the blood rain and foul wind. Recalling the legend of the red-robed ghost burning 33 god temples, he laughed and said, "Does this Huacheng often fight everywhere?" The youth replied, "Not often, it depends on his mood." Xie Lian asked, "What kind of person was he when he was alive?" The youth replied, "Certainly not a good person." Xie Lian asked, "What does he look like?" The moment this question left his lips, the young man looked up at Xie Lian, then tilted his head, stood up and walked to Xie Lian's side, sitting down shoulder to shoulder, and asked in return, "Brother, what do you think he should look like?" Seen at such close proximity, Xie Lian increasingly felt that the young man possessed an uncommon handsomeness, one that subtly carried an aggressive edge like a sharp sword unsheathed, blindingly brilliant to the extreme, making people shrink from looking too closely. Their gazes met for a moment, and Xie Lian suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. He gently tilted his head and said, "As a great ghost king, surely his forms are varied and diverse, possessing many different appearances." Seeing Xie Lian turn his head away, the young man raised one eyebrow and said, But sometimes he still uses his original appearance. What we are speaking of course, is his true form." Whether it was an illusion or not, Xie Lian felt as if the distance between them had subtly widened, so he turned his face back and said, "I, for one, feel that perhaps his true form is a young man just like you." Hearing this, the young man subtly curved the corner of his mouth and asked why. Xie Lian said, "For no reason at all. You spoke a little casually, and I also thought a little casually. Everything is but a whim." The young man burst into laughter. Who can say? However, he is blind in one eye. As he spoke, he lightly tapped beneath his own right eye and said, "This very eye." This statement, on the contrary, held no surprise. Xie Lian had heard of it before. In certain retellings, Huacheng's right eye wore a black eye patch, concealing the eye he had lost. Xie Lian asked, "Then do you know what happened to that eye of his?" The young man replied, Many people indeed wish to know about this matter. Outsiders desired to know what caused Huacheng to lose a right eye, actually only to discover what Huacheng's weakness was, while Xie Lian asked simply out of pure curiosity. Before he could respond further, the young man had already spoken. He gouged it out himself. Xie Lian was startled and asked why. The young man said, "Went mad." To go mad to the point of even gouging out one's own eye. Xie Lian truly grew more and more curious about this ghost king in red robes, blood rain-seeking flower. He guessed it was probably not a simple case of madness like that, but if the young man had said so, it seemed there were no further meticulous details. He asked further, then does Hua Cheng have any weaknesses? Asking this question, Xie Lian had not originally expected the young man to be able to answer, merely asking on a whim. If Hua Cheng's weakness were so easily known by others, he would no longer be Hua Cheng. To his surprise, the young man answered without a shred of hesitation his ashes. If one obtained the ashes of a demon, one could command that demon. If the demon did not obey orders, and its ashes were destroyed, it would perish both body and spirit, its soul scattering. This was originally common knowledge. However, if applied to Hua Cheng, this common knowledge surely held no great significance. Xie Lian smiled and said, I only fear no one could possibly obtain his ashes, so this weakness is synonymous with having no weakness at all. The young man again said, not necessarily. There is one situation where a demon will actively offer its own ashes. Xie Lian asked, like when he agreed to battle the 33 heavenly officials, surrendering it as a wager? The young man burst out laughing. How could that be? Although the young man had not finished his sentence, Xie Lian could still discern that his meaning was surely, how could Hua Cheng possibly lose? The young man continued to speak. The ghost realm has a custom. If a demon has chosen a person, it will entrust its ashes into that person's hands. Then truly it was no different from entrusting one's very life into another's hands. Such profound devotion must be a fervent legend. To what degree? Xie Lian said with a voice full of interest. So the ghost realm still possesses a custom of such righteous and steadfast devotion. The young man said yes, but few dare to do so. Xie Lian had also anticipated this. In this world, not only do demons entice human hearts, but there are also humans who deceive demons. There are bound to be countless instances of exploitation and betrayal. He said, if a heart full of infatuation is given out, only to be ultimately exchanged for bones ground into ashes, it would truly be heartbreaking. The young man again burst into laughter. What is there to fear? If it were me, once my ashes are given, what does it matter if that person wishes to grind my bones to dust or scatter them playfully? Xie Lian smiled, suddenly remembered that though they had been talking for a while, they still did not know each other's names, and thereupon asked, my friend, how should I address you? The young man rested a hand upon his brow, shielding the wine-red glow of the setting sun. His eyes subtly narrowed, seemingly not fond of the sunlight. The young man said, me? At home I am ranked third. Everyone calls me Tam Lang. The young man did not offer his name, and Xie Lian did not press him, saying, my surname is Xie, my given name is Lian. You are heading in this direction, so do you also wish to go to Bodhi village? San Lang leaned back, resting against the pile of straw, his hands clasped behind his head, his legs crossed, and said, I don't know. I'm just wandering aimlessly. San Lang's words seemed to conceal a hidden story, so Xie Lian asked, what's wrong? San Lang sighed slowly, saying, we argued at home and I was driven out. I've been walking for ages and ages, but there's nowhere to go. Today I was so hungry I almost fainted on the road, and only just found any old place to lie down. San Lang's clothes, though they appeared casual, were of the finest material. Coupled with his uncommon manner of speech and the impression that he was always at leisure, having time to read widely and thus knew everything, Xie Lian had long since guessed San Lang was some pampered young master who had run away from home for a lark. A young man leading such a comfortable life, venturing out alone for so long, would naturally encounter many difficulties along the way. This Xie Lian understood better than anyone. Hearing San Lang lament his hunger, Xie Lian rummaged through his belongings, only managing to find one steamed bun. Thinking to himself that he was glad it hadn't hardened, then asked San Lang, do you want to eat? San Lang nodded, and Xie Lian handed the steamed bun to him. San Lang looked at him, asking, don't you have any more? Xie Lian said, I'm still fine, not very hungry. San Lang returned the bun to him, saying, I'm fine too. Seeing this, Xie Lian took it back, broke the steamed bun in half, and then offered San Lang a half, saying, then you take half and I'll take half, all right? Only then did San Lang accept it, sitting shoulder to shoulder, eating the bun with Xie Lian. Watching San Lang next to him, nibbling on the bun, peculiarly obedient, Xie Lian felt as if he had somehow made the other person feel a pang of sadness. The ox cart slowly pulled along the bumpy mountain road. The sun gradually setting in the west, and the two sat on the cart, chatting. The more they spoke, the more Xie Lian felt that this was truly an odd young man. Though young in age, his movements and words carried a haughty, self-assured composure, as if there was nothing in heaven or on earth that he did not know, nor anything that could trouble him. This made Xie Lian feel that he was immensely knowledgeable, like a little old man, yet there were also times when he would reveal the charming qualities of a young teenager. Xie Lian said he was the host of Bodhi Temple, and San Lang asked, Bodhi Temple? Sound. It's like there are many water chestnuts to eat there. I like that very much. Who is worshipped? Again being asked this headache-inducing question, Xie Lian cleared his throat lightly, saying, Crown Prince Xianla, I'm sure you wouldn't know. The young man smiled, and before he could speak, the ox cart suddenly gave a strong jolt. The two swayed with it, and fearing San Lang would fall, Xie Lian hurriedly reached out to grab him. However, as soon as his hand touched San Lang, the young man reacted as if burned by a hot iron, flinging his hand away. Although the expression on San Lang's face changed only slightly, Xie Lian still detected it, thinking to himself, could it be that this young man genuinely dislikes me? They had chatted so happily along the way, hadn't they? But now he didn't have the presence of mind to think much. He stood up and said, What's happening? The ox cart driver said, I don't know what's happening either. Old Huang, why aren't you moving? Get going. By now, the sun had already set, and the ox cart was stranded amidst the mountains and forests, the surroundings bleak and dim. Old Huang the ox stood stubbornly still, refusing to move. No matter how the driver urged it, it was useless. It seemed to wish it could bury its head in the ground, lowing moo-moo continuously, its tail whipping like a lash. Seeing the situation was amiss, Xie Lian was about to jump down from the cart when suddenly, the driver yelled, pointing ahead, only to see ahead on the mountain P.A.T.H. countless green will-o'-the-wisps, clustered here and there, flickering faintly. A group of people in white robes, carrying their own heads, slowly walked in this direction. Seeing this, Xie Lian hurriedly said, Guard. Ruada uncoiled from his wrist, wrapping itself around the ox cart, forming a protective circle suspended in midair, enveloping the three people and one ox. Xie Lian turned his head back and asked, What day is it today? Before the driver could answer, San Lang behind him replied, Zhongyan. The 15th of the 7th month, the Ghost Gate opens. He had come out without checking the date today, just happened to be the Zhongyuan festival. Xie Lian said in a solemn voice, Don't stray. Today we have encountered evil. If you take a wrong turn, you won't be able to return. The young man Tam Lang set out to charm decent young men. Thank you for tuning into Eastern Romance Tales. Please like, share, and follow to support my work. It truly motivates me to bring you more stories.